fall asleep to hilarious history. The Gilded Cage, Observations on Victorian Living Curiosities by Mark Twain. Copyright 2026, James Henderson. If you enjoy these audiobooks and don't want to miss out on new ones, it would be bully if you like and subscribe. Also, please comment and let me know where you are listening from. Shall we continue? Chapter 1. The Inventory of an Empire. It has often been remarked, chiefly by the English themselves, who have a rare talent for praising their own virtues until the rest of the world develops a persistent headache, that the sun never sets on the British Empire. This is a very fine and poetic sentiment, to be sure, and it looks remarkably well when stitched onto a commemorative sampler or stamped onto a tin of biscuits. However, it omits the more practical and somewhat grubbier reality of the situation. The sun never sets on the empire because God Almighty simply doesn't trust an Englishman in the dark with a specimen jar, a butterfly net, and a clear conscience. In those days, the Victorian mind was possessed by a singular, itching fever to take the entire disordered, sprawling, and rather damp world and tuck it neatly into a mahogany box. They had a passion for inventory that would make a New England bookkeeper look like a reckless spendthrift with his ledger. It was as if the British lion had looked out over the horizon and decided he wasn't satisfied with merely being the king of the beasts. He wanted to be their landlord, their registrar, their primary care physician, and, if at all possible, their Sunday school superintendent as well. The Great Gathering. I have observed that a man will endure any amount of hardship, from tropical dysentery to the biting insults of a London cabby, if you tell him he is doing it for science. Science is a word that, in the 19th century, covered a multitude of sins and an even greater multitude of very poorly stuffed taxidermy. During this era, science dictated that a man was not truly accomplished unless he had at least one room in his house filled with the dried, pinned, or pickled remains of things that would have much preferred to stay alive in Sumatra. They went into the darkest, most humid reaches of the globe, braving fevers, leeches, and the occasional disgruntled local who didn't quite understand the nuance of natural philosophy, all so they could bring home a lizard that looked like a shriveled pickle or a bird that sang in a key no Christian should ever have to hear. This impulse was not merely to see these things, you understand, it was to own them, to catalog them, and to make sure they were properly introduced to the Queen. There is a fundamental human delusion that if you can put a fence around a rhinoceros, you have somehow solved the mystery of the rhinoceros. The Victorians took this delusion and turned it into an architectural style. They built great stone palaces in London, temples of glass and iron, and filled them with the stolen breath of 5 continents. They called these places museums and zoos, but if we are being honest with ourselves, they were really just oversized trunks where John Bull kept his global souvenirs. The Latin labeling machine. The first step in this grand inventory was the naming. If an Englishman found a new bug, he didn't just call it a spotted beetle and go about his day. No, he had to give it a Latin name that was 3 times as long as the insect itself and twice as difficult for a sober person to pronounce. I reckon there is a certain kind of arrogance in thinking that a beetle doesn't truly exist until a man in a frock coat has called it Coleoptera grandiosus londinium. I once spent a Tuesday afternoon watching a gentleman at the Zoological Gardens attempt to explain the biological significance of a startled-looking sloth to a crowd of onlookers who seemed to think the creature was a new species of animated footstool. The sloth looked as though he had been plucked from his tropical hammock and dropped into the middle of a Sunday school picnic. And he was quite clearly unimpressed by the majesty of the empire. He had that weary, heavy-lidded expression common to all who have been civilized against their better judgment. He didn't want a Latin name. He wanted a nap. But the Victorian urge demanded that he be weighed, measured, described in a quarterly journal, and eventually taught to appreciate the benefits of a damp Tuesday in London. This was the Gilded Cage in its infancy. It was not just a physical structure of brass bars and velvet curtains, though there were plenty of those to go around. It was a state of mind, a conviction that nature was a guest that had arrived late to the party and needed to be shown to its seat. They categorized the fauna of the earth with the same grim efficiency they used to tax the inhabitants of India or manage the coal mines of Wales. By the time they were done, they had a list of every wing, claw, and scale under their dominion. The global junk drawer. Consider the sheer variety of items being checked into the London ports during a typical week in the mid-1800s. The shipping manifests read like the fever dream of a drunken Noah who had somehow wandered into a Victorian department store. You'd have a crate of tea from Ceylon sitting next to an irritable hippopotamus from the Nile, a box of 4,000 iridescent beetles destined for the British Museum resting against a cage of kangaroos from Australia, and perhaps a wild man of the woods from Borneo who was destined for a private conservatory in Kent, where he would be expected to learn how to operate a tea strainer. It was a grand global game of collect the set. If the French had a giraffe, the English simply must have 2 giraffes, and a slightly taller one for the royal family. If the Americans discovered a new species of fossilized lizard in the West, the British would immediately set about finding a bigger one in Africa, if only to prove that British fossils were sturdier, more respectable, and better behaved than their colonial cousins. But, as we shall see in the chapters to come, nature has a way of being remarkably uncooperative when it comes to being filed away in a drawer. You may put a zebra in a paddock, but you haven't necessarily convinced him he's a British subject. You can dress a chimpanzee in a tuxedo and teach him to drink tea, an exercise in futility that the Victorians pursued with an alarming and hilarious vigor. But he remains at his core a creature of the forest. Eventually, he will express his opinion of the tuxedo and the tea in a way that the tailor will find deeply distressing, and the butler will find impossible to clean. The Accountant of the Wilds. The Victorian age was many things. An age of steam, an age of industry, an age of stiff collars and even stiffer social codes, but above all it was the age of the inventory. They were the world's accountants, and they were determined to make sure that not a single sparrow fell to the ground without someone somewhere making a note of it in a leather-bound book and filing it under S for specimen. They treated the planet like a giant junk drawer that needed to be organized by color, size, and level of ferocity. They weren't content to leave a hippopotamus in the river. They felt the river was simply the wrong place for it. The proper place for a hippopotamus was in a tank in Regent's Park, where it could be properly observed by people holding umbrellas. And so we begin our journey at the docks, where the smell of cedarwood crates and wet fur hangs heavy in the air, and the great gilded cage is just beginning to swing its doors wide for the rest of the world to enter. It was a grand ambition, and like most grand ambitions, it was doomed to be both a magnificent success and a hilarious, heartbreaking failure. For in the gap between the Latin name on the plaque and the wild, ornery soul of the beast behind the bars lies the real history of the empire, a history that involves more escaped monkeys, seasick lions, and confused cows than the official textbooks would ever care to admit. The labels were being printed, the cages were being gilded, and John Bull was standing at the gates with a clipboard, ready to check the world in one animal at a time. It was going to be a very long century, and I suspect the animals were the only ones who saw the joke from the very beginning. Chapter 2. The Hippo Who Needed a Navy. If you wish to understand the sheer, unadulterated brass of the Victorian era, you need look no further than the year 1850, when the British Empire decided it was high time to fetch a hippopotamus from the White Nile and install it in a London park. Now, a hippopotamus is not a creature designed for travel. It is a creature designed by a committee that couldn't quite decide whether it wanted to build a pig, a riverboat, or a landslide, and eventually gave up and just made the whole thing out of wet leather, prehistoric grudges, and bad intentions. It is a beast that is roughly 90% mouth and 10% immovable object, and its natural inclination is to spend its days submerged in a river, pretending to be a very dangerous island. Yet, when the Pasha of Egypt, Abbas Pasha, decided to gift a young hippo named Obaysch to the Zoological Society of London, the British did not simply say thank you and leave the animal where it was, which would have been the sensible Christian thing to do. Instead, they treated the acquisition like a naval campaign. They didn't just need a crate. They needed an entire infrastructure. They needed a navy, a plumbing system, a specialized menu, and a level of patience usually reserved for dealing with the more eccentric members of the House of Lords. The problem of the giant grape. The logistical challenge of moving Obaysch from the heart of Africa to the docks of Southampton was so complex that it would have made Hannibal's trek across the Alps look like a Sunday stroll to the apothecary. The problem was fundamentally one of moisture. A hippo, you see, is essentially a giant 2-ton grape. If you leave it out in the sun too long, it shrivels up, cracks, and gets remarkably cross about the whole affair. To keep Obaysch in a state of contented dampness, the P&O steamship Ripon had to be fundamentally and expensively redesigned. They didn't just put a cage on the deck and hope for the best. They built a custom-made iron-lined tank that held 2,000 gallons of fresh Nile water. This was, for all intents and purposes, the first high-seas swimming pool in history, though it was inhabited by a tenant who had no appreciation for no diving signs and a tendency to sneeze a gallon of river water over anyone wearing a clean shirt. The engineering required to keep 2,000 gallons of water and 1 ton of irritable slippery pachyderm from sloshing over the side and sinking the vessel in a moderate swell was a feat of Victorian brilliance that has been largely forgotten. It is one thing to balance a ship. It is quite another to balance a ship that contains a restless, submerged boulder that shifts its weight every time it hears a dinner bell. The hippo's personal retinue. Then there was the matter of the hippo's appetite. A growing hippo does not eat like a bird. It eats like a furnace that has developed a taste for greens and dairy. To ensure Obaysch didn't arrive in London looking like a discarded accordion, the Ripon had to be stocked with a pantry that would have fed a small village for a decade. The ship's manifest for the voyage was a testament to imperial madness. They carried 10,000 gallons of fresh water, not just for the tank, but for the Hippo to drink. But the truly remarkable part was the cows. They took a small herd of milch cows aboard specifically to provide the 25 to 30 gallons of fresh milk required for the Hippo's daily breakfast. Imagine the scene on the deck of a Victorian steamship. Sailors dodging coal soot, officers shouting orders, and a row of cows looking confusedly at the horizon. All so a river pig could have his morning beverage. And then there was Muhammad Ali. I reckon there is no man on earth quite as brave, or perhaps quite as damp, as a Victorian animal keeper. Muhammad Ali was the man tasked with the unenviable job of being Obaysch's constant companion. He slept next to the Hippo's tank to ensure the creature didn't get lonely or decide to test the structural integrity of the hull with its teeth. It was a symbiotic relationship based on mutual respect. Muhammad provided the milk and the head scratches, and Obaysch provided the constant threat of accidental flattenness. Muhammad Ali spent the entire voyage in a state of permanent humidity, living in the Hippo suite, and likely developing a set of gills by the time they hit the Mediterranean. The Great Hippomania of 1850. When the Ripon finally lumbered into Southampton, the British public reacted with a fervor that hasn't been seen since, or at least not until someone discovered they could put sugar in tea. This was the birth of Hippomania. 10,000 people crowded the docks just to catch a glimpse of a gray snout peeking over the side of a crate. By the time Obaysch reached the London Zoo, via a special train, which is another image I'd pay good money to see, he was more than an animal. He was a celebrity on par with Charles Dickens, though considerably more prone to splashing the front row and significantly less interested in social reform. The zoo's attendance doubled overnight. Everyone, from the Queen herself, who paid a private visit to welcome the newcomer, down to the lowliest chimney sweep who had saved his pennies, wanted to see the river horse. The Victorians, in their typical fashion, immediately began producing hippo polkas, hippo shawls, and hippo-shaped inkwells. They had taken a wild, prehistoric survivor of the African interior and turned him into a fashion statement and a musical tempo. It was a peculiar sight, a line of stiff-collared gentlemen and ladies in crinolines standing in the drizzling London rain, staring with rapt fascination at a creature that spent most of its time looking like a submerged boulder. I have often wondered what Obaysch thought of the English. There he was, a child of the burning sun and the eternal Nile, now a prisoner of a damp paddock and a diet of English hay, watched over by thousands of people who thought a tropical climate was any day where the fog didn't actually enter the lungs and turn into ice. A reflection on imperial greed. There is a certain irony in the Hippo Navy. The British spent a fortune in gold, engineering, and coal smoke to move a creature from a place where it was perfectly happy to a place where it was a curiosity. They proved they could do it, which in the Victorian mind was exactly the same as proving they should do it. The voyage of Obaysch was a dress rehearsal for the rest of the century. It taught the engineers how to manage life support systems on a grand scale. It taught the biologists how to keep a tropical metabolism running in a cold climate. And it taught the empire that there was no obstacle, not the ocean, not the heat, and certainly not the dignity of a 3-ton mammal that could stand in the way of a British whim. The Ripon didn't just carry a hippo, it carried the arrogance of an age that believed the world was a giant Lego set, and that with enough iron, steam, and fresh milk, they could rebuild Eden in a corner of Regent's Park. And while Obaysch lived a long and seemingly contented life in London, dying of old age in 1878, one cannot help but think of him as the first great victim of the Victorian inventory. He was the hippo who needed a navy, but more importantly, he was the hippo who reminded the world that the British would go to any length, literally and figuratively, to make sure they had the largest, loudest, and wettest collection of curiosities on the face of the earth. In the end, Obaysch became an Englishman in all but ancestry. He learned to appreciate the schedule, he learned to tolerate the weather, and he learned that if you open your mouth wide enough, a well-meaning tourist will eventually throw a bun into it. It is a lesson that many a politician has learned since, though few have ever looked as honest or as sturdy doing it as the hippo from the Nile. He was the crown jewel of the Gilded Cage, a gray, dripping monument to the fact that once the English decide they want you, not even the entire Egyptian desert or the rolling Atlantic Ocean can keep you from your destiny of being stared at by people with umbrellas. Chapter 3. The Wardian Case. If you have ever spent any considerable time on a sailing vessel, which I do not recommend unless you have a desperate need to feel small, damp, and frequently nauseated, you will know that the ocean is a place that is fundamentally hostile to anything that doesn't have gills, a heart of oak, or a soul already consigned to the deep. The salt air, while purportedly bracing for the lungs of a tubercular poet, is a deadly poison to anything with a leaf. For centuries, the business of moving a plant from one side of the world to the other was a tragicomedy of botanical homicide. A man might start in China with a rare lily and end in London with a very expensive, very dead stick of driftwood. The problem, you see, was the salt spray. It is a persistent, insidious thing. It creeps into every crevice. It coats the rigging. It pickles the sailors, and it systematically chokes the life out of any green thing that isn't nailed down in a lead box. By the time a ship had rounded the Cape of Good Hope, the average botanical specimen had the look of a man who had spent a week in a salt mine without a canteen. It was brown, it was shriveled, and it was quite thoroughly dead. The empire was expanding. The maps were being colored red. But the gardens of England were still largely populated by things that could survive a frost and a coating of coal soot, which is to say, not much that was particularly interesting. The moth and the miracle. Then came Nathaniel Bagshaw Ward, a London doctor who, like many Victorians, had a hobby that bordered on a clinical obsession. Dr. Ward was an amateur entomologist who kept sphinx moths in glass jars. One day, quite by accident, which is how most scientific breakthroughs happen when people aren't looking and the Lord is feeling mischievous, he noticed a tiny fern and a blade of grass growing in the moist earth at the bottom of a sealed jar. They weren't just surviving, they were thriving. They were living in a private miniature world of their own making, blissfully unaware that the air of London outside was thick enough to be sliced with a knife and served as a side dish. What Dr. Ward had discovered was the Wardian Case, though a more honest name for it would have been the botanical lifeboat. It was a simple thing, really. a sturdy wooden box with a glass roof, sealed tight enough to keep the moisture in and the salt spray out. It was a terrarium with a mission. The principle was what the scientists call transpiration, which is just a fancy way of saying the plant breathes out moisture. The moisture hits the glass, turns back into water, and drips down to give the plant another drink. It was a perpetual motion machine for the vegetable kingdom. To the Victorian mind, this was nothing short of a miracle. It meant that you could now kidnap a plant from the Amazon or the Himalayas, lock it in a crystal coffin, and ship it across 10,000 miles of angry water, with a reasonable expectation that it would still be green when it arrived. The Wardian Case turned the decks of the great merchant ships into floating conservatories. It was the gilded cage for the flora of the world. The aristocracy of the greenhouse. I have often thought that the plants must have felt a certain smug satisfaction as they sat in their glass palaces, while the sailors were battling scurvy, storms, and a diet of hardtack that would break a dog's tooth. The queen's lilies were sitting in a humid, temperature-controlled paradise, watching the chaos through the glass like a bored aristocrat watching a riot from a balcony. The Wardian Case was a triumph of the British spirit over the inconveniences of geography. It proved that if the Lord didn't want a Chinese tea plant to grow in India, he shouldn't have allowed an Englishman to invent a glass box. It was a testament to the Victorian belief that nature was something to be filtered, managed, and eventually displayed in a parlor. They didn't want the wildness of the jungle. They wanted the look of the jungle, provided it didn't bring any of the bugs or the humidity along with it. The Great Tea Heist. The most significant use of this technology was not for the sake of pretty flowers, though the Victorians were certainly fond of those. No, the real power of the Wardian Case lay in its ability to facilitate the greatest act of industrial espionage in human history. I am speaking, of course, of the Great Tea Robbery. In those days, China held a monopoly on tea that was as tight as a new pair of boots. They guarded their secrets with a ferocity that made the Spanish Inquisition look like a welcoming committee. The British, who had developed a national addiction to the leaf that rivaled a cat's devotion to cream, were tired of paying through the nose for it. They wanted to grow their own tea in India, but they didn't have the plants, and they didn't have the know-how. Enter Robert Fortune, a man whose name was either a prophecy or a joke. Fortune was a botanist with a talent for disguise and a complete lack of regard for international law. He traveled into the interior of China disguised as a Chinese mandarin, a feat of costume drama that involved a shaved head, a fake ponytail, and a great deal of nerve. He infiltrated the tea-growing regions, stole thousands of seeds, and more importantly, hundreds of live tea plants. Had it not been for the Wardian Case, those plants would have perished long before they reached the foothills of the Himalayas. They would have succumbed to the heat of the holds or the salt of the spray. Instead, tucked away in their glass boxes, the stolen tea plants survived the long, humid voyage. They were the silent passengers of the empire, the green gold that would eventually shift the economic center of the world. It was a heist performed by a man in a wig and a set of glass jars, and it changed the map of the world more surely than any cavalry charge ever did. Pteridomania, the fern fever. While the empire was busy stealing tea, the folks back home in England were busy losing their minds over ferns. This phenomenon was known as pteridomania, and it was a form of collective madness that infected everyone from the Duchess to the chimney sweep. Suddenly, a house was not a home unless it contained a Wardian case filled with exotic ferns. People spent their weekends scouring the countryside for rare specimens, risking life and limb on slippery cliffsides just to find a spleenwort or a hart's tongue. The Wardian case allowed these delicate, moisture-loving plants to survive in the cold-choked, soot-blackened air of Victorian London. Inside the glass, it was always a misty morning in a Devonshire woods. Outside, it was the Industrial Revolution, and it smelled like a wet fireplace. It was a peculiar sight. A society that was rapidly paving over the natural world was simultaneously obsessed with keeping tiny pieces of it under glass in their living rooms. It was as if they felt that if they could just save enough ferns, the Lord would forgive them for the coal mines in the slums. The Wardian case was the ultimate status symbol, a way to show that you were cultured, scientific, and had enough money to buy a box of dirt from the other side of the world. The Caged Horizon. There is a certain sadness to a plant in a Wardian case. It is a creature of the sun and the wind, now reduced to a decorative object, living in a perpetual recycled breath. It is a survivor, yes, but it is a prisoner nonetheless. It sits on a marble pedestal in a London parlor, a tiny, vibrant ghost of a forest that it will never see again. It is the Gilded Cage, for the root and the stem. I reckon that the Wardian case was the perfect symbol of the Victorian worldview. It was a belief that everything, even the very air and water required for life, could be boxed, labeled, and transported at the whim of the Crown. It turned the entire globe into a giant nursery where the British could pick and choose whatever they fancied and bring it home in a convenient carrying case. By the time the century was half over, the Wardian case had populated the botanical gardens of the world, enriched the coffers of the East India Company, and ensured that every English grandmother had a dusty fern to ignore in her drawing room. It proved that if you want to conquer the earth, you don't always need a cannon. Sometimes all you need is a very good jar and the audacity to believe that the world belongs to whoever can catch it and keep it under glass. And so the green waves swept across the oceans, held fast in their crystal prisons, while the sun continued its eternal weary duty of never setting on a world that was being rapidly disassembled and reassembled in a London greenhouse. It was a quiet revolution, fought with glass and putty, and the plants, much like the lions, the hippos, and the giraffes, found themselves to be the unwilling guests of an empire that simply wouldn't take no for an answer. Chapter 4. The Giraffe on a Camel. There is no creature in the Lord's green earth that looks quite so much like a series of anatomical afterthoughts as the giraffe. It is as if the Creator had finished the rest of the animal kingdom, found himself with a surplus of neck and a staggering deficiency of common sense, and decided to patch the remaining parts together into a beast that is half ladder and half hallucination. To look upon a giraffe for the first time is to realize that nature possesses a sense of humor that borders on the malicious. It is a creature that spent far too much time at the architect's office and not nearly enough time at the finishing school. It is a four-legged telescope with the grace of a folding chair and the temperament of a confused philosopher. In the year of our Lord 1826, the Pasha of Egypt, Muhammad Ali, a man who understood the value of a grand gesture and the even greater value of a gift that would make his neighbors' lives a living misery, decided to send 3 giraffes to the monarchs of Europe. One was destined for the King of France, one for the Emperor of Austria, and one for our own King George IV. Now, giving a man a giraffe is not like giving him a box of fine cigars or a spirited mare. It is like giving him a skyscraper that requires a constant supply of acacia leaves and possesses a neck that acts as a lightning rod for every logistical disaster known to man. It is a gift that requires its own zip code and a dedicated department of the Treasury just to keep it upright and properly fed. The Desert Promenade. The first challenge, and perhaps the most absurd undertaking in the history of global transport, was getting these stilted ambassadors from the interior of the Sudan to the port of Alexandria. This involved a trek of some 2,000 miles across a desert that was never intended for anything, with such a high center of gravity. The giraffe, you see, is built for the savanna, for the graceful reaching into the high canopies of trees where the air is thin and the view is excellent. It is not built for a forced march across shifting sands under a sun that would melt the brass buttons off a colonel's tunic and turn a man's brains into a warm, useless custard. To facilitate this, the Egyptians employed a method of transport that I can only describe as a triumph of desperation over dignity. Since a young giraffe cannot walk 15 or 20 miles a day without its spindly legs giving out like a set of poorly made camp stools, they resorted to what we might call the giraffe on a camel maneuver. Now, I want you to picture this scene with all the gravity it deserves. A camel, already a beast of burden that looks like it was assembled from the leftover scraps of a Victorian upholstery shop and possessed of the most cynical, ill-tempered disposition in existence, found itself burdened by a creature that was essentially a 12-foot hairy periscope. They strapped the young giraffes into specialized panniers, which are a sort of oversized, reinforced saddlebag, allowing the giraffe's body to rest while its neck bobbed freely in the air several feet above the camel's own head. It was a sight that would make a marble statue weep with laughter. They walked across the burning sands, a swaying, spindly caravan of the preposterous. The camel, which generally spends its life looking as though it has just been insulted by a social inferior and is waiting for a formal apology, now had to contend with a passenger that could see over the next 3 sand dunes and likely had a much better view of the destination. It was a spectacle of 2 animals, neither of whom wished to be there, engaged in a journey that neither of them understood, all for the benefit of a king in a distant, rainy land who didn't know what to do with the giraffe once it actually arrived. I reckon if there is a special place in the afterlife for animals that have endured the whims of royalty, that camel is currently sitting in a very comfortable armchair with a cold drink and a fan. The retinue of the long neck. The sheer indignity of the desert transport was only matched by the staggering requirements for keeping the beast alive. A giraffe does not travel light. It requires a retinue that would make a duchess blush, and a military escort that would be the envy of a minor prince. You cannot simply lead a giraffe across a desert and expect it to find its own snacks, particularly when there isn't a tree in sight for 100 miles in any direction. First and foremost, there was the matter of the milk. A young giraffe is a voracious consumer of dairy, requiring somewhere in the neighborhood of 25 gallons of fresh milk every single day, just to keep from evaporating in the heat. To satisfy this monumental thirst, the expedition had to include a small herd of 3 or 4 milch cows for every giraffe. These cows were essentially mobile fuel stations, dragged from their peaceful Egyptian pastures to wander the Sahara, all so they could provide breakfast for a creature that looked like a spotted chimney. I reckon if cows could write memoirs, the chapter on the 1826 giraffe expedition would be banned in 3 languages for its sheer profanity and its scathing critique of imperial logistics. The cows were accompanied by Mameluke grooms, hardy men who had to hold the lead ropes and attempt to maintain a straight face while their charge attempted to eat the turbans right off their heads. Furthermore, because the desert floor is a blistering furnace of stone and sand that would cook a steak in minutes, the giraffes were occasionally fitted with specialized antelope skin boots. Imagine that! A creature that is already mostly leg, wearing custom-made footwear to protect its hooves. It was a logistical circus that required dozens of water skins just to prevent the floating periscope from turning into a dehydrated periscope. Every mile gained was a battle against physics, biology, and the basic human instinct to run away from anything that requires 25 gallons of milk before noon. The voyage of the periscope. By the time the giraffes reached Alexandria, they had become something of a living myth. But the journey was only half over, and the water was yet to come. The French giraffe, famously known as Giraffe, had to be shipped across the Mediterranean. The French engineers, never ones to be outdone by a bit of awkward biology, took one of their vessels and literally cut a hole in the main deck. This allowed Giraffe to stand in the hold while her neck poked up through the floorboards like a giant furry mast. She spent the voyage watching the waves and the sailors from a height of 15 feet, likely the only passenger on the ship who never suffered from seasickness, simply because her head was in a different climate than her stomach. When she finally arrived in Marseille, the French, who were always looking for a reason to be dramatic and avoid the more mundane forms of labor, decided that she should not be sent to Paris by wagon. No, she should walk. And so, for 41 days, the giraffe marched through the French countryside, accompanied by her cows, her grooms, and a growing tail of peasants who thought they were witnessing the end of the world or the beginning of a very strange circus. The effect on the populace was a form of mass hysteria. People had seen pictures, perhaps, but a picture cannot capture the rhythmic, slow-motion elegance of a giraffe in motion. It is a creature that seems to move in a different time signature than the rest of us, a sort of waltz performed by a set of stilts. They made giraffe hats, giraffe wallpaper, and even giraffe-style hairstyles, which I assume involved a great deal of starch, several hidden wires, and a complete disregard for low doorways or the laws of gravity. The philosophy of the vertical prisoner. What strikes me most about this whole affair, as I sit here reflecting on the gilded cage, is the sheer unmitigated effort expended for the sake of a curiosity. The British Empire and the French Kingdom spent enough money on these giraffes to build a fleet of frigates or feed an entire province for a year. And for what? To see a creature that spends its life trying to figure out how to get its head down to the level of its heart without passing out, from the effort. There is a lesson here about the nature of power. A king does not want a giraffe because he has a deep-seated love for African zoology. He wants a giraffe because it is the most inconvenient thing in the world to own, and yet he owns it. It is the ultimate status symbol. To have a giraffe is to say to the world, I am so powerful that I can make the desert come to me. I can make the most ridiculous, vertical, and improbable creature in existence stand in my backyard and look grateful for the English rain. The giraffe on a camel is the perfect metaphor for the Victorian age. It represents the awkward, swaying, improbable movement of the exotic toward the domestic. It is the insistence that even the most vertical of God's creations can be packed into a leather bag and hauled across the world to satisfy a whim. I once saw a giraffe in a London paddock, and it had a look in its eye that I have only seen in the eyes of tax collectors and men who have been married for 40 years without the benefit of a hobby or a shed. It was a look of profound, resigned patience. It stood there, looking out over the gray, soot-stained London rooftops, and I'm certain it was thinking of the Sudanese sun, the smell of the acacia trees, and the absolute, blessed absence of camels, cows, and kings. It stood as a tall, spotted monument to human vanity, reminding every passerby that just because you can move a giraffe across a desert and over an ocean, it doesn't mean the giraffe is ever going to forgive you for it. The inventory was growing, the labels were being printed, and the empire was successfully shrinking the world, one long-necked, milk-drinking prisoner at a time. The gilded cage was becoming a crowded place, and as the giraffe settled into its new home, the public cheered, entirely unaware that they were witnessing the birth of an era where nothing in nature was considered too big, too tall, or too wild to be put in a box and shipped home for the afternoon entertainment of the masses. It was a grand success for the British, a long walk for the French, and a very bad week for the camels. Chapter 5. The Prince's Floating Ark. Now, when a regular tax-paying citizen goes on a vacation, he generally returns with a suitcase full of dirty laundry, a souvenir spoon that turns green in a week, and a vague sense of regret regarding his bank account. But when Albert Edward, the Prince of Wales, or Bertie to those who didn't mind risking a stay in a damp dungeon, decided to take a little jaunt to India in 1875, he didn't settle for a postcard and a jar of chutney. No, sir. Bertie decided that if he liked a country, the only logical thing to do was to kidnap its most ornery residents and bring them home to England to see if they liked the rain. Officially, this trip was a diplomatic mission to show the people of India that the British Crown was very fond of them indeed. Unofficially, it was the grandest, most expensive shopping spree in the history of the terrestrial world, conducted by a man who treated the Indian subcontinent like a giant pet store with no closing time. By the time he was ready to head home, he had collected enough livestock to make Noah look like he was running a small-time operation out of a rowboat. To carry this biological plunder back to London, the Admiralty provided the HMS Serapis, a massive troop ship that was promptly gutted and refitted into what I can only describe as a floating madhouse. It was no longer a vessel of the Royal Navy. It was a floating ark that smelled less like the high seas and more like a barn that had been set on fire and then extinguished with cologne. A high society stable. I want you to imagine the sheer glittering absurdity of the HMS Serapis as it pulled away from the docks of Bombay. On the upper decks, you had the prince and his retinue, a collection of dukes, lords, and various high-born hangers-on who spent their days in starched collars, sipping the finest brandies and smoking cigars that cost more than a deckhand's mortal soul. They discussed the finer points of polo and the Indian question with a gravity that would have impressed a marble statue. And just below them, separated by only a few inches of teak and a great deal of optimistic prayer, was a cargo that was currently trying its level best to dismantle the ship from the inside out. The manifest was a fever dream of the exotic. There were 5 tigers, 7 leopards, several cheetahs, and a collection of elephants that seemed to view the rolling of the Indian Ocean as a personal insult from the British Admiralty. There were Himalayan bears, which are famously foul-tempered even when they aren't being tossed about by a gale, and enough monkeys to staff a small government ministry, and probably with better results for the public. The air on the Serapis was a thick, fragrant soup. It was a mixture of expensive Turkish tobacco, engine grease, and the unmistakable eye-watering aroma of 100 wild beasts who had never been taught that British decorum included not using the hallway as a restroom. I reckon you could smell the prince's approach 3 days before his ship hit the horizon. It was said that the local seagull populations in the Red Sea took one whiff of the Serapis and decided to relocate to the Mediterranean for the season. The tiger in the drawing room. The most striking part of the whole affair was the proximity of the civilized to the savage. The tigers were kept in heavy iron-bound cages on the main deck, often positioned right along the path where the royal party took their evening promenades. Can you picture it? A duke in full evening dress adjusting his monocle and discussing the price of corn, while 300 pounds of striped muscle and yellow teeth hissed at him from behind a set of bars. It was the gilded cage in its most literal and dangerous form. The Victorians, bless their eccentric hearts, loved this contrast. They found it immensely satisfying to see the most terrifying predators of the jungle reduced to a background decoration for a cocktail party. It reinforced the grand imperial delusion that the British lion had not just conquered the people of India, but had successfully told the very spirit of the jungle to keep its voice down while the Queen's anthem was being played. However, the tigers didn't always get the memo about being quiet. A tiger does not care for the delicate sensibilities of a sleeping earl. The nights on the Serapis were punctuated by a cacophony of roars, trumpets, and the frantic chattering of monkeys who had discovered that if they reached through their bars, they could occasionally snag a sailor's cap or a passing tray of finger sandwiches. It was a floating riot held together by iron, hemp, and the sheer, stubborn will of a crew that was rapidly losing its collective mind. The monkey mutiny. If the tigers were the silent, brooding prisoners of the voyage, the monkeys were the undisputed kings of the chaos. Despite the best efforts of the keepers, several of the smaller primates managed to escape their enclosures with a frequency that suggested they had been studying the ship's blueprints in their spare time and likely had a plan to take over the bridge. These escapees took to the rigging like they were born to it, which, being monkeys, they technically were. They turned the HMS Serapis into a giant floating gymnasium. A sailor would climb the mast in the middle of a squall to adjust a sail and find himself face to face with a macaque that was holding a stolen pocket watch in one hand and a very low opinion of the British Navy in the other. The monkeys became a sort of lawless subculture on the ship. They mocked the officers, they stole the laundry, and they developed a peculiar taste for the prince's favorite lemon drops. I reckon there is nothing quite so humbling for a high-ranking naval commander, a man who has commanded fleets and conquered ports, as being pelted with half-eaten mangoes by a creature that doesn't even have the decency to wear trousers. It was a constant reminder that while the empire could capture the world, it couldn't necessarily make the world behave itself during dinner. The elephantine seasickness. Then there were the elephants. Now, shipping a hippo is a challenge of plumbing, as we've discussed, but shipping an elephant is a challenge of physics and temperament. An elephant is a creature of the earth. It likes a solid foundation and a predictable horizon. Putting an elephant on a ship is like putting a grand piano on a trampoline. Everything becomes a matter of precarious balance and looming disaster. The Serapis carried several young elephants, including a particularly famous one named Jung Pershad. These animals required an enormous amount of fresh water and fodder, and their presence on the deck meant that the ship's center of gravity was constantly being renegotiated by the ocean. When the sea got rough, the elephants would sway in unison to keep their footing. This created a rhythmic motion that threatened to turn the Serapis into a giant gray metronome. The keepers had to develop specialized harnesses to keep the elephants from sliding into the scuppers, and I'm told that the look of betrayal in an elephant's eye when it realizes the ground is moving beneath it is enough to make a man apologize to his own boots. One of the elephants reportedly became so seasick that it spent 3 days leaning against a crate of champagne, looking for all the world like a man who had spent too much time in a London pub and was deeply questioning his life choices. The arrival of the royal cargo. When the HMS Serapis finally limped into Portsmouth in May of 1876, the scene was one of utter pandemonium. The British public had been following the prince's tour through the newspapers with the kind of obsessive detail usually reserved for a high-profile murder trial or a royal scandal. They were desperate to see the prince's ark. The animals were unloaded with a level of ceremony that was usually reserved for returning war heroes or a new shipment of tea. The tigers were hauled off in their cages, looking thoroughly unimpressed by the English drizzle. The elephants were led down the gangplanks, their trunks held high as they finally touched solid, unmoving ground, likely vowing never to go near a boat again for as long as they lived. And the monkeys were rounded up, mostly, from the higher reaches of the masts, though I suspect a few of them stayed behind to start a new life in the Portsmouth docks under assumed names. The majority of this collection was destined for the London Zoo, which had to hurriedly build new enclosures to accommodate the royal influx. The Prince of Wales's collection became the greatest draw in the history of the zoo, cementing the idea that the royal family were not just patrons of the arts, but the primary suppliers of the empire's biological curiosity. A reflection on the royal hobby. Looking back on the voyage of the Serapis, you can't help but see it as the ultimate expression of the Victorian urge to collect things that are better left where they found them. It was a monumental effort, a reckless expenditure of resources, and a logistical nightmare, all for the sake of bringing a piece of the world home to be stared at on a Tuesday afternoon. The prince's ark wasn't about conservation or science, And it certainly wasn't about the welfare of the animals. It was about the spectacle of possession. It was about the ability to say, I went to the edge of the world, and I brought the world back with me in a box, and I made it pay for its own ticket. I often think of those animals as they settled into their new permanent homes in the London fog. The tigers, who had once roamed the sun-drenched jungles of Bengal, now looked out through iron bars at a sea of umbrellas and top hats. The monkeys, who had swung through the canopy of the forest, were now confined to small rooms where they were expected to act like little gentlemen for the amusement of children who had never seen a tree larger than a park elm. The Serapis had done its job. It had successfully shrunk the world. It had bridged the gap between the wild interior of India and the manicured parks of London. But in doing so, it had also completed the gilded cage. The empire was no longer just a map on a wall. It was a living, breathing, roaring collection of prisoners, and the Prince of Wales was the man who had the biggest key. The sun might never have set on the British Empire, but thanks to the Serapis, the roar of the tiger and the trumpet of the elephant could now be heard in the middle of a London rainstorm, a sound that was both a triumph of British engineering and a haunting reminder that some souvenirs are a lot harder to keep than a commemorative spoon. And as for the monkeys, I reckon they're still out there somewhere, probably running a very successful pickpocketing ring in the East End and dreaming of the day they stole the prince's lemon drops. Chapter 6. The Tower's Last Roar. If you were a person of any consequence in London during the early part of the 19th century, or even if you were a person of no consequence at all, provided you had a few pennies and a sturdy pair of boots, your primary destination for a bit of wholesome, terrifying entertainment was the Tower of London. Now, most folks today think of the Tower as a somber place where kings and queens went to lose their heads, or where the crown jewels are kept behind glass thick enough to stop a cannonball. But for 600 years, the Tower was also the city's premier boarding house for disgruntled lions, irritable leopards, and at least one polar bear that had a standing invitation to go fishing in the Thames. The royal menagerie was a tradition that stretched back to the days of King John, a monarch who, by all accounts, was not particularly well liked by his subjects, and perhaps felt that surrounding himself with creatures that wanted to eat everyone was the only way to ensure a bit of peace and quiet. For centuries, the lions of the Tower were the star attraction. In fact, the phrase "seeing the lions" became such a popular idiom for visiting the sights of London that I reckon half the people in the country thought a lion was a mandatory requirement for any successful government. The most dangerous jewelry box in the world. The logistical layout of the Tower menagerie was something that would have given a modern safety inspector a permanent facial tic. You had the crown jewels, millions of pounds worth of gold, diamonds and rubies, stored in one corner, and just a few yards away, you had a collection of apex predators, who were largely managed by men whose primary qualification for the job was a total lack of fear and a very high tolerance for the smell of raw meat. It was a peculiar arrangement. You could go to the Tower to see the axe that chopped off a queen's head, and then step next door to watch a tiger named Bengal try to do the same to a pigeon that had wandered too close to the bars. The cages were cramped. The air was thick with the scent of damp stone and wild musk, and the animals were generally in a state of mind that I can only describe as permanently offended. The lions, in particular, were treated as a sort of furry barometer for the health of the monarchy. There was an old superstition that as long as there were lions in the tower, the crown was safe. This led to a great deal of anxiety whenever a lion caught a cold or developed a limp. I suspect more than one royal physician spent his nights worrying less about the king's gout and more about the bowel movements of a particularly elderly lioness, lest the entire British Empire collapse because of a feline digestive issue. The Iron Duke meets the iron bars. The end of this era came in 1835, and it came in the form of the Duke of Wellington. Now, the Duke of Wellington was the man who had defeated Napoleon at Waterloo, a feat that required a great deal of strategic genius and a very stiff upper lip. But as it turned out, the man who could handle the French Grand Army was absolutely done with the royal menagerie. By the 1830s, the menagerie had become a bit of a liability. There had been a series of unfortunate incidents where the animals had expressed their dissatisfaction with the tourists in ways that involved a loss of limbs. In one famous instance, a lion had taken a particular dislike to a soldier's leg, and the soldier, showing that British pluck we hear so much about, had to be discouraged from trying to win the leg back. The Duke, who was then the constable of the tower, looked at the accounts, looked at the mounting lawsuits, and looked at the snarling, mangy residents of the Lion Tower, and he decided that enough was enough. He didn't care for the superstition, and he certainly didn't care for the smell. He ordered that the inventory of the empire be moved from the medieval dungeon of the Tower to the relatively posh and modern surroundings of the newly established zoological gardens in Regent's Park. The Duke of Wellington was a man who believed that everything in the world should have a proper place and a proper uniform. He decided that the proper place for a lion was not next to the king's gold, and the proper uniform for a lion was a cage 5 miles away from his office. The day the lions marched through London, the actual process of moving the menagerie was a spectacle that I would have paid a year's wages to see. You have to remember, London in 1835 did not have specialized animal transport vehicles. They had wagons, they had horses, and they had a great deal of optimism. The move was a logistical nightmare of the first water. It involved loading lions, tigers, bears, and various no-account monkeys into wooden crates and hauling them through the cobblestone streets of a city that was already crowded with omnibuses, coal wagons, and pedestrians who had never seen a tiger up close and were quite prepared to spend the rest of the day screaming about it. Imagine, if you will, a sunny morning in London. A butcher is going about his business, a chimney sweep is complaining about the soot, and suddenly a wagon rolls by containing a very seasick lion that is roaring at the top of its lungs. Behind it comes a crate of leopards, looking like spotted lightning trapped in a box, followed by a confused elephant that is trying to eat a nearby lamppost. The procession moved past St. Paul's Cathedral and through the heart of the city. It was the Gilded Cage on wheels. Thousands of people lined the streets, cheering as if they were watching a royal coronation, while the animals inside the crates were likely wondering if this was the day the humans had finally decided to take them to the great jungle in the sky. I reckon the horses pulling the wagons were the true heroes of the day. It takes a special kind of horse to keep its composure when it can smell 300 pounds of hungry cat right behind its tail. The culture shock of Regent's Park. When the Tower residents finally arrived at Regent's Park, they experienced what can only be described as a monumental case of culture shock. They had spent their lives in dark, damp stone vaults, where the only view was a gray wall and the occasional terrified tourist. Now they were in a zoological garden. They had grass, or at least the London version of grass, and they had space to move without hitting a wall every 3 steps. But for the lions, the prestige was gone. At the Tower, they were the king's lions, a part of the medieval fabric of the nation. At the zoo, they were just specimen number 42, to be gawked at by school children and analyzed by gentlemen in spectacles who wanted to know if they preferred English beef over Sudanese goat. The closure of the Tower Menagerie marked the final transition from the royal menagerie model of animal keeping, where animals were kept as symbols of power and divine right, to the public zoo model, where they were kept for education, science, and the general amusement of a public that had a seemingly bottomless appetite for the exotic. The ghost of the Tower. There is a certain melancholy in the Tower's last roar. For 600 years, the sound of a lion's roar had been a part of the atmosphere of the city of London, echoing off the ancient stones and reminding everyone that the world was a wild and dangerous place. When the last crate was loaded and the Lion Tower was finally quiet, a piece of old, messy, medieval England died along with the noise. Of course, the Duke of Wellington was delighted. He finally had a tower that was quiet, orderly, and smelled of nothing more offensive than old stone and gunpowder. But the public felt the loss. They missed the thrill of knowing that right next to the crown jewels there was something that couldn't be bought, couldn't be tamed, and would very much like to eat your hat. The move to Regent's Park was a victory for progress, which is another one of those Victorian words that usually means taking something interesting and putting it in a more efficient box. The animals were safer, the public was safer, and the Duke's nerves were certainly better. But as the lions settled into their new manicured paddocks, I can't help but think they missed the Tower just a little bit. There is, after all, a certain dignity in being a royal prisoner that you just don't get when you're a public curiosity. And so the gilded cage shifted its address. The inventory was no longer guarded by yeoman warders in their red tunics. It was now guarded by men in green coats who cared about balanced diets and natural habitats. The era of the royal beast was over. The era of the scientific specimen had begun. And London, for better or worse, was a little bit quieter, a little bit safer, and a whole lot less interesting than it had been the day the lions marched through the streets. Chapter 7. The Sea-Sick Lion. Now, we have already discussed the logistical nightmares of shipping boulders with pulses, that is to say, hippopotamuses, and the vertical challenge of moving a giraffe without turning it into a very long, very expensive necktie. But those creatures, for all their stubbornness, are essentially herbivorous. They might step on you by accident or look at you with a profound, glassy-eyed indifference. But they generally aren't calculating how many bites it would take to reach your midsection. A lion, however, is a different breed of inventory altogether. A lion is a creature of sharp edges, sudden movements, and a digestive system that requires a constant supply of something that was, until very recently, having a perfectly fine day of its own. In the mid-19th century, The British Empire decided that no gentleman's park or royal menagerie was complete without a king of beasts. But the king of beasts, it turns out, is a remarkably poor sailor. You can take a man and tell him he is sailing for the glory of the crown, and he will endure the rolling of the sea with nothing more than a green face and a few choice words for the cook. But you cannot explain the glory of the British Empire to a 300-pound cat that has just realized the floor is no longer a permanent arrangement. The King of the Bilge. I have often thought that the majesty of nature is a phrase invented by people who have never seen a lion suffering from a moderate swell in the Bay of Biscay. There is nothing majestic about a lion when it discovers that its inner ear is in a state of open rebellion against the rest of its anatomy. On land, the lion is a monument to predatory grace. At sea, he is merely a very large, very grumpy, and very damp house cat that has lost all faith in the stability of the universe. When the British began shipping these specimens from the ports of Africa and India, they quickly discovered that a lion's dignity is the first thing to go over the side when the whitecaps appear. A seasick lion does not roar with the thunder of the veldt. He makes a sound more akin to a rusty gate being swung by a ghost. He looks at his keepers with a soulful, watery-eyed betrayal that seems to say, "I was a king in the Serengeti, and now I am a rug that won't stop sliding." The mechanical challenge of this transport was enough to drive a shipwright to the bottle. You see, you couldn't just put a lion in a wooden crate and hope for the best. A lion has claws that can turn a 2-inch oak plank into kindling in the time it takes a sailor to whistle a shanty. They had to build specialized marine cages, monstrosities of iron and reinforced cedar that were bolted to the deck, with enough hardware to hold a bridge together, and because this was the Victorian era, they often felt the need to paint these cages green or gold, as if the lion would feel more at home if his prison looked like a piece of lawn furniture. The floating pantry of peril. Then there was the matter of the commissary. A lion at sea does not care for hardtack, and he shows a marked lack of enthusiasm for the ship's pea soup. He requires meat, fresh meat, and lots of it. This meant that every ship carrying a lion was also, by necessity, carrying a doomed traveling circus of livestock. I reckon the most miserable creature on a Victorian transport ship wasn't the lion, but the goats and sheep that were brought along to keep the lion's spirits up. Imagine the psychological toll on a sheep, spending its days in a pen right next to a creature that views it as a breakfast biscuit. The lion would spend the calm days staring at the sheep with a look of predatory calculation, and the sheep would spend its days staring back with a look of profound theological confusion. When the sea got rough, however, the hierarchy collapsed. The lion would be too busy trying to keep his stomach in its proper place to worry about the sheep, and the sheep would be too busy being a sheep to worry about anything at all. It was a floating tragedy of errors. The keepers had the unenviable task of trying to shove portions of meat through the bars of a cage that was pitching at a 45-degree angle, while a nauseous predator hissed at them with the breath of 1,000 dead zebras. There is no man quite so brave or quite so devoid of alternative career options as the Victorian shipboard lion keeper. He is a man who spends his life between a rock and a hard place, where the rock is a 300-pound carnivore and the hard place is a salt-slicked deck in the middle of a hurricane. The engineering of the gilded cage. As the century progressed, the inventory became more scientific, which is to say, more expensive. The Victorians began to worry about the humane transport of their captives, not because they felt particularly bad for the lion, but because a dead lion was a terrible waste of shipping insurance. They began to engineer ventilated predatory suites. These were cages designed to allow the sea breeze to circulate, which sounds lovely on a travel brochure, but in practice meant that the entire ship smelled like a wet zoo within 24 hours of leaving port. The salt spray would get into the lion's fur, matting it down until the king of beasts looked less like a monarch and more like a discarded mop. I once heard a story of a lion being transported to London who became so disgruntled by the motion of the ship that he developed a habit of projectile vomiting with a precision that would have won him medals in the Royal Artillery. The sailors, who were usually a hardy bunch, began to treat the lion's cage like a live minefield. They would give the beast a wide berth, whispering that the ghost of the jungle was taking his revenge one meal at a time. The arrival of the bedraggled sovereign. When these ships finally limped into the London docks, the public would gather with high expectations. They wanted the fierce golden-maned terror of the East. What they usually got was a shivering, salt-crusted grayish cat that wanted nothing more than to find a piece of ground that didn't move and stay there until the turn of the century. The keepers would haul the cages off the ships, the iron wheels clattering on the cobblestones, and the lion would shrink into the back of his gilded cage, blinking at the gray London sky and the sea of black umbrellas. He was now a resident of the empire, a catalogued specimen, a line in a ledger. He had survived the seasickness, the salt spray, and the indignity of the sheep pantry, only to find himself in a land where the sun was a rare visitor and the air tasted like coal smoke. I suppose there is a certain grim humor in it all. The British went to such incredible lengths, engineering massive iron cages, stocking floating herds of livestock, and risking the lives of sailors, all to bring home a creature that upon arrival looked like it had been through a laundry cycle with a bag of gravel. It was the ultimate gilded cage irony. They spent a fortune to capture the ferocity of nature, but by the time they got it home, they had managed to wash most of the ferocity right out of it. But the inventory didn't care about the lion's feelings or his stomach. The box was checked, the label was applied, and the seasick lion took his place among the thousands of other prisoners of the Victorian imagination. He was a king in exile, a monarch of the bilge, and a living reminder that the only thing more powerful than the wild heart of the jungle was a British gentleman with a shipping manifest and a total disregard for the laws of maritime nausea. Next time you see a lion sitting stoically in a zoo, look closely at his expression. If he has a certain weary, distant look in his eyes, he's probably not thinking of the plains of Africa. He's probably just remembering that one Tuesday in the Atlantic when he realized that Majesty is no match for a heavy swell and a diet of shipboard mutton. And as for the keepers, I reckon they're still out there somewhere trying to get the smell of wet cat and salt beef out of their uniforms and dreaming of the day the empire decides to start collecting something smaller like butterflies or maybe just very quiet rocks. Chapter 8. The Ice-Packed Salmon. If there is one thing the British Empire excelled at, besides the production of very stiff tea and very long wars, it was the stubborn refusal to accept that geography had any right to tell a gentleman where he could and could not go fishing. A British gentleman, you see, is a creature of habit. He believes that if he is to live in a place, be it the humid jungles of India or the rugged, sheep-spattered hills of New Zealand, that place ought to have the decency to provide him with a proper trout stream and a salmon to occupy his Saturday mornings. The problem, as the Creator initially laid it out, was that salmon are notoriously picky about their neighborhood. They like cold, rushing water, the smell of pine needles, and a general absence of the equator. To a salmon, the southern hemisphere was a vast, watery wasteland, completely devoid of the necessary amenities for a respectable fish to raise a family. But the Victorians, in their typical inventory fashion, decided that if the fish wouldn't move themselves, the empire would simply have to provide them with a first-class ticket. The unlikely emigrants. Now you might think that moving a fish is a simple matter of a bucket and a bit of haste. But we are talking about a journey of 3 months across the center of the world, where the sun is hot enough to boil the hope right out of a man's soul, let alone a delicate fish egg. You cannot ship a live-grown salmon across the tropics. By the time the ship reached the mid-Atlantic, you'd have nothing but a very expensive, very fragrant soup. The solution, according to the scientific minds of the day, was to ship the salmon in their pre-packaged form, the egg. A salmon egg is a tiny, translucent bead of potential, a pearl of frustration that requires a temperature just above freezing to stay in a state of suspended animation. If the egg gets too warm, it hatches, and a baby fish on a wooden sailing ship has a life expectancy measured in minutes. If it gets too cold, it turns into a marble. The Victorians, led by a singularly determined gentleman named James Yule, decided that the only way to get these eggs to the colonies was to build a floating ice palace inside the hold of a merchant vessel. This was the ice-packed salmon, a feat of engineering that combined the precision of a watchmaker with the brute force of a glacier. The Wenham Lake connection. To keep these eggs cold, they needed ice, and not just any ice. They needed the kind of ice that could survive a trip through the furnace of the tropics. In one of the great ironies of the age, the British turned to the Americans for help. They harvested massive blocks of ice from Wenham Lake in Massachusetts, ice so clear and dense that you could read a newspaper through a 2-foot block of it. I reckon there is nothing quite so American as selling a frozen pond to an Englishman so he can ship fish eggs to Australia. It is the kind of entrepreneurial spirit that makes a man proud to have been born in a country that knows how to turn a cold winter into a profitable export. The ice was packed into the bottom of the ship, insulated with tons of charcoal and sawdust, creating a dark, frozen tomb in the middle of a vessel that was otherwise baking in the sun. On top of this ice, they placed the Wardian cases of the fish world, small wooden boxes filled with damp moss and thousands upon thousands of tiny orange salmon eggs. The Victorian salmon egg was perhaps the most pampered traveler in history. It lived in a private refrigerated suite, surrounded by imported American ice and cushioned by the finest moss, while the sailors on the deck above were sweating through their shirts and wondering if they'd ever see a piece of fruit again. The war against the sun. The voyage of the ship Norfolk in 1864 was the Waterloo of fish transport. James Ewell and his team had failed several times before, with previous shipments arriving as nothing more than boxes of gray, moldy disappointment. But this time, they had the ice house down to a science. The sailors were given strict orders. The ice house was not to be opened. Every pound of ice that melted was a step closer to catastrophe. Imagine the tension as the ship crossed the equator. Outside, the air was a thick, humid blanket. The deck was hot enough to fry an egg, and the crew was likely dreaming of a cold drink. And yet, just a few feet below them, sat 25 tons of pristine American ice, guarding a fortune in unborn fish. I've often wondered if the sailors ever considered sneaking a bit of that ice for their grog. It must have been a form of torture, knowing that there was a winter's worth of cold sitting in the hold while you were roasting like a Christmas goose. But the inventory was sacred. Those eggs were destined to become the first generation of Antipodean salmon, and no sailor's thirst was going to stand in the way of British progress. The hatching of a new world. When the Norfolk finally reached Hobart, Tasmania, after 84 days at sea, the excitement was palpable. The governor was there, the scientists were there, and I suspect every man with a fishing rod in the southern hemisphere was holding his breath. They opened the ice house, and to their utter amazement, the ice was still there. Shrunken, to be sure, but enough had survived to keep the moss damp and the eggs cold. They rushed the boxes to a specially prepared hatchery in the mountains, and a few days later, the miracle occurred. The eggs began to twitch. Tiny bug-eyed creatures emerged, fish that had been conceived in the cold rivers of Scotland, frozen in the lakes of America, and born in the streams of Tasmania. It was a biological mashup that defied every law of nature, yet the Victorians cheered it as a triumph of the will. They had successfully rewritten the map of the world. They had proven that if you had enough ice and enough audacity, you could make the world look exactly like home, no matter how far you traveled. The irony of the imported trout. Of course, once the salmon were established, the British realized they also needed trout and perch and tench. They began a systematic campaign to improve the waters of the colonies, which usually meant dumping in whatever they missed from the local pond back in Surrey. The result was an ecological upheaval that we are still sorting out today. The native fish of Australia and New Zealand, who had spent millions of years minding their own business, suddenly found themselves face to face with a pack of hungry, upper-class British predators who had been shipped across the world in a block of ice. It was the gilded cage once again, but this time the cage was the entire river system. I find a certain grim humor in the thought of those first salmon. There they were, swimming in the pristine waters of a new world, surrounded by strange birds and unfamiliar stars, and yet they were expected to act like proper British subjects. They were expected to rise to the fly, to leap for the amusement of the gentry, and to provide a hearty meal for a man in a tweed jacket who was probably feeling a bit homesick for the drizzle of London. A reflection on the frozen cargo. The ice-packed salmon remains one of the most absurd and impressive feats of the Victorian age. It represents the pinnacle of the inventory mindset, the belief that nature is just a series of components that can be disassembled, refrigerated, and reassembled wherever it is most convenient for the crown. It was a victory of engineering over the elements, but it was also a victory of vanity. The British didn't need salmon in Tasmania to survive. They needed salmon to feel like they were still in charge. They needed to know that even the temperature of a fish egg was subject to the regulations of the empire. As I look back on James Yule and his boxes of moss, I can't help but smile at the sheer, magnificent madness of it all. To ship 25 tons of ice across the world to save a few thousand fish eggs is the act of a society that has more money and more determination than it knows what to do with. It was the gilded cage at its coldest, a frozen monument to the fact that for the Victorian Englishman, the world was not a place to be accepted as it was. It was a place to be packed in ice, labeled unborn, and delivered to the nearest convenient trout stream for the improvement of the local scenery. And so the salmon swam on, descendants of a voyage that should have been impossible, living proofs that while you can't change the weather, you can certainly ship enough of it in a box to make a fish feel right at home. The sun never set on the empire, and thanks to the ice merchants of Wenham Lake, the water never got too warm for a British breakfast either. Chapter 9. The Crate of Empire. If there is one thing the Victorian Englishman loved more than a well-organized ledger, it was a sturdy wooden box. To the 19th century mind, the crate was the basic building block of civilization. If you had enough oak, enough iron strapping, and a man with a hammer who didn't ask too many questions, you could move the very foundations of the earth from one hemisphere to the other. They crated up everything: Egyptian obelisks, Chinese tea sets, French furniture, and the occasional disgruntled king. But the ultimate test of the British carpenter's soul and the structural integrity of a 3-inch thick plank was the rhinoceros. A rhinoceros is not, by any stretch of the imagination, a cratable object. It is a biological contradiction. It is a creature that possesses the weight of a steam engine, the skin of a discarded suit of armor, and a temperament that suggests it has been woken up early from a very good dream by a person it particularly dislikes. It is, for all intents and purposes, a 4-legged tank that doesn't believe in the concept of a stationary wall. To put a rhinoceros in a box is to engage in a high-stakes gamble with physics, where the stakes are the lives of everyone on the ship, and the rhinoceros is the only one who doesn't know the rules of the game. The pachyderm architects. When the inventory of the empire called for a rhinoceros, the call didn't just go out to the hunters in the field, it went out to the specialized carpenters of the London docks. These men were the pachyderm architects, a hardy breed who understood that when you are building a home for a 3-ton beast with a horn the size of a church steeple, you do not skimp on the nails. The Crate of Empire was no mere packing box. It was a fortress of seasoned oak, reinforced with iron bars thick enough to hold back a riot. It was designed to be just small enough that the rhinoceros couldn't gain enough momentum to charge the walls, yet just large enough that the animal wouldn't die of pure, unadulterated spite during the 6-month voyage. I reckon there was a very fine line between a stuggy fit and a lethal enclosure, and the Victorian carpenter spent his days walking that line with a tape measure and a prayer. I once saw one of these crates being prepared in a shipyard. It looked less like a piece of transport equipment and more like a medieval siege engine. The walls were double-planked, the corners were braced with enough iron to build a small bridge, and the door was secured by a series of bolts that required 2 men and a lever to operate. It was a monument to human anxiety, a physical manifestation of the fear that nature might at any moment decide it had had enough of the gilded cage and attempt to walk right through the side of the boat. The loose cannon of the high seas. There is an old saying in the Navy about a loose cannon, a heavy gun that breaks its moorings during a storm and goes rolling across the deck, crushing everything in its path. Well, I can tell you that a loose cannon is a Sunday school picnic compared to a loose rhinoceros. At least a cannon doesn't have a personal grudge against the crew. I heard a tale of a rhinoceros being shipped from Calcutta to London in the 1860s. The sea was rough, the ship was pitching like a drunk on a hobby horse, and the rhino, a particularly irritable fellow named Duke, decided that he was tired of his mahogany surroundings. He began to lean. Now, when a man leans, he might spill his tea. When a rhinoceros leans, the center of gravity of the entire vessel shifts 3 degrees to the port side. The carpenters had built the crate well, but they hadn't accounted for the rhythmic persistence of a rhino's boredom. Duke began to use his horn as a specialized crowbar. He found a slight gap in the planks and, with the patience of a diamond cutter, began to turn the crate of empire into a crate of kindling. The sailors on the deck above heard a sound like a series of small explosions, the sound of iron bolts snapping under the pressure of 3 tons of muscle and a very focused horn. The panic that ensued was a sight to behold. You had the captain screaming orders, the sailors reaching for anything that looked like a weapon, and the ship's carpenter frantically trying to nail new boards over the holes even as the rhino's horn poked through like a gray, leathery bayonet. It was a war of attrition between the civilized box and the wild interior, and for a few hours it was anyone's guess who would win. In the end, they managed to distract the beast with a bucket of fermented mash, proving once again that even the most ferocious creature in nature can be bought off with a bit of booze. But the crate was never quite the same. A rhinoceros in a crate is a study in the futility of human ambition. We build the walls thick, we bolt the doors tight, and then we spend the rest of the voyage whispering, "Please stay put," to a creature that doesn't speak English and wouldn't care if it did. The aesthetics of the cage. One of the more peculiar habits of the Victorians was their need to make even the most practical things look respectable. The crate of empire was often painted a dignified shade of green or adorned with the royal crest, as if the rhinoceros would feel more at home if it knew it was traveling under the patronage of the queen. They would print the animal's Latin name on the side in gold leaf, Rhinoceros unicornis. I find it immensely funny to think of a rhino sitting in a dark, damp hold, surrounded by the smell of salt and wet oak, staring at a gold leaf sign that tells him who he is in a language that died out 1,000 years ago. It is the ultimate expression of the inventory mindset. If you can name it, and you can put it in a box with a crest on it, then it is no longer a wild, terrifying force of nature. It is a specimen, a souvenir, a product of the crown. The crate was the border between the world as it was and the world as the British wanted it to be. Inside the crate was the chaos of the African or Indian wilds. Outside the crate was the orderly, wood-paneled world of the British merchant marine. The thin layer of oak was all that stood between the two, and the Victorians spent millions of pounds making sure that those boards didn't fail. The arrival of the ironclad guest. When the Crate of Empire finally reached the London docks, the unloading was a performance of high drama. They used massive cranes, newly invented steam-powered monsters, to hoist the crate from the hold. The crowd would gather, the ropes would groan, and the massive wooden box would dangle in the air, dripping with sea spray and smelling of ancient concentrated rhino. There was always a moment of hushed silence when the crate touched the cobblestones. Would the door hold? Would the beast emerge with a roar or a whimper? Most of the time the rhino would simply blink at the gray London sky, shuffle out of his wooden fortress, and look around for something to eat that wasn't a piece of hay that had been in a box for 6 months. He was home, or rather, he was in his new home, a stone paddock in Regent's Park that was essentially just a larger, more permanent version of the crate he had just left. He had been successfully inventoried. He was now a line in a ledger, a drawing in a newspaper, and a destination for a family on a Saturday afternoon. A reflection on the carpentry of conquest. Looking back on it, the Crate of Empire tells us more about the Victorians than it does about the rhinoceros. It tells us of a people who believed that there was no problem that couldn't be solved with enough lumber and a firm hand. It tells us of a society that was so obsessed with the gilded cage that they were willing to build floating fortresses just to move a single, grumpy animal across the sea. The rhinoceros didn't ask for the crate, and he certainly didn't appreciate the carpentry, but he was the unwilling passenger of an age that couldn't leave well enough alone. The British wanted the world, and they wanted it delivered in a box, with a label on the front and a bill of lading on the side. And so, the Crate of Empire remains a symbol of that magnificent, ridiculous, and utterly stubborn ambition. It was a triumph of the carpenter's art and the imperial will, a wooden testament to the fact that when John Bull decides he wants a rhinoceros in his garden, he'll build a box strong enough to hold the world just to make sure he gets it. I suspect the rhinos are still laughing about it, somewhere in the great beyond, remembering the day they nearly poked a hole through the British Navy with nothing but a bit of horn and a lot of boredom. Chapter 10. The Camel's Telegraph. It has been said that the invention of the telegraph was the moment the world finally grew small enough to be bothered by its neighbors in real time. Before the lightning wire, if a man in London had an opinion about the price of wool in Australia, he had to write it down, hand it to a sailor, and wait 6 months for the sailor to find a boat, survive a shipwreck, and eventually deliver the message to a person who had likely already forgotten what wool was. But with the telegraph, a man could be insulted by someone on the other side of the planet before he'd even finished his breakfast. It was a magnificent leap forward for human irritability. However, there is a fundamental law of Victorian progress that the history books often overlook. You cannot have high-speed electricity without a very slow, very disgruntled beast of burden to carry it there. In the case of the great British Empire, the lightning was delivered by the most cynical, prehistoric, and ill-tempered creature ever to draw breath, the camel. To string the wires of the modern world across the scorching wastes of the Australian outback or the sun-baked plains of India, the empire had to rely on a technology that was already 3,000 years out of date and showed no interest in being modernized. The biological steam engine. A camel is not so much an animal as it is a collection of grievances wrapped in a moth-eaten rug. It is a creature that was clearly assembled by a committee that had never seen a horse and was trying to build a sofa out of spare parts and leftover leather. It possesses a neck like a question mark, a face that suggests it has just smelled something deeply disappointing, and a set of knees that click like a bag of marbles whenever it decides to relocate. The Victorians, in their typical inventory fashion, looked at the camel and saw a biological steam engine. It didn't need coal, it didn't need much water, and it possessed a remarkable indifference to being roasted alive. While a horse would simply keel over and die out of a sense of dramatic flair if you asked it to carry a telegraph pole across the Simpson Desert, a camel would merely sneer at you and continue walking until the turn of the century. Thus, the ship of the desert became the primary contractor for the British Telecommunications Department. They imported hundreds of these ships, along with the hardy Afghan cameleers, who were the only humans capable of negotiating with a beast that understands only two things: heavy lifting and the strategic use of projectile saliva. The logistics of the lightning wire. Imagine the scene of the overland telegraph line in Australia, 1872. You have thousands of miles of empty, prickly, and thoroughly inhospitable scrubland. You have a crew of sun-scorched Englishmen who are trying to maintain their dignity while wearing pith helmets. And you have the camels. The task was to plant 36,000 poles across the heart of the continent. These weren't just any poles. They were heavy, iron-shod monoliths designed to withstand termites and the occasional bored kangaroo. A single camel was expected to carry 2 of these poles, one on each side, strapped to its ribs like a set of wooden wings. It was a sight that would have made a poet weep and a carpenter laugh. You'd have a line of camels stretching across the horizon, each one carrying the bones of the modern world. They moved at a pace that I can only describe as geological. A camel does not rush. A camel understands that the desert has been there for a long time and will likely be there when the telegraph has been replaced by something even more annoying. There is no more profound contrast in history than the image of a camel, a creature that hasn't changed its design since the days of the pharaohs, lumbering across a salt pan to deliver a copper wire that allows a man in Melbourne to tell a man in London that it's currently raining. The personality of the porter. I have spent some time observing the camel, and I have come to the conclusion that it is the only animal in the world that truly understands the concept of sarcasm. When you load a 200-pound telegraph pole onto a camel's back, it doesn't kick or scream. It simply looks at you over its shoulder with a heavy-lidded expression that says, "I hope you realize that when the revolution comes, your pith helmet will be the first thing I eat." The camels were the silent, hairy partners of the empire's expansion. They carried the porcelain insulators, those little white cups that looked like dollhouse tea sets, which were essential for keeping the electricity in the wire and out of the pole. They carried the water for the men, the food for the camp, and the very wires that would eventually render their own services obsolete. I reckon the camels knew it too. There is a certain smugness in a camel's gait, a rhythmic swaying that suggests it is perfectly aware that it is the only thing keeping the British Empire from becoming a series of disconnected, thirsty outposts. They were the gilded cage in motion, captured, categorized, and put to work, yet remaining entirely untamed in spirit. You can own a camel's labor, but you will never, ever own its respect. The great spit fire of progress, The building of the telegraph lines was a war against physics, but it was also a war against the camel's digestive system. A disgruntled camel has the ability to rumingate, which is to say, it can bring up a portion of its stomach contents and launch it with the accuracy of a champion marksman and the velocity of a steam whistle. I heard of a telegraph engineer who tried to hurry a camel along by tapping it with a clipboard. The camel didn't move an inch. It simply turned its head, took a long, thoughtful look at the man's starched collar, and then delivered a green, fermented payload that effectively ended the man's career in high society. The camel then continued its walk, carrying the future of global communication on its back, looking as though it had just performed a civic duty. It is a beautiful irony. The modern world was literally built on the backs of animals that the modern world would eventually forget. We remember the names of the engineers, the politicians who cut the ribbons, and the inventors who tinkered with the batteries. But we forget the Afghan cameleers and their four-legged periscopes who hauled the iron, the copper, and the porcelain across a land that didn't want them there. The legacy of the hairy telegraph. When the final wire was joined and the first message clicked its way across the desert, the world changed forever. Information now moved at the speed of light. But the camels were still there, standing in the dust, wondering when they were going to get a decent snack. Eventually, the motor car and the railway would take over the heavy lifting, and the camels would be turned loose into the wild. Today, there are more wild camels in the Australian outback than there are in almost any other part of the world, the descendants of the original telegraph porters. They are the only inventory that successfully escaped the ledger. I like to think of them out there today wandering past the rusted remains of the old telegraph poles. They look at those wires, those ancient copper lines that once carried the lightning of the empire, and they probably remember the days when their great-great-grandfathers were the ones who put them there. They stand as a hairy, spitting monument to the fact that for all our steam power and our electrical wizardry, we couldn't have moved a single inch into the future without a beast that thinks we're all a bit of a joke. The camel's telegraph was the ultimate expression of Victorian ingenuity meeting prehistoric persistence. It was a victory of the gilded cage, the capture of a desert wanderer to build a cage of wires around the globe. And as the messages flew overhead, the camels continued to plod along, chewing their cud and waiting for the day when the wires would fall, the poles would rot, and the desert would once again belong to the creatures who don't need a telegraph to know exactly where they are. Chapter 11. The Aquarium's Glass Heart. For the better part of human history, the relationship between a man and a fish has been a strictly culinary arrangement. A fish was a thing you caught with a hook, hit with a stick, and then fried in a pan with a bit of butter and a prayer of thanks. If a person kept a fish in a bowl, it was usually because they were a sentimental sort who enjoyed watching a creature slowly expire over the course of a long afternoon. To the average Victorian, the idea of a living room ocean was about as practical as a parlor volcano. But in 1853, the London Zoo, that great clearinghouse of imperial curiosities, decided to open the world's first public fish house. It was a moment that changed the way we look at the world beneath the waves, turning the wet, silent mystery of the deep into a high society spectator sport. It was the birth of the aquarium, and it was all made possible by a gentleman named Philip Henry Gosse and a scientific breakthrough known as balanced air. The mystery of the suffocating salmon. Before the fish house, keeping a fish alive in captivity was a labor of Sisyphus. You could put a beautiful speckled trout in a glass jar, but within an hour the poor thing would be gasping at the surface like a politician trying to find a loophole. The problem was that the fish would eventually use up all the air in the water and find themselves swimming in their own stale breath. To keep them alive, you had to change the water every few minutes, which made owning a pet fish a full-time occupation that left very little time for eating, sleeping, or maintaining a proper mustache. Science, in its infinite wisdom, eventually stumbled upon the answer. Mr. Goss, a man with a rare talent for staring at puddles until they revealed their secrets, realized that the ocean didn't have a giant hand constantly changing its water. Instead, the ocean had plants. He discovered that if you put a bit of seaweed in a tank with a fish, the plant would breathe out exactly what the fish needed to breathe in. It was a perfect, silent partnership, a biological seesaw that the Victorians called balanced air. I reckon there is something profoundly humbling about the fact that the secret to the world's most advanced aquatic technology was a handful of slimy green weeds. But the Victorians didn't see it that way. To them, balanced air was a triumph of the British intellect. They had essentially taken the breath of God and put it in a box, ensuring that a fish could live in a parlor without ever having to worry about a change of scenery. The architecture of the underworld. The fish house itself was a masterpiece of the gilded cage philosophy. It was a long, low building made of glass and iron, designed to let in the gray, filtered light of the London sky. Inside, the walls were lined with heavy slate tanks, each one fronted with a pane of thick plate glass. For the first time in history, a person could look a fish in the eye without getting their feet wet. It was a revelation. Thousands of people flocked to the zoo, paying their shillings to stand in the dim, humid air and stare at a collection of creatures that looked like they had been designed by a jeweler with a fever. They saw anemones that looked like flowers, but behaved like traps. They saw crabs that walked sideways as if they were trying to avoid a debt collector. And they saw fish of every color shimmering in the half-light like living coins. The public was utterly bewitched. There is something about looking through glass into another world that appeals to the voyeuristic streak in the human soul. We love to watch something that doesn't know it's being watched. The fish house provided a window into a kingdom that had been hidden since the dawn of time, and the Victorians responded with a fervor that bordered on the religious. The aquarium is the ultimate expression of the Victorian urge to curate. It is not enough to know that the ocean exists. We must bring a gallon of it home, put it on a pedestal, and make it look respectable for the neighbors. The domestic ocean. Once the public saw the fish house, they weren't content to leave the fish at the zoo. Suddenly, every drawing room in England had to have an aquarium. This was the birth of the home tank, a piece of furniture that was half science experiment and half disaster waiting to happen. The manufacturers of the day began producing elaborate cast-iron tanks that looked like miniature Gothic cathedrals. They were adorned with gargoyles, stained glass, and enough brass to outfit a regiment. Inside, the owner would place a few terrified goldfish, a sprig of seaweed, and perhaps a miniature porcelain shipwreck, to give the fish something to ponder during the long winter nights. The problem, of course, was that balanced air is a delicate thing. It requires a perfect ratio of fish to plant, a precise amount of light, and a level of attention that most people are unwilling to provide to a creature that doesn't bark or wag its tail. Hundreds of thousands of fish gave their lives for the cause of Victorian interior design. They died of too much light, they died of too little light, and they died because someone thought a bit of leftover roast beef might be a nice treat for a guppy. I heard of one lady in Kensington who was so devoted to the balanced air theory that she refused to let her servants open the windows in the drawing room, fearing that the common air of London would upset the delicate respiratory harmony of her prized sea anemone. The anemone eventually died anyway, likely of boredom, leaving the lady to wonder if perhaps the fish were more interested in politics than she had previously suspected. The philosophy of the glass heart. What strikes me most about the aquarium craze is the way it transformed the exotic into the mundane. By putting the ocean behind a sheet of glass, the Victorians stripped it of its terror. The deep sea was no longer a place of shipwrecks and monsters, it was a place of specimens and curiosities. It was a garden that happened to be underwater. The aquarium was the gilded cage for the silent. A lion can roar, a monkey can scream, and a giraffe can at least look down on you with a certain amount of disdain. But a fish is a prisoner of silence. It glides behind the glass, its mouth opening and closing in a perpetual mute protest against its situation. The Victorians loved this silence. They found it peaceful, educational, and remarkably well-behaved. I once spent an hour watching a large contemplative pike in a tank at the London Zoo. He sat perfectly still, his fins fanning the water with a rhythmic, mechanical precision. He looked like a man who had been told a very long and very boring story and was waiting for the narrator to reach the point. He was a master of balanced air, a king of his own slate-lined kingdom, and yet he was utterly, profoundly trapped. A reflection on the watery ledger. In the end, the invention of the aquarium was a victory for the inventory. The British had successfully catalogued the birds, the beasts, and the bugs, and now they had found a way to check the fish into the ledger as well. They had turned the mystery of the abyss into a Sunday afternoon entertainment. The aquarium's glass heart was a triumph of engineering and a testament to the Victorian belief that anything, even the very air of the ocean, could be managed, balanced, and put on display. It allowed a person to hold the sea in their hands without ever having to face the wind or the waves. And as the public walked through the fish house, marveling at the iridescent scales and the waving green weeds, they didn't see the bars. They only saw the glass. They didn't realize that they had built a cage that was all the more effective for being invisible. The fish swam on, unaware that they were the latest recruits in an army of prisoners, serving a sentence of eternal observation in the service of a queen who liked her tea hot and her nature properly contained. I suspect the pike is still there in spirit, staring through the glass at the passing umbrellas, wondering if anyone out there has actually figured out how to balance the air on the other side of the tank. Chapter 12. The Elephant's Bathrobe. I have often observed that if you wish to see the pinnacle of human ingenuity, you ought to look at a man trying to correct a mistake that Providence made on purpose. Now, Providence, in its infinite and occasionally inscrutable wisdom, saw fit to place the elephant in the tropics and the Englishman in a damp gray puddle of an island situated halfway to the North Pole. This arrangement worked with tolerable success for several thousand years, mostly because the elephant didn't care for cricket and the Englishman had not yet developed the urge to see a 5-ton beast shivering in his backyard. But the Victorian era changed all that. The Victorian mind, you see, is a restless thing. It cannot see a map without wanting to color it red, and it cannot see a creature of the jungle without wanting to put it in a glass box and charge sixpence for the privilege of looking at it. Thus, we found ourselves with the problem of the London fog, a substance which is not precisely air, and not quite soup, but a sort of atmospheric treason that clings to the lungs and turns the stoutest heart to a lump of cold sweet. Into this pea souper we dragged the elephant. Now, an elephant is a magnificent piece of architecture, but he is designed for the long baking afternoons of the Ganges, not the dismal, drizzling Tuesdays of the Thames. His skin, while appearing to be constructed from discarded luggage and old tires, is actually as sensitive as a poet's reputation. In the dry, biting chill of a London winter, that skin does not merely get cold, it begins to crack, flake, and generally behave as if it were trying to abandon the animal altogether. The great men of science at the Zoological Society were thrown into a state of considerable agitation. They had spent a king's ransom on these pachyderms, and they did not relish the idea of their investments crumbling into a heap of leathery dandruff. The solution, they decided, was not to move the elephant back to India. That would be an admission of defeat, but to bring India to the elephant via the medium of the steam engine. Enter the steam-heated paddock. It was a marvel of the age, a labyrinth of iron pipes and copper boilers that hissed and groaned like a haunted locomotive. The idea was to radiate a gentle tropical warmth through the flagstones, creating a sort of subterranean summer. In theory, it was a triumph. In practice, it turned the elephant house into a giant gray humidor. I visited the establishment on a particularly foul afternoon in November. Outside, the world was a study in charcoal and misery. Inside, however, the air was so thick with steam and the smell of wet hay that I felt as though I were being slowly poached in a vegetable stew. The elephants stood about with a look of profound stoic bewilderment. They were warm, certainly, but they were also damp. A Victorian elephant, you must understand, exists in a state of permanent condensation. Beads of moisture would form on their tusks and drip rhythmically onto the straw, sounding like 1,000 tiny clocks ticking away the hours of their exile. The keepers, however, were not satisfied with mere steam. They noticed that despite the warmth, the London air still possessed a certain sharpness that played havoc with the elephants' complexions. It was during this period that the concept of the elephant's bathrobe was birthed in the fevered imagination of a junior curator. They didn't call it a bathrobe, of course. They called it the pachyderm protective raiment. It was a vast quilted expanse of wool and canvas designed to be draped over the beast like a tea cozy. I watched 3 men attempt to install this garment on a bull elephant named Barnaby. It was an exercise in futility that would have made Sisyphus weep with pity. Barnaby, for his part, waited until the men had successfully buckled the last strap under his belly, an operation involving a ladder and a great deal of profanity. And then, with a single, graceful shrug of his massive shoulders, he sent the whole contraption fluttering to the floor. He then proceeded to eat the buttons. "He don't care for the wool," the head keeper told me, wiping a mixture of soot and sweat from his brow. "He prefers the oil." This was the second stage of the engineering of the exotic, the great greasing. It was determined that if the elephant's skin were to survive the fog, it must be sealed against the elements. And so, twice a week, the elephants were subjected to an anatomical anointing that would have embarrassed an ancient Roman. They used neat's foot oil, lard, and occasionally a refined whale oil that smelled like a shipwreck in July. To see a 5-ton elephant glistening under the gaslight, polished to a high sheen like a mahogany sideboard, is a sight that stays with a man. It gives the animal a certain regal luster, but it also makes him remarkably slippery. There is a story, which I believe to be at least half true, of a young lord who leaned too closely against a greased elephant and slid entirely underneath the animal, emerging on the other side looking like he'd been through a frying pan. The struggle, however, was not merely physical. It was a battle of climates. The London fog is a persistent invader. It would seep through the cracks in the masonry, meeting the steam of the boilers in a mid-air collision that created a localized weather system inside the paddock. I have seen it actually rain inside the elephant house, a warm, oily, soot-stained drizzle that satisfied no one and offended the elephant's sense of dignity. One must wonder what the elephant thought of it all. There he stands, a creature whose ancestors walked with kings and carried the weight of empires, now standing in a fog-bound shed in Regent's Park, coated in pig fat and listening to the gurgle of a boiler. He is a prisoner of progress, a tropical ghost trapped in a steam-powered purgatory. The British, however, were immensely proud of the arrangement. They pointed to the steam pipes and the thermometers as proof of their compassion and their mastery over nature. They had taken a piece of the wild, scorching world and tamed it with plumbing. The fact that the elephant looked like he was contemplating suicide was secondary to the fact that he was, technically, at a temperature of 72 degrees Fahrenheit. I remember standing there, watching Barnaby the elephant lean his great greased forehead against the warm iron pipes. He closed his eyes, and for a moment, perhaps, he wasn't in London at all. Perhaps the hiss of the steam sounded like the wind through the tall grass of the Deccan, and the warmth of the pipe felt like the afternoon sun on a riverbank. But then a coal cart rattled by outside, and a fresh draught of soot-laden air whistled through the door, and the illusion vanished. He opened one eye, looked at me, a small, insignificant creature in a damp wool coat, and let out a long, low sigh that rattled the windows. It was the sound of a continent being squeezed into a corset. It was the sound of the gilded cage and the machinery that kept it running. We had engineered the exotic, certainly. We had given the elephant a bathrobe of steam and a skin of oil. We had conquered the fog with the boiler. But as I walked out into the cold, biting reality of the London night, I couldn't help but think that while we had succeeded in keeping the elephant's skin from cracking, we hadn't done a lick of work for his soul. But then, the Victorian Board of Works never was much for souls. They much preferred pipes. And in the 1850s, if you had enough pipe and enough coal, you could convince yourself you'd built a paradise, even if the inhabitants were only there because they couldn't find the exit through the steam. Chapter 13. The pineapple pit. If a man has a surplus of money and a deficit of common sense, he invariably turns his attention to horticulture. There is something about the prospect of coaxing a reluctant green thing out of the dirt that appeals to the vanity of the human race. It is a way of telling the Creator that while his initial design for the landscape was passable, it lacked a certain je ne sais quoi that only an English squire with a shovel and a grudge against the climate can provide. In the mid-19th century, the ultimate badge of this horticultural hubris was the pineapple. Now, to you and me, a pineapple is a spiked-headed fruit that tastes like sunshine and looks like it was designed by a committee of porcupines. But to the Victorian aristocrat, the pineapple was not a fruit, it was a holy relic. It was a crowned monarch in a suit of armor. In London, a man did not simply eat a pineapple. That would be as scandalous as burning a Rembrandt to heat a kettle. Instead, he rented one. A man of modest means could actually lease a pineapple for an evening, carry it under his arm to a high society ball like a prickly trophy, and return it the next morning, provided the fruit hadn't been bruised by a stray elbow or a particularly vigorous waltz. But for the truly wealthy, the men who owned counties and had ancestors who came over with the conqueror just to complain about the food, renting was not enough. They wanted to grow their own. They wanted to look out over their frozen gray estates in the dead of January and see the Caribbean staring back at them from a hole in the ground. This brings us to the pineapple pit, a device that represents the highest point of British ingenuity and the lowest point of British olfactory experience. You see, the pineapple is a creature of the tropics. It requires a steady, sweltering heat that would make a lizard pant. The British winter, on the other hand, is a prolonged funeral for the sun. To bridge this gap, the Victorian gardener could not rely on the simple sun. He had to manufacture a subterranean hell. The pit was a deep, brick-lined trench covered with glass frames and filled to the brim with the two most potent sources of heat known to the era, rotting tanner's bark and a truly heroic quantity of fresh horse manure. It was, in essence, a scientific compost heap. The theory was that as the bark and the manure decayed, a polite way of saying as they fermented into a stinking gaseous soup, they would release a steady, humid warmth that would trick the pineapple into thinking it was in Barbados instead of Berkshire. I once had the privilege, if you can call it that, of visiting one of these pits on the estate of a duke whose name I have forgotten, likely because my brain was trying to protect itself from the memories of the smell. It was a crisp December morning. The frost was thick on the hedges, and the birds were hunkered down in the trees, looking like they were considering a move to the south of France. But there, in the middle of the kitchen garden, was a long, low glass structure that was steaming like a locomotive. The head gardener, a man whose face was so weathered it looked like a topographical map of the Andes, led me toward it with the pride of a mother showing off a first-born child. "There she is," he whispered, as if the pineapples might overhear us and get ideas about their station in life. "The Caribbean in a trench." He lifted one of the glass sashes, and I was immediately struck by a wall of air that I can only describe as aggressively tropical. It was a heat that didn't just touch you, it embraced you with the wet, heavy arms of a long-lost uncle who had been drinking gin in the sun. And the smell! It was a magnificent, multi-layered assault. There was the sharp, acidic tang of the fermenting bark, the deep, earthy thrum of the manure, and somewhere, buried underneath it all, the faint, sweet perfume of a ripening fruit trying its best to survive the indignity of its upbringing. It works on the principle of balanced corruption, the gardener explained. He spoke of the bark and the manure as if they were fine wines. He told me how they had to turn the bed every few weeks to keep the heat from spiking and cooking the fruit in its own skin. If the fermentation went too fast, you ended up with a pineapple flambé. If it went too slow, you ended up with a very expensive, very cold turnip. I watched a young apprentice lad who couldn't have been more than 12 climbing into the pit to check the thermometers. He disappeared into the steam like a ghost entering a graveyard. He was covered in a fine layer of brown dust and smelled like a stable fire, but he held himself with the gravity of a high priest. He was the guardian of the heat. The sheer labor involved in this simulation of the equator was staggering. To produce a single pineapple, a small army of men had to haul tons of manure, monitor temperatures day and night, and fight a constant war against the British damp, which was always trying to seep into the pit and ruin the alchemy of filth. And for what? For a fruit that, once harvested, would be placed on a silver platter in a room where the temperature was 40 degrees cooler, to be admired by people who wouldn't know a pineapple plant from a head of cabbage if it bit them. The pineapple was the ultimate gilded cage resident. It was a prisoner of the British ego. It was kept in a palace of rot, fed on the waste of the gentry's horses, and shielded from its natural environment by inches of glass and feet of brick. It was a botanical tragedy disguised as a culinary triumph. I asked the gardener if he ever ate the fruit. He looked at me as if I had suggested he eat the Duke's crown jewels. "Lord, no, sir," he said, wiping his brow. "I've spent 3 years coaxing that one into existence. I'd sooner eat my own boots. To eat a pineapple you've grown yourself, well, it'd be like eating a miracle, and miracles are a bit chewy for my taste." There is a profound irony in it. The Victorian era was obsessed with order, with cleanliness, and with the civilizing of the world. They built cathedrals of iron and glass to house the wonders of the earth, and yet at the heart of their most sophisticated horticultural achievements, you find a pile of horse dung. It tells you something about the human condition. We are always trying to reach for the exotic, for the rare, and for the beautiful. We want the hummingbird in the parlor and the pineapple in the snow. But we often forget that the price of bringing the sun to the shadows is a great deal of sweat, a lot of glass, and a smell that would make a scavenger crow take a detour. As I left the estate that day, the Duke was heading toward the pits, dressed in his finest furs, followed by a footman carrying a notebook to record the progress of the exotic. The Duke looked very satisfied with himself. He was a man who had conquered nature. He had beaten the British winter with the power of decay. I looked back one last time at the steaming glass frames. Somewhere down there, in the dark, damp heat, a pineapple was slowly forming its crown, unaware that its entire existence was dedicated to proving that an Englishman with enough manure can do anything he sets his mind to, even if it's a thing that doesn't need doing in the first place. But that is the Victorian way. They didn't want the world as it was. They wanted the world as it could be, if only it were properly piped, glazed, and fertilized. The pineapple pit was a testament to that spirit, a monument to the idea that if you can't go to the Caribbean, you can always bring a small, stinking piece of it to Sussex and pretend the fog isn't banging on the glass, demanding to be let in. Chapter 14. The Crystal Palace Blueprint. I have long entertained the notion that if you want to find the solution to a truly knotty problem in engineering, you should avoid the engineers altogether. An engineer is a man who has been trained to believe that if a thing cannot be solved with a slide rule and a grim expression, it simply cannot be solved. He is a creature of stone and mortar, a man who looks at a void and immediately wants to fill it with something heavy, expensive, and permanent. But a gardener, now, there is a man who understands that the world is built on light, air, and a healthy amount of opportunism. A gardener knows that nature has been in the construction business for several million years longer than the Royal Institute of British Architects, and she has managed to do it without once submitting a budget or a blueprint to a committee of parliamentarians. This brings us to Joseph Paxton and the Great Exhibition of 1851. The British government, in a fit of international hospitality and industrial vanity, decided they wanted to host a party for the entire world. They wanted to show off every steam engine, every loom, and every gilded snuff box from London to Lahore. The only problem was that they had no place to put it. They needed a building that was roughly the size of a small county, and they needed it built before the invitations turned yellow with age. The official architects went to work with their usual enthusiasm for the ponderous. They proposed a brick monstrosity that would have required 19 million bricks and probably several generations of masons. It would have been as dark as a coal mine and as heavy as a guilty conscience. It was a design for a tomb, not a showcase for the progress of man. While the experts were scratching their heads and arguing over the price of lime, Joseph Paxton was standing in a greenhouse in Derbyshire, staring at a leaf. Not just any leaf, mind you. This was the Victoria regia, a giant water lily from the Amazon that had been brought to England to see if it could survive the indignity of a British pond. It was a prodigious vegetable. It was a cabbage that had been struck by lightning and developed delusions of grandeur. The leaves were 6 feet across, with edges turned up like a pie crust, floating on the water with the serene confidence of a battleship. Now, a normal man looks at a lily leaf and thinks of frogs. Paxton, however, looked at the leaf and saw a structural revolution. He had noticed that, despite being as thin as a sheet of paper, the leaf could support the weight of his young daughter, Annie. He had placed the girl on the leaf, and she had floated there like a tiny bonneted queen. Any architect worth his salt would have told you that a sheet of green slime has no business supporting a human child. It violates every law of masonry. But Paxton wasn't an architect. He was a man who understood how a plant breathes. He turned the leaf over. There, on the underside, was the secret. It was a masterwork of longitudinal and transverse ribs, a network of girders made of fiber and sap. It was a blueprint for a building that used the least amount of material to achieve the greatest amount of strength. It was nature's own ironwork, designed by a creator who didn't have to worry about the cost of cast iron, but appreciated a good, clean line nonetheless. Paxton took a scrap of blotting paper, and this is the part of the story I particularly like, for it shows the casual nature of genius. And he sketched out the Crystal Palace. He didn't use a drafting table or a team of clerks. He sat in a railway carriage and drew the most famous building of the 19th century on a piece of paper meant for drying ink. He proposed a palace of glass and iron. No bricks, no stone, no heavy lifting, just a giant transparent rib cage copied directly from the anatomy of a lily leaf. The experts were, of course, horrified. They predicted that a building made of glass would be blown over by the first stiff breeze, or that it would act as a giant magnifying glass and incinerate the queen and the prince consort the moment the sun came out. They said it was a bubble of glass that would burst, but Paxton knew his lily. He understood that if you have enough ribs and enough tension, you can hold up the sky. The construction of the Crystal Palace was a spectacle that rivaled the exhibition itself. It was the first prefabricated building in history. While the architects were still arguing about the foundation of a brick building, Paxton's men were snapping iron girders together like a child's toy. They used 18,000 panes of glass a week. It was a miracle of logistics, a choreographed dance of ironmongery that turned Hyde Park into a shimmering forest of transparency. I remember seeing the palace when it was finished. It was a thing of impossible lightness. It didn't sit upon the earth. It seemed to hover just above the grass. From a distance it looked like a frozen cloud or a massive, translucent diamond that had been dropped into the middle of London by a passing giant. Inside, the effect was even more bewildering. For the first time in history, man had built a room so large that it had its own atmosphere. The elm trees of Hyde Park, which the public had insisted on saving, were actually inside the building. The glass roof soared above their branches, creating a sort of secular cathedral where the gods were the new locomotives and the saints were the inventors of the telegraph. It was the ultimate gilded cage. Within those glass walls, the British had captured the entire world. There were Indian elephants, suitably greased, as we've discussed, Russian furs, American revolvers, and Chinese silks. Everything was on display, bathed in a bright, democratic light that didn't distinguish between a diamond and a steam shovel. But as I walked through those vast, echoing aisles, I couldn't help but think of that lily leaf in the Derbyshire pond. We are a strange species. We spend our lives trying to separate ourselves from nature. We build walls, we pave roads, we wear corsets and top hats. And then, when we want to build something truly magnificent, something that will make the ages stare, we have to go crawling back to a weed to ask for the plans. The Crystal Palace was a triumph of the industrial age, but it was also a confession. It was a confession that for all our steam engines and our progress, we couldn't design a support beam as efficient as the one found on the back of a leaf. And there was another irony, too. The glass that made the palace so beautiful also made it a furnace. On a sunny day, the temperature inside would climb until the visitors began to wilt like cut flowers. They had to install miles of canvas blinds and hundreds of ventilators to keep the public from being gently roasted in the name of science. We had built a giant greenhouse and then seemed surprised when it behaved like one. The great exhibition eventually closed, as all parties must, and the Crystal Palace was taken down and moved to Sydenham, where it stood for decades as a reminder of that summer when the world came to London. It eventually burned down in a fire that was so bright it could be seen from the coast. A fitting end, I suppose, for a building made of light. But the lesson of the lily remained. It taught us that the gilded cage doesn't always have to be made of heavy bars. It can be made of glass so clear you forget it's there. It can be inspired by the very nature it seeks to contain. And it reminds us that while man may hold the hammer, it is the lily that holds the blueprint. I reckon Joseph Paxton understood that better than anyone. He was a gardener who looked at a leaf and saw a palace. Most men look at a palace and never see the leaf. And that, in my estimation, is why we have so many buildings that look like tombs, and so few that look like they might, if the wind caught them just right, take flight and head back to the Amazon, where they belong. Chapter 15. The Snake Charmer's Boiler. A snake is a creature that has suffered from a lamentable lack of good public relations ever since that unfortunate business in the Garden of Eden. Since that day, the human race has generally felt that the only proper way to greet a serpent is with the business end of a shovel. However, the Victorian era, being a period of intense intellectual curiosity and a somewhat reckless disregard for personal safety, decided that the shovel was a tool of the past. The future, they reckoned, involved putting a king cobra in a glass box and inviting the public to stare at it until either the snake or the public became uncomfortable. Usually, it was the snake. Now, a cobra is a magnificent piece of engineering if you happen to live in a place where the sun is trying to melt the very rocks. It is built for the scorching sands of Egypt and the humid jungles of India, places where winter is merely a word people use when they only want to sweat a little bit. But transport that same cobra to London in February, and you do not have a terrifying engine of death. You have a 5-foot-long frozen sausage. The Zoological Society quickly discovered that a cold snake is a very poor attraction. A snake that has been turned into a literal ice lolly by the British climate does not hood up. It does not hiss. It does not strike with the speed of a lightning bolt. It simply lies there in a state of profound hibernating melancholy, looking like a discarded piece of garden hose. This would not do. The British public paid their sixpence to be terrified, and they felt cheated if the terror was currently being used as a paperweight. This necessitated the arrival of the snake charmer's boiler. To look after these delicate venomous ribbons of malice, the society did not hire local lads from Cheapside. A Londoner's idea of dealing with a snake involves a heavy boot and a quick prayer. Instead, they imported Oriental keepers, men from Egypt and the Levant, who were supposedly born with a natural immunity to venom and a cultural affinity for reptiles. These men arrived in London wearing their native robes, looking like they had stepped out of a storybook, only to be hit in the face by a climate that felt like being slapped with a wet, frozen fish. The keepers were tasked with a singular, desperate mission: keep the cobras from turning into statues. The technology of the day was not quite up to the task of central heating for reptiles. They had the glass boxes, yes, but glass is a notorious traitor when it comes to retaining heat. It lets the sun in, but it lets the soul of the room out. The solution was the chamber boiler, a squat cast-iron stove that burned a particularly pungent variety of coal. These stoves were placed directly against the glass enclosures, turning the reptile house into a sort of subterranean furnace. But even the stoves weren't enough. In the dead of a London night, when the fog thickened and the temperature dropped low enough to freeze the whiskers off a brass monkey, the keepers had to take more drastic measures. I recall a conversation with a gentleman of the scientific sort who had spent a night observing these arrangements. He told me, with a look of lingering horror, that the keepers did not merely tend the stoves, they lived with them, because the draught in the old reptile house was so persistent and the coal so fickle. The Egyptian keepers took to sleeping on the floor, curled up directly against the boilers. There they were, the gentleman told me, a man and a stove, and just on the other side of a thin sheet of glass, a dozen cobras. The keeper would sleep with one hand on the iron of the heater and the other near the glass, checking the pulse of the heat as if he were monitoring the heartbeat of a child. It was a strange, sweaty, and dangerous brotherhood. The keeper knew that if his fire went out, his charges would die, and the cobras, sensing the warmth through the glass, would cluster together in a writhing heap as close to the keeper's boiler as they could get. Through the glass, you had a portrait of mutual survival, a man from the Nile and a dozen serpents from the Ganges, all huddled together in a London basement, trying to remember what the sun felt like. The Victorian public, of course, found this immensely charming in a ghoulish sort of way. They would come in the afternoons to see the snake charmer, who was actually just a very tired man named Mahmoud who wanted a cup of tea, sitting cross-legged by a stove. They expected him to play a flute and make the cobras dance. Mahmoud, however, had no interest in music. He was too busy shoveling coal and trying to prevent a king cobra from developing a chest cold. There is a particular kind of irony in the British Empire's obsession with taming the world. They would go to the ends of the earth to fetch the most dangerous creatures alive, bring them home to the heart of civilization, and then spend 24 hours a day worrying that the creature might catch a chill. We are a species that cannot be satisfied with what we have. If we have a dog, we want a wolf. If we have a wolf, we want a tiger. And if we have a tiger, we spend our entire fortune building a steam-heated palace to make sure the tiger doesn't sneeze. I asked one of the curators once why they didn't just let the snakes hibernate. It seemed the natural thing to do. "My dear Mr. Twain," he said, adjusting his spectacles with an air of immense superiority, "a hibernating snake is an invisible snake, and an invisible snake does not justify the cost of the coal. We must have them active. We must have them vibrant. We must have them looking as though they are about to bite someone. Otherwise, the public will go to the waxworks instead." So, the science of the matter was actually the commerce of the matter. The keepers were essentially stokers on a ship that was going nowhere. They shoveled coal to keep the illusion of the tropics alive in a city that was built on ice and soot. One night, the story goes, a boiler in the cobra enclosure cracked. The Egyptian keeper, a man of remarkable presence of mind, didn't panic. He knew that the sudden drop in temperature would kill the snakes in an hour. He didn't have time to call a blacksmith. Instead, he stripped off his heavy wool coat, the one the society had given him to keep him from dying of pneumonia, and wrapped it around the base of the glass cage. He then spent the rest of the night huddled against the glass himself, using his own body heat to keep the snakes from the brink. When the morning shift arrived, they found him shivering blue in the lips, but triumphant. The snakes were sluggish, but alive. The society gave him a medal, which was very nice, but I reckon he would have preferred a better stove and a ticket back to Cairo. It makes a man think about the nature of the gilded cage. We think of the cage as the bars and the glass, but the real cage is the environment we force upon the inhabitants. The cobra in London is a prisoner of the boiler. Without that hissing, clanking, stinking iron stove, he is nothing but a memory, and the keeper, for all his natural affinity, is just as much a prisoner. He is tied to the coal shovel, a servant to a cold-blooded master who wouldn't hesitate to kill him if the glass ever broke. The Victorian era was a time of great engineering of the exotic, as we've noted. But underneath all the grand titles and the scientific papers, it was mostly a story of men in damp basements, sleeping next to coal heaters, trying to keep a snake from realizing it was in England. Because if the snake ever truly realized it was in London, it would probably just give up the ghost out of sheer geographical despair. I walked out of the reptile house that day, feeling the bite of the wind through my own coat. I looked at the gray sky and the gray buildings and the gray faces of the people passing by. I thought of Mahmoud and his stove and the cobras dreaming of the sun. We are all huddled around our own little boilers, I suppose, trying to keep the frost from our hearts. The only difference is that some of us have a sheet of glass between us and the things that want to bite us, and some of us are sleeping right in the cage with the stove, hoping the coal lasts until morning. Chapter 16. The Giraffe's Railway Carriage. There is no creature in the catalogue of the animal kingdom that so thoroughly demonstrates the whimsical, almost reckless humor of the Creator as the giraffe. A giraffe is not so much an animal as it is a biological improvisation, a creature that appears to have been designed by a committee of architects who had plenty of material for the neck, but ran quite short on ideas for the voice and the gait. It is a spotted skyscraper with a tongue like a velvet lasso, and it possesses a dignity that is entirely at odds with the fact that it looks like a camel that has been stretched on a rack. Now, when the British decided they must have these camelopards in London, they were faced with a problem of geometry that would have made Euclid throw up his hands and go into trade. It is one thing to bring an elephant across the ocean. An elephant is heavy, certainly, but he is fundamentally horizontal. He fits under things. A giraffe, however, is an exercise in verticality. He is a walking violation of the low-hanging ceiling. He is a creature whose very existence is a protest against the concept of a doorway. The first giraffes to arrive in England were treated like visiting royalty, but royalty that required a very specialized sort of plumbing. But the real trouble didn't start until the advent of the railway. The Victorian era was the age of the iron horse, and the British were convinced that if a thing was worth doing, it was worth doing at 30 miles an hour behind a soot-belching locomotive. This included moving giraffes. They couldn't simply walk the beasts from the docks to the zoo. A giraffe walking through the streets of London is a recipe for a riot and a dozen broken chimneys. No, the scientific gentleman decreed that the giraffes must become commuters. They must take the train. But here, the British passion for order met the giraffe's passion for being 18 feet tall. The English railway system, you see, was built for the comfort of the English gentleman, a creature who rarely exceeds 6 feet, even when wearing a particularly ambitious top hat. The bridges were low, the tunnels were narrow, and the overpasses were designed with a mathematical precision that left exactly 3 inches of clearance for a standard passenger carriage. Into this world of stone arches and iron girders, the Victorians attempted to insert a neck that reached for the clouds. The solution was a piece of engineering that I can only describe as the pop-up railway carriage. It was a specialized giraffe van, a vehicle that looked like a very tall, very thin wardrobe on wheels. The floor of the carriage was dropped as low to the rails as was humanly possible without scraping the gravel, and the roof, this was the stroke of genius, was a hinged, adjustable affair. It was in essence the world's first convertible for ruminants. I had the opportunity to inspect one of these contraptions, and it remains one of the most absurd monuments to human persistence I have ever encountered. The interior was padded with thick layers of horsehair and canvas to prevent the giraffe from bruising his expensive hide whenever the locomotive decided to lurch, which, in those days, was every 4 seconds. The pop-up roof was operated by a series of pulleys and cranks. The idea was that on the open stretches of track, through the green fields of the countryside, the roof could be cranked open, allowing the giraffe to stick his head out and enjoy the breeze, much like a dog in a buckboard. He could survey the English landscape from a vantage point never before granted to a four-legged inhabitant of the British Isles. He could look down upon the farmers and the cows with a serene, spotted detachment. However, the system required a level of vigilance from the guards that would have taxed the nerves of a tightrope walker. Every time the train approached a bridge or a tunnel, and the English countryside is positively littered with them, the guard had to frantically crank the roof down. "Lower the neck" became the unofficial cry of the Great Western Railway. Imagine, if you will, the plight of the giraffe. One moment you are enjoying a pleasant view of a Berkshire meadow, perhaps considering whether the leaves on a nearby oak look palatable, and the next, a frantic man with a whistle is shouting, and the ceiling is descending upon your head like the lid of a coffin. The giraffe would have to fold his neck into a sort of S shape, a maneuver that looks like a slow-motion accident, tucking his chin against his chest and hoping that the engineer had been honest about the height of the upcoming stone arch. There is a story told in the pubs around Paddington, and while it has the flavor of an exaggeration, it contains a grain of Victorian truth, of a particularly stubborn giraffe named High Noon. High Noon had discovered that by sticking his head out of the roof, he could occasionally snag a mouthful of telegraph wire or a particularly choice bit of ivy from the top of a bridge. One afternoon, near Slough, the guard was a bit slow on the crank. The train surged toward a low brick overpass. The guard screamed, the whistle shrieked, and High Noon, seeing the bridge approaching, didn't tuck his head. Instead, he simply closed his eyes and stiffened his neck as if he intended to knock the bridge over by sheer force of personality. The train stopped with a screech that could be heard in the next county. They didn't hit the bridge, thank Providence, but the giraffe's head was so firmly wedged against the stone that it took 3 men and a bucket of lard to get him unstuck. The bridge remained, but the giraffe developed a permanent lean to the left and a profound distrust of anything made of brick. The engineering of the exotic always comes down to this: a struggle between the wild, unruly proportions of nature and the rigid, right-angled mind of man. We want the giraffe, but we want him to fit into a schedule. We want the majesty of the African plains, but we want it to arrive at Platform 4 at 2:15 p.m. sharp. The giraffes themselves seem to take it with a sort of weary, long-necked resignation. I have seen them being unloaded from these carriages, stepping out onto the platform with the dazed expression of a man who has just survived a shipwreck in a bathtub. They would shake their heads, stretch their necks to their full glorious height, and look around at the soot and the pigeons as if to say, "Is this it? I went through all that cranking and folding for this?" And yet the public loved it. They would gather at the stations just to see the tall commuter. There was something about the sight of that long dappled neck emerging from a steam-shrouded box that satisfied the Victorian soul. It was proof that they had conquered distance, they had conquered the sea, and now they had conquered the very height of the animal kingdom. They had put the tallest thing in the world into a box and made it pay its fare. I often wonder what the telegraph operators thought, looking out their windows to see a giraffe's head gliding past at 20 miles an hour, eye to eye with the second-story office. It must have felt like a fevered dream. One moment you are tapping out a message about the price of corn, and the next, a creature from a prehistoric myth is blinking at you through the glass, its eyelashes 3 inches long, and its expression one of infinite, silent judgment. In the end, the railway carriage was a success, in the way that all Victorian successes are. It was noisy, it was complicated, it involved a great deal of coal, and it barely worked. It allowed the gilded cage to become mobile. It meant that no creature was too tall, too wide, or too strange to be brought to London to be stared at. But as I watched a young giraffe being led away from his padded van, his neck swaying like a mast in a gale, I couldn't help but think that we had missed the point. We had spent thousands of pounds on pulleys and cranks and pop-up roofs just to keep him from being decapitated by a bridge, but we hadn't given a thought to the fact that a giraffe in a railway carriage is a tragedy in 3 dimensions. Still, that is the price of progress. If you want to see the wonders of the world, you have to be prepared to crank the roof down. And if the wonder in question ends up with a bit of soot on its nose and a permanent fear of tunnels, well, that's just the cost of a ticket on the Victorian line. It's a grand thing, the engineering of the exotic, provided you aren't the one who has to fold your neck into a suitcase and wait for the whistle to blow. Chapter 17. The Heated Elephant House. In the early, unrefined days of our acquaintance with the larger quadrupeds of the East, the British method of housing an elephant was remarkably similar to the British method of housing a political radical, a common horse thief, or a particularly stubborn debtor. That is to say, the authorities found a damp subterranean hole with walls of cold stone, shoved the inhabitant inside with a bucket of questionable water, and then seemed genuinely surprised when the resident did not immediately break into a rousing chorus of "Rule Britannia," or show a proper appreciation for the local climate. The early menageries, such as the one tucked away in the ancient weeping bowels of the Tower of London, were less zoological gardens and more pachyderm purgatories. An elephant in the 1820s was treated as a sort of monstrous prisoner of war, captured from a sun-drenched continent and sentenced to a life of perpetual chill. He lived in a stone dungeon, where the walls sweat with a gray, salt-laden condensation, and the floor was as cold as a tax collector's heart on a Friday afternoon. It was a miserable, drafty existence that usually resulted in the elephant either dying of a broken heart, which is a very large thing to break, or, more frequently, attempting to dismantle the architecture with his trunk, a feat for which he was often punished with more stone and significantly less hay. But as the Victorian era hit its stride, a strange and wonderful thing happened. The British conscience, which had been comfortably asleep for several centuries regarding the comfort of anything that didn't pay rent, suddenly woke up, looked at the elephant shivering in his cellar, and declared, "This is not scientific. This is not progress. This is, most importantly, not grand enough to represent the majesty of the empire." Thus began the great transition from the stone dungeon to the palace of pachyderm comfort. It was the birth of the heated elephant house, a structure that combined the aesthetic of a Greek temple, the internal climate of a Turkish bath, and the plumbing of a transatlantic steamer. The Victorian mind, you must remember, abhorred a vacuum, but it abhorred a plain wall even more. If you were going to house an elephant, you couldn't just give him a sturdy shed and a warm blanket. You had to give him a monument. The new elephant houses of the mid-19th century were marvels of iron, glass, and pure unadulterated hubris. They featured vaulted ceilings that could have accommodated a cathedral choir, Corinthian columns that the elephants occasionally mistook for very hard, very tasteless trees, and a decorative flair that suggested the inhabitant was expected to host a dinner party for the Archbishop of Canterbury at any moment. I stood before one of these palaces in Regent's Park on a particularly dismal London afternoon, and I couldn't help but feel a certain profound sympathy for the architect. He had clearly wrestled with a philosophical question that would have stumped Plato. How do you make a 5-ton beast from the jungle look at home in a damp suburb of London? His answer was to provide the elephant with a fireplace. I am not jesting, though I wish I were. Some of the early designs actually included massive open hearths, protected by iron bars that would have done credit to a medieval fortress. The idea, conceived no doubt by a gentleman who had never spent more than 5 minutes in the company of a restless trunk, was that the genial glow of a coal fire would remind the elephant of the tropical sun. It was a charming theory, provided you ignored the fact that an elephant's trunk is a highly inquisitive, restless organ that is not naturally adapted to the handling of hot coals or the navigation of flying sparks. After several incidents in which the elephants attempted to adjust the burning logs to their liking and ended up singeing their whiskers, resulting in trumpets of alarm that were said to have rattled the teacups as far away as Piccadilly, the open fires were quietly abandoned. They were replaced by the much-lauded, much-hissed, scientific steam pipe. This was the true glory of the transition. The walls of these new palaces were lined with miles of copper and iron tubing, through which flowed the hot, wet breath of a massive basement boiler. It was a masterpiece of Victorian engineering. They didn't just heat the air, they heated the very floorboards. They wanted the elephant to feel a subterranean summer beneath his massive, leathery feet. "You see, Mr. Twain," a curator told me, his thumbs tucked into his silk waistcoat with an air of immense, smug satisfaction, "we have achieved the ultimate synthesis of the age. We have the strength of the wild beast, the beauty of classical architecture, and the warmth of the modern steam engine. It is a triumph of civilization over the elements." I looked at the elephant in question, a massive, wrinkled bull named Solomon. Solomon was currently leaning his vast backside against a particularly hot section of copper pipe. He had a look of glassy-eyed, humid resignation, the kind you see on the face of an elderly gentleman who has spent entirely too much time in a steam room and has forgotten where he left his trousers. He was warm, certainly. He was also bored, damp, and surrounded by frescoed ceilings that he couldn't reach, couldn't eat, and likely didn't admire. "It looks very impressive," I admitted, "but does he truly appreciate the columns? Does a Corinthian capital make his hay taste any better?" The curator looked at me as if I'd asked if the elephant enjoyed French poetry or felt a keen interest in the Corn Laws. "The columns are for the public, sir. They represent the dignity of the Zoological Society. They symbolize our stewardship of the world's wonders. The elephant, being a creature of mere instinct, merely appreciates the thermal output. He is a beneficiary of our grand design, even if he cannot comprehend the marble." This was the crux of the whole gilded cage business. The palace was not built for the elephant. It was a theater for the human ego. We felt significantly better about keeping a wild thing in a box if the box had a nice roof, a few unnecessary statues, and a steady supply of steam. We had traded the stone dungeon for the gilded conservatory, and we patted ourselves on the back for our humanity, even as we charged 6 pence for a ticket to see the result. But a palace is still a prison if you aren't allowed to leave it, and Solomon the elephant didn't need a heated floor half as much as he needed 1,000 miles of open forest and a river that didn't come out of a copper tap. He stood there in his palace of comfort, swaying rhythmically from side to side, a slow, hypnotic motion that the keepers told the public was a happy dance, but which any man with a lick of sense could recognize as the ticking of a mind trying to escape its surroundings through sheer repetition. The engineering, however, continued to advance with a relentless clanking enthusiasm. They introduced ventilation science, which involved a series of complex louvers and massive fans designed to whisk away what they politely called the pachyderm odor without letting the precious, expensive heat escape. This resulted in a drafty, whistling environment where the elephant was perpetually caught between a hot pipe and a cold breeze. I saw one keeper trying to explain the system to a group of wide-eyed schoolboys. "The air is constantly recycled by the power of the engine," he said, "ensuring that the beast breathes only the freshest, most scientific oxygen available in London." At that exact moment, Solomon let out a sigh that smelled of fermented hay, old cabbage, and 5 decades of regret, effectively debunking the keeper's theory in a single, moist, and very unscientific gust. The schoolboys cheered with delight. The keeper turned a shade of purple that matched the elephant's shadows. There was also the problem of the Gothic aesthetic. The mid-Victorians had a mania for making everything look like a cathedral. One elephant house I saw was built with stained glass windows depicting scenes of nature in harmony. The effect was that when the sun did manage to struggle through the London fog, the elephant was bathed in a kaleidoscope of purple, red, and gold. It was very beautiful for the visitors, who felt they were witnessing something holy, but I suspect it gave the elephant a splitting headache. Solomon would squint at the colored light, his trunk twitching, perhaps wondering why the world had suddenly turned the color of an overripe plum. As the years went by, the stone dungeon became a memory, a relic of a barbaric past that we looked back on with a shudder of superior pity. We were very proud of our progress. We had built the most expensive, most complicated, and most ornate elephant houses in the history of the world. We had conquered the cold with coal, and we had conquered the beast with architecture. But standing there in the steam-heated silence of the palace, watching Solomon try to scratch an itch on a Corinthian pillar, I couldn't help but think of the irony of it all. We had spent a fortune to build a home for a creature that already had one that was vastly superior, infinitely larger, and required no plumbing whatsoever. We had taken the sun away from him and given him a boiler. We had taken the forest away and given him a fresco. We had engineered the exotic until it was as predictable and as polished as a mahogany sideboard. "Is he happy?" I asked the keeper, as I prepared to leave the humid, scented air of the palace for the sharp reality of the street. The keeper looked at the massive, greased, steam-bathed animal. Solomon was currently staring at a single fly on the wall with the intensity of a man trying to solve a quadratic equation. "He's warm, Mr. Twain," the keeper said, as if that were the only question a rational man could possibly ask. "And in London in January, that's as close to happy as any of us can expect to get without a bottle of gin." I walked out into the biting wind, leaving the palace of pachyderm comfort behind. The fog was rolling in, thick and yellow, smelling of coal smoke and the river. But inside the glass house, the boilers were hissing, the pipes were humming, and the elephant was standing in his purple-stained light, a prisoner of our very best intentions. It was a grand success, I suppose, but as I turned the corner, I could still hear the faint, hollow thud of a trunk hitting a stone floor, a sound that no amount of steam heating could ever quite manage to drown out. It was the sound of a very large soul realizing that while a palace is better than a dungeon, it still isn't the world. Chapter 18. The Taxidermist's Glass Eye. There is a particular kind of human vanity that is not satisfied with merely capturing a wild creature and putting it in a cage. It insists on capturing the creature's very soul and pinning it to a board, long after the creature itself has had the good sense to expire and move on to a better world. We are a race of collectors, a species that feels a peculiar twitchy discomfort when a beautiful thing is allowed to exist without a label and a display case. The Victorian era was the harvest time of this obsession, an age where a man felt his parlor was incomplete unless it contained at least one dead thing staring at him with an expression of permanent, glassy-eyed reproach. In the early part of the century, this practice was known by the crude and honest term of stuffing. It was an upholsterer's business primarily. If a tiger happened to die at the zoo of a surfeit of London fog, or if a gentleman returned from the colonies with the skin of a rare antelope, he did not take it to a scientist. He took it to a man who spent his days cushioning sofas and repairing footstools. The resulting creation was exactly what you might expect when a man who understands the anatomy of a Victorian armchair is asked to reconstruct a jungle predator. The old-fashioned stuffed animal was a marvel of anatomical fiction. It was usually packed so tight with sawdust, straw, or old rags that it resembled a very large, very hairy cushion that had somehow sprouted a head and a set of mismatched teeth. I once saw a stuffed leopard in a country house in Surrey that appeared to be suffering from a terminal case of the mumps. Its legs were as thick as tree trunks, its torso was as round as a rain barrel, and its face had been pulled into a grin so wide and so vacant that one expected it to start telling jokes about the price of tea. The skin, you see, was treated like wallpaper, It was stretched over a wooden frame until it groaned at the seams, and the gaps were filled in with whatever floor sweepings were handy. These creatures did not look like they had ever walked the earth. They looked like they had been manufactured in a factory that specialized in nightmares and soft furnishings. But as we moved into the latter half of the century, the era of the scientific shift, this upholstery approach was deemed insufficient for the dignity of the British Empire. Science entered the room, took one look at the sawdust-filled leopard, and declared that the gilded cage must now extend even to the grave. We stopped stuffing animals and began the scientific art of anatomical modeling. The leader of this revolution was the man of the scientific sort, who understood that if you want a dead animal to look alive, you must first build the animal out of something else. They began with the skeleton. They studied the muscles. They used clay and wire to recreate the very tension of a predator about to spring. The skin was no longer the primary focus. It was merely the finishing touch, a thin coat of paint over a masterpiece of iron and plaster. But the crowning achievement of this new era, the thing that truly separated the art from the upholstery, was the glass eye. In the old days, a stuffed animal's eyes were usually made of common marbles, or perhaps a pair of mismatched coat buttons. This gave the creature a look of profound, multicolored bewilderment. A lion might have the eyes of a Victorian schoolmistress, or a wolf might stare at you with the blank blue gaze of a porcelain doll. By the 1860s, however, the manufacture of taxidermy eyes had become a specialized industry that rivaled the Swiss watch trade. There were catalogs, I have seen them, entire volumes dedicated to the varieties of the scientific gaze. There were eyes for angry felines, eyes for pensive primates, and eyes for startled deer. You could order an eye with a golden iris for an African sun or a clouded pupil for a nocturnal hunter. I visited a taxidermist's workshop in London where these eyes were kept in small velvet-lined drawers, sorted by species and temperament. It was one of the most unsettling sights I have ever encountered, to see 1,000 eyes, leopard, eagle, cobra, and chimpanzee, all staring at you from a chest of drawers, is to feel that nature is finally, collectively, keeping an eye on you. "It is the eye that creates the illusion of life, Mr. Twain," the master taxidermist told me. He was a man who smelled of arsenic and turpentine, and he spoke with the hushed reverence of a cathedral guide. "Without the correct eye, a tiger is just a rug. But with a sovereign amber number 4, he becomes a challenge to the soul." He showed me a tiger he was currently modeling. It wasn't stuffed with straw. It was built on a complex armature of iron, with every muscle carefully sculpted in clay. He then took a pair of glass eyes and, with the precision of a surgeon, set them into the sockets. Suddenly, the room changed. That tiger wasn't dead. It was merely waiting. It possessed a scientific realism that was, in many ways, more terrifying than the real thing. A real tiger might be hungry or sleepy or bored. But a scientifically modeled tiger is permanently at the peak of its powers. It is an idealized version of death, a creature that will never age, never tire, and never, thank heaven, need to be fed. This was the scientific shift in action. We were no longer content to just see the animal. We wanted to correct it. We wanted to preserve the type rather than the individual. In the museums, the animals were arranged in life groups, scenic dioramas, where the dead creatures were frozen in the act of hunting, mating, or protecting their young. It was a silent, motionless theater of the wild, conducted under the sterile glow of gaslight. But this shift brought about its own social scuffles. There was a heated debate among the learned societies. One camp argued that taxidermy should be strictly scientific. That is, the animal should be displayed in a neutral pose like a diagram in a textbook, so that the student might study its proportions without the distraction of dramatic effect. The other camp, the romantic realists, argued that a neutral animal was a boring animal. They wanted drama. They wanted the cobra mid-strike. They wanted the gorilla pounding its chest. They argued that the public wouldn't pay sixpence to see a diagram, but they would flock to see a battle to the death between a stuffed leopard and a stuffed python. The public, as usual, sided with the drama. And so, the Victorian museums became halls of frozen violence. You couldn't walk 10 feet without seeing something being eaten by something else. It was nature, red in tooth and claw, but with the red replaced by a very convincing shade of red wax, and the claw reinforced with a bit of galvanized wire. I remember standing in the British Museum looking at a scientific model of a great gray owl. It was a masterpiece. Every feather had been cleaned, oiled, and set by hand. The glass eyes were a brilliant, piercing yellow. It looked more like an owl than any owl I had ever seen in the wild. And that, I think, was the problem. A real owl is a bit of a mess. It has parasites. It has missing feathers. It has a certain look of disheveled exhaustion that comes from trying to find a meal in a dark forest. But the scientific owl was perfect. It was a gilded cage of the mind. We had taken the animal out of the world, stripped it of its flaws, and rebuilt it as a monument to our own understanding. The taxidermist's glass eye doesn't see the world. It reflects the person looking into it. When we look at those perfect specimens in their glass boxes, we aren't seeing nature. We are seeing our own desire for order. We are seeing our attempt to stop time, to freeze the wild heart of the world and make it behave itself. There is a tragedy in it, of course. To create the perfect specimen, the animal must first be killed. We destroy the life to celebrate the form. We trade the breathing, shivering, unpredictable creature for a clay and iron ghost that will never change. We have engineered the exotic until even death has a price list and a preferred lighting arrangement. I asked the taxidermist if he ever felt a bit of a shiver working all day among the dead. "Dead, sir?" he asked, looking up from his clay muscles. "They aren't dead. They are immortalized. A living tiger lasts 20 years. My tiger will last forever. Which one is more real?" I didn't have the heart to tell him that a tiger that doesn't breathe isn't a tiger at all. It's just a very expensive piece of sculpture wearing a second-hand coat. But in the 1860s, that was a minority opinion. We were in love with our own cleverness. We had mastered the science of the eye, and we were convinced that if we could just get the glass and the clay and the wire right, we wouldn't need the jungle at all. I walked out of the workshop, and for a moment the London pigeons looked a bit disappointing to me. They were scruffy. They were flapping about. They were distinctly unscientific. They lacked the realism of a good taxidermy mount. But then one of them let out a low, guttural coo and took flight, disappearing over the soot-stained rooftops. I watched it go, and I realized that I preferred the scruffy pigeon to the immortal tiger. The pigeon had something that no amount of glass eyes or clay muscles could ever replicate. It had the sense to be somewhere else. And that is the one thing the gilded cage, whether it's made of iron bars, steam-heated floors, or a museum display case, can never quite manage to capture. It can hold the feathers, and it can hold the bones, and it can certainly hold the glass eye. But the life itself is a traveler that doesn't care for monuments, and it invariably leaves the scientific specimen behind to stare at the public with an expression of infinite, unbridgeable silence. Chapter 19. The Hummingbird's Jewel Box. If the elephant is the heavy artillery of the animal kingdom, designed to pulverize the earth and command the landscape by sheer weight of personality, then the hummingbird is its lyric poetry, written in a hand so fine and so fleeting that most of us can't even find our spectacles in time to read the first line. A hummingbird is not so much an animal as it is a biological blur. It is a creature composed entirely of vibration, sugar, and a reckless disregard for the laws of physics. It is a feathered spark that spends its life in a state of frantic, high-velocity indecision, appearing to be in 6 places at once and never quite satisfied with any of them. To see a hummingbird in its natural habitat, say darting among the orchids of the Andes or hovering over a Caribbean hibiscus, is to see a miracle that is perpetually in a desperate hurry to be somewhere else. It is a tiny, iridescent engine of joy. But the Victorians, as we have well established by now, were not a people who cared much for miracles that wouldn't sit still long enough to be measured, categorized, and pinned to a piece of cork. They had a particular twitchy mania for the hummingbird, not because they cared for the bird's habits, which involve a great deal of territorial aggression and a temper that would shame a cornered badger, but because they were obsessed with its iridescence. In the 1850s, a hummingbird was not viewed as a bird at all. It was viewed as a gemstone with wings. It was a natural commodity. And at the Great Exhibition of 1851, within the shimmering, lily-inspired ribs of the Crystal Palace, this obsession reached its dizzying, multicolored peak in what was known to the breathless public as the Hummingbird's Jewel Box. The architect of this particular wonder was a man named John Gould. Now, Gould was a man of the scientific sort, which in the mid-19th century meant he was a man who had dedicated his life to the proposition that the best way to understand a bird was to shoot it, dry it out, and stuff its skin with enough arsenic to kill a small village. He didn't just have a few hummingbirds, he had thousands. He had them from the highest peaks of the Cordilleras and the deepest damp of the Amazon. Every jewel-toned scrap of plumage that could be brought down with a puff of dust shot and shipped back to the gray, soot-stained streets of London. The display was a masterpiece of the gilded cage philosophy, though in this case the cage was made of mahogany and revolving glass. Gould had realized that a hummingbird's throat, the gorget, as the men of science call it, is a masterwork of structural color. It doesn't possess pigment like a common robin's breast. It possesses tiny microscopic plates that reflect light like a prism. If the light hits the bird at the wrong angle, it looks like a piece of charred coal or a discarded bit of soot. But if the light hits it just right, the bird explodes into a shimmering tapestry of emerald, sapphire, and a red so fierce it looks like a ruby that has caught fire and forgotten how to go out. To solve the problem of the London light, which, as we know, is usually the color of a wet sheep, Gould designed his hexagonal jewel boxes. These were revolving glass cases mounted on brass pedestals, which the visitors could turn with a small, elegant handle. I stood in that room, a room that smelled of cedar and the faint, bitter tang of preservation, and watched the public at work. It was a remarkable sight. You would see a stout Victorian gentleman, a man who likely spent his days arguing about the price of coal or the stability of the Indian rupee, approach a case with the gravity of a deacon. He would take the brass handle and begin to turn it, slowly, as if he were winding a clock. At first, the birds inside looked like nothing more than a collection of dusty brown moths, huddled together in a silent, moth-eaten congregation. But then, as the case rotated and the light from the soaring glass roof of the Crystal Palace hit the feathers at the magical, scientific angle, the transformation would occur. Presto! The brown moths vanished, and in their place appeared a wall of living light. The fiery topaz would flash a brilliant metallic orange. The emerald-throated sylph would shimmer with a green so deep it made the grass outside look like an insult. And the amethyst wood star would glow with a purple that seemed to vibrate against the eye. "It is like looking into a chest of living diamonds," a lady-in-waiting was overheard to say to the Queen. But, of course, they weren't living. That was the central humbug of the whole affair. They were very, very dead. Gould had perfected a method of drying the birds so that their tiny, fragile bodies remained plump and lifelike. He then used a specialized wire, no thicker than a human hair, to mount them in what he called action poses. They were frozen mid-hover, their wings a blur of silk and gauze, their long, needle-like bills forever inches away from a silk flower that had never seen a drop of nectar. I felt a strange, shimmering vertigo standing there. There were over 2,000 birds in that collection, 2,000 tiny, frantic lives that had been extinguished in the name of iridescence. They were beautiful, certainly. They were breathtaking, but it was a beauty that felt like a grand international theft. We had taken the most elusive, most energetic thing in nature and turned it into a static commodity. We had engineered the hummingbird by turning it into a light show that could be operated by a child with a brass crank. Gould was a businessman as much as a scientist, and he knew how to feed the Victorian hunger for the exotic. He sold hummingbird screens, elaborate decorative pieces for the parlor where dozens of birds were arranged in a circular pattern like a feathered kaleidoscope. Every fashionable home in London felt it was its duty to have one. It was the ultimate social scuffle, the competition to see who could display the most nature in their drawing room without actually having any of the mess, the noise, or the inconvenient requirement of feeding it. I asked a gentleman who was admiring a case of glistening bellied emeralds if he didn't find the sheer scale of the slaughter a bit distressing. "Distressing, sir?" he asked, adjusting his monocle and looking at me as if I were a particularly ignorant species of sparrow. "Why, it's educational. How else is a man in South Kensington to know that such colors exist in the world? We are bringing the wonders of the dark continents to the masses. It is a triumph of the British spirit of inquiry. We have captured the very light of the tropics and brought it home to be studied." "And what of the birds?" I asked. "Don't you think they might have preferred the light where it was?" "The birds, sir, have been granted a dignity they could never have achieved in a jungle," he replied with a sniff. "They are now part of a scientific collection. They are being admired by the finest minds of the age. Surely that is worth a bit of lead shot and a dusting of arsenic. That was the Victorian logic in its purest, most unadulterated form. We believed that a thing's true purpose was only realized when it was captured, labeled, and put on display for our amusement. The hummingbird in the Amazon was just a bird. The hummingbird in the Crystal Palace was a specimen. But as I watched a small child turn the handle of a case, watching the ruby and topaz birds flash into life and then vanish back into the shadows as the gears turned, I couldn't help but think of the cost. We were building a world where nature was something you saw through glass, something you manipulated with a handle. We were surrounding ourselves with the gilded cage of our own collections, convincing ourselves that because we owned the jewel box, we understood the jewel. The hummingbirds in their hexagonal prisons were the perfect symbol of the era. They were small, they were brilliant, and they were utterly safely contained. They didn't sing, they didn't move, and unlike the elephants we discussed earlier, they certainly didn't require any steam pipes or manure. They were the most civilized of all the exotic imports because they had the decency to be beautiful without being a nuisance. They were a decoration for the empire, a bit of lace on the sleeve of progress. But as I left the Crystal Palace that afternoon, the sun was beginning to set, and the great glass roof was catching the orange light of the London sky. For a brief moment, the entire building looked like a giant version of one of Gould's jewel boxes. We were all inside it, turning our handles, admiring our collections, and pretending that the shimmer we saw was the light of life, rather than just the clever reflection of the setting sun on a very large, very expensive, and very empty box of glass. I reckon John Gould died a happy man, surrounded by his thousands of iridescent ghosts. But I couldn't help but feel that for all our science and our discovery, we had missed the one thing that made the hummingbird worth looking at in the first place. The fact that it was supposed to be gone before you could even finish saying its name. In the jewel box, the flash lasted forever, but the fire was out, and that, in my estimation, is a poor trade for a man to make, even if the result is pretty enough to please a queen. Chapter 20. The Mechanical Canary. Man is the only creature in the universe who will spend 10 years and a fortune trying to manufacture a counterfeit version of a thing he can get for free in his own garden. It is a peculiar sort of madness. Providence gives us the meadowlark, the thrush, and the canary, and she provides them with a set of lungs that never need oiling and a song that changes with the weather and the heart. But the Victorian mind, being inherently suspicious of anything it didn't build itself, looked at the canary and found it lacking in industrial reliability. A real canary, you see, is a temperamental piece of equipment. It requires seeds, it requires water, it insists on molting its feathers at the most inconvenient times, and most unforgivably, it only sings when it feels like it. If you have a house full of distinguished guests and you wish to show off your bird's trill, the bird will almost certainly choose that moment to contemplate the wall in a state of profound feathered silence. This would not do. The scientific gentlemen of the age decided that if nature wouldn't provide a song on demand, they would simply build a bird that would. Thus, we arrived at the era of the mechanical canary, a creature of brass, silver, and clockwork that lived in a cage where the bars weren't just for confinement, but were part of the very machinery of its soul. The mechanical bird was the pinnacle of Victorian automation. It was a gilded cage in its most literal sense, a masterpiece of miniature bellows and cams that sought to capture the fleeting ghost of a melody and lock it inside a box of gears. The anatomy of a clockwork song. I had the opportunity to examine one of these contrivances in a jeweler's shop on Bond Street. It was a singing bird box, a marvel of Swiss engineering that had been imported to satisfy the vanity of the London elite. At first glance, it was merely a snuff box of chased silver, encrusted with enough turquoise to sink a small boat. But when the jeweler pressed a hidden spring, a tiny lid flipped open, and a miniature bird, no larger than a man's thumbnail, popped up like a jack-in-the-box. It was a terrifyingly perfect little thing. It wasn't made of wood or clay. It was covered in real hummingbird feathers, likely harvested from John Gould's jewel box, so that even under a magnifying glass, it appeared to be a living, breathing scrap of life. But as it began to perform, the illusion became something even stranger than reality. The engineering of the song was a triumph of the mechanical mind. The lungs. Inside the box was a set of miniature bellows made of the finest kid leather, which provided a steady stream of air. The throat. This air was forced through a tiny sliding whistle, which changed pitch with the precision of a master flautist. The brain. A series of jagged rotating cams, brass wheels with teeth like a shark's, controlled the melody. Each tooth on the wheel represented a note. The drama. As it sang, the bird's beak opened and closed, its wings fluttered, and its tiny head turned from side to side, scanning the room for an audience it couldn't see. It didn't just sing, it performed. It gave you the best of the canary without any of the canary. It was a song without a soul, a melody that was identical every single time the spring was wound. It was nature, but nature with a warranty and a fixed schedule. The pursuit of scientific perfection. The Victorians were obsessed with the idea that they could improve upon the slop of the natural world. They felt that a real bird's song was too unpredictable. It had flaws and deviations. The mechanical bird, however, was a model of mathematical consistency. "You see, Mr. Twain," the jeweler told me, his eyes gleaming with a light that was almost as cold as his clockwork, "this bird never misses a trill. It never goes flat. It never stops to scratch its head in the middle of a cadenza. It is the very idea of a bird, perfected by the hand of man. It is a song that is always at its best, even if the world is falling to pieces around it." I watched the little machine flap its wire-thin wings. It was a social scuffle in miniature. The wealthy would place these boxes on their parlor tables, and when the conversation flagged, they would wind the bird. It was a way of saying, "I have conquered the music of the spheres. I have put the voice of the forest in my pocket." But as I watched, I realized that the mechanical canary was the ultimate prisoner. The elephant in his heated house and the snake by his boiler were captives of space, but the clockwork bird was a captive of time. It was condemned to repeat the same 30-second area for all eternity, or at least until the mainspring snapped. It was a ghost in a machine, a mimic that didn't know it was mimicking. The silence of the gears. There is a profound irony in our pursuit of nature through gears and bellows. We spend our lives trying to separate ourselves from the wild, building our glass palaces and our steam-heated paddocks. And then we spend our fortunes trying to build a version of the wild that we can control. We want the song, but we don't want the bird. We want the iridescence, but we don't want the flight. The mechanical canary was a success because it was the perfect servant. It didn't require affection, and it didn't have any opinions. It was a gilded cage that the inhabitant couldn't even feel, because the inhabitant wasn't there. There was only the mechanism. I remember once seeing a young girl watching one of these birds. Her father had wound it up, and the tiny creature was going through its frantic, beautiful routine. Beak snapping, wings twitching, the whistle trilling a melody that sounded like liquid silver. The girl watched with wide eyes for a moment, and then she reached out a finger to touch the soft, iridescent feathers. The bird didn't flinch. It didn't fly away. It just kept singing, its glass eyes staring into nothingness, until the spring ran down. With a final, wheezing gasp from the bellows, the bird's head drooped, its beak stayed half open, and it vanished back into the silver box with a metallic clack. "Is it dead, Papa?" the girl asked, her voice trembling. "No, my dear," the father said, pulling out a brass key. "It just needs to be wound." And that, I reckon, is the whole story of the Victorian age. We thought we could wind up the world and make it sing the tune we wanted. We thought that with enough gears, enough coal, and enough scientific effort, we could manufacture a paradise that was better than the one we were busy paving over. But the trouble with a mechanical song is that once you've heard it 10 times, you begin to hear the clicking of the cams. You begin to notice that the bird isn't singing because it's happy, or because the sun is out, or because it's found a mate. It's singing because it has no choice. It is a prisoner of its own perfection. As I walked out of the shop and back onto the streets of London, I heard a common scruffy sparrow sitting on a soot-stained chimney pot. He wasn't made of silver, he didn't have any turquoise on his back, and his song was a disjointed, rambling affair that wouldn't have passed a scientific review in a month of Sundays. But as he let out a chirp and took off into the fog, I felt a sense of relief. He didn't need a key. He didn't need a bellows. And best of all, he didn't have to stay in the box. He was a flawed, messy, unpredictable bit of life, and I wouldn't have traded him for 1,000 of those silver snuff boxes. For in the end, the only thing worse than a cage you can't escape is a song you can't change. And the Victorian era was full of songs that were perfect, beautiful, and utterly hopelessly stuck. Part 3. Scientific Shifts and Social Scuffles. Chapter 21. The Chimpanzee Tea Party. Man is a creature that spent several thousand years trying to distinguish himself from the rest of the animal kingdom, only to reach the 19th century and decide that the most entertaining thing he could do was to invite a monkey to lunch and see if it knew which fork to use for the pickles. It is a peculiar sort of vanity. We spend our lives building cathedrals, writing sonnets, and inventing the steam engine just to prove we are the masters of the earth. And then we feel a profound sense of accomplishment when a chimpanzee in a tuxedo manages to sit still for 10 minutes without throwing a scone at the waiter. In the mid-Victorian era, the gilded cage took on a new and somewhat unnerving dimension. We were no longer content to merely look at the exotic. We wanted to civilize it. We wanted to see if the wild could be taught to appreciate the finer points of English etiquette. This brings us to the spectacle of the chimpanzee tea party, an event that was part scientific experiment, part theatrical farce, and entirely an exercise in existential dread. The star of this particular comedy was a gentleman known as Consul. Now, Consul was a chimpanzee of remarkable presence and, I suspect, a rather low opinion of the human race. He was not merely a prisoner in a cage, he was a celebrity. He resided at the Bellevue Zoological Gardens, and his handlers had determined that the best way to demonstrate the progress of species was to dress him in a miniature tailored suit, a starched collar, and a flat cap, and have him perform the rituals of a British afternoon. I had the dubious honor of witnessing one of these tea parties, and I must tell you, it was one of the most uncomfortable hours I have ever spent in the pursuit of knowledge. The scene was set with a precision that would have satisfied the most rigorous duchess. There was a table draped in white linen. There was a silver tea service that caught the afternoon light, and there was a plate of crustless cucumber sandwiches that looked as though they had been prepared by a man who had never been hungry in his life. At the head of the table sat Consul. To see a chimpanzee in a tuxedo is to see a reflection of yourself in a very honest, very unforgiving mirror. He sat there with his long, dark fingers resting on the tablecloth, his brown eyes scanning the crowd with a look of weary, ancient patience. He looked less like an animal and more like a weary diplomat who had been sent to negotiate a treaty with a group of particularly loud and unintelligent children. "Observe, ladies and gentlemen," the keeper announced, sounding like a barker at a carnival. "The marvelous Consul will now partake of his afternoon refreshment, demonstrating the civilizing influence of the British environment." Consul did not miss a beat. He picked up his teacup with a delicacy that would have made a debutante weep with envy. He didn't slurp, he didn't spill, he didn't attempt to eat the saucer. He sipped his tea with a quiet, somber dignity, and then he picked up a napkin and wiped his mouth with a flourish that was so perfectly proper it felt like a deliberate insult to every human in the room. The crowd went wild. They cheered, they applauded, they threw coins. They were delighted to see that a beast could be made to act like a man. But underneath the laughter, there was a palpable current of nervousness. You could see it in the way the gentlemen adjusted their own collars and the way the ladies clutched their parasols a little tighter. Because, you see, if a chimpanzee can be taught to drink tea, wear a suit, and smoke a pipe, which Consul did with a gravity that suggested he was contemplating the fall of the Roman Empire, then the wall between us and them starts to look remarkably thin. In the 1860s, a man named Mr. Darwin had recently tossed a metaphorical brick through the window of the Victorian parlor with a book called The Origin of Species, and the world was still picking up the glass. The scientific shift was in full swing, and it had brought with it a social scuffle of the most heated variety. On one side, you had the pious folk who insisted that man was a special creation, placed a little lower than the angels and a great deal higher than anything with a tail. To them, Consul was a blasphemous joke, a parody of the divine image. On the other side, you had the men of the new science, who looked at Consul's thumbs and his tea-drinking and saw the missing link, a living, breathing bridge between the jungle and the drawing-room. I remember watching an elderly clergyman standing next to me. He was staring at Consul with a look of such profound horror that I thought he might be having a seizure. "It is a mockery," he hissed, though I wasn't sure if he meant the chimp was mocking man or if man was mocking God. A beast in a waistcoat is still a beast. This pantomime changes nothing. But the pantomime changed everything. Consul didn't just drink tea, he rode a bicycle. He used a knife and fork. He could reportedly write his own name, or at least a very convincing approximation of a scrawl that looked like a doctor's prescription. Every time he performed one of these human tasks, he was effectively asking the audience, "If I can do what you do, and I can wear what you wear, what is it that makes you so special?" It was the most successful gilded cage in history because the bars weren't made of iron. They were made of silk and linen. We were trying to trap the animal in the costume of civilization. We thought that by making him act like us, we were proving our mastery over him. But the more he acted like us, the more we began to wonder if we were merely acting like him. There was a story that Consul once escaped his quarters and was found later that evening in a local pub, sitting quietly at a table with a pint of ale, looking for all the world like a coal miner who had had a very long shift. The locals didn't even realize he was a chimpanzee until he refused to pay the bill. That is the true Victorian nightmare, that the beast might blend in so well that we can't tell who is who anymore. As the tea party ended, Consul was led away by his keeper. He took off his flat cap, handed it to the man, and allowed himself to be led back to his cage. For a moment, he turned and looked back at the crowd. There was no anger in his eyes, and no joy either. There was only a profound, echoing emptiness. He had played the part. He had sipped the tea. He had been the gilded human for an hour. Now he was going back to being an animal in a box. But the crowd didn't leave as quickly as they usually did. They lingered, talking in hushed, anxious tones. The laughter had died away, replaced by the social scuffle of a society that had just seen its own reflection in a tuxedo and didn't much care for the resemblance. We are a strange race, as I have said before. We spend our lives trying to separate ourselves from nature, building our glass houses and our steam-heated palaces to keep the wild at bay. And then we invite the wild into the parlor, handed a teacup, and are shocked to find that it fits in quite well. Consul the chimp was more than just a zoo attraction. He was a mirror held up to the face of the 19th century. He showed us that civilization is often just a matter of the right suit and the right set of manners, and that underneath the starched collars and the silk hats, we are all just creatures trying to figure out how to navigate the tea table without making a mess. I walked out of Bellevue that day and saw a group of gentlemen in the street arguing loudly about the latest parliamentary bill. They were waving their arms, shouting over one another, and behaving with a total lack of dignity. I looked at them, and then I thought of Consul, sitting quietly with his teacup, and I realized that the chimp was, by far, the most proper gentleman I had seen all day. Perhaps that was the real reason for the scientific shift and the social scuffles. It wasn't that we were afraid the chimpanzee might be our ancestor. It was the far more terrifying suspicion that he might be our superior. For at least Consul knew he was wearing a costume. The rest of us were still under the impression that the tuxedo was our skin. And as long as we keep winding up our mechanical canaries and dressing our chimps for tea, we can keep pretending that the gilded cage is something we built for the animals, rather than something we've spent our entire history building for ourselves. But every now and then, a creature like Consul looks at us across the silver tea service, and for a fleeting second, the bars of the cage become visible to everyone in the room. And that, I reckon, is why the Victorians always insisted on a second plate of scones. It's very hard to contemplate the abyss when your mouth is full of jam and cream. Chapter 22. The Gorilla Mystery. If the chimpanzee was a humorous mirror held up to the face of Victorian society, a reflection that suggested we might, in our weaker moments, be a trifle more hirsute and fond of fruit than we cared to admit, then the gorilla was a dark, heavy curtain dropped over the whole sunny prospect of human superiority. For the better part of the 19th century, the gorilla did not exist in the mind of the average Englishman as a biological fact. He existed as a ghost story, a terrifying rumor whispered by sailors and explorers who had spent too much time under the equatorial sun and developed a taste for fermented palm wine. He was the man-ape of the Dark Continent, a creature of such prodigious strength and such dismal temperament that he was said to spend his afternoons snapping musket barrels like dry twigs and kidnapping any traveler who didn't have the sense to stay on the boat. Then came Paul du Chaillu. Now, du Chaillu was a man of the explorer sort, a breed of individual who possesses a remarkable capacity for enduring tropical fevers, and an even more remarkable capacity for telling a story that improves with every telling. In 1861, he arrived in London with a collection of skins and skeletons that turned the city's stomach and its science upside down. He didn't just bring back a specimen, he brought back a nightmare. The shaggy nightmare in the parlor. To the Victorian eye, which was accustomed to the delicate proportions of a classical statue or the neatly trimmed beard of a country parson, the gorilla was an anatomical catastrophe. He was a mountain of muscle wrapped in a coat of soot-colored wire. He possessed a chest like a blacksmith's anvil, arms that reached for his ankles, and a countenance that suggested he had just been told his mother was a doormat. But it was the face that truly did the damage. It was a face that looked like a man's face that had been put in a hydraulic press and held there until all the civilization had been squeezed out. It was a face of deep-set, brooding eyes and a jaw that could crunch through a coconut as if it were a soft-boiled egg. When the first of these skins were displayed in London, the reaction was not one of scientific curiosity. It was one of unadulterated, old-fashioned terror. It was one thing to see Consul the chimp drinking tea. It was quite another to see a creature that looked like a prize fighter who had gone to seed and decided to live in a tree. The gorilla mystery became the talk of the court. I am told that even the Queen, who was not easily rattled by anything less than a change in the Prime Minister, felt a certain chilly discomfort when she saw the sketches. For if the chimp was a cousin who had merely missed out on an education, the gorilla was the disreputable uncle who had been barred from the family estate for violent behavior and a total lack of interest in the Church of England. The terror in the court. The terror was not merely physical, it was intellectual. We had just spent decades building the gilded cage of our own importance. We had mapped the stars, harnessed the lightning, and built the Crystal Palace. We had convinced ourselves that nature was a well-behaved servant that we had successfully confined to the kitchen. And then, out of the African shadows, stepped a creature that looked like a forest human, a being that walked on two legs, mostly, possessed a brain that was uncomfortably large, and yet showed absolutely no desire to join the Royal Geographical Society or learn the rules of cricket. The social scuffle that followed was magnificent in its absurdity. The learned gentlemen of the British Association for the Advancement of Science fell upon one another with a ferocity that would have embarrassed the gorillas themselves. One camp, led by the formidable Professor Owen, argued that the gorilla's brain was fundamentally different from a human's, that there was a great hippocampus missing, or some such anatomical trinket that served as the human seal of approval. The other camp, led by Thomas Huxley, known as Darwin's bulldog for his tendency to bite the ankles of the clergy, argued that the similarities were too great to be ignored. He suggested that if you stripped the tuxedo off a duke and the fur off a gorilla, you'd find they were running on the same basic machinery. I recall a conversation in a London club where two gentlemen were debating the matter over a pair of very expensive cigars. "I tell you, sir," the first one said, his face the color of a ripe beet, "the gorilla is a demon, a monstrosity. To suggest that I share a common ancestor with that shambling heap of hair is a personal insult to my lineage." "And yet," the second gentleman replied, leaning back with a cynical smile, "he has a thumb, he has a heart, and he has a look of profound melancholy. If that isn't the description of a man who has just seen his tailor's bill, I don't know what is." The engineering of the glimpse. Because a live gorilla was almost impossible to keep alive in the London fog, they had a stubborn habit of dying of pneumonia within weeks of arrival, likely out of sheer geographical disgust, the Victorian engineers had to manufacture the glimpse. They couldn't put the gorilla in a tea party like Consul. The gorilla would have eaten the table and likely the waiter as well. Instead, they built dioramas of the demoniac. They took the stuffed skins and arranged them in scenes of calculated ferocity. They depicted the gorilla as a wife-stealer and a hunter of men. They gave him a permanent scowl and a pose that suggested he was about to beat his chest until the glass of the museum shattered. It was a form of gilded cage engineering, where the cage was built out of the public's imagination. We couldn't tame the gorilla, so we demonized him. We made him into a monster, so that we wouldn't have to admit he was a relative. We engineered the exotic into something satanic, because a devil is much easier to manage than a cousin you're ashamed of. I remember standing in front of one of these displays. The taxidermist had done a marvelous job of making the beast look as though he were in a state of perpetual homicidal rage. His mouth was open, revealing teeth that looked like ivory daggers. His muscles were taut under the wire-bristle fur. But as I looked into those glass eyes, the scientific eyes we discussed in a previous chapter, I didn't see a demon. I saw a creature that was fundamentally out of place. I saw the same look I had seen in the eyes of the greased elephants and the steam-heated snakes. It was the look of a being that had been plucked from a world of emerald shadows and ancient silence and dropped into a world of coal smoke and scientific reviews. The final mystery. The gorilla mystery eventually faded, as all mysteries do, into the dull light of common knowledge. We learned that the gorilla is not a wife-stealer or a manhunter. He is, in fact, a remarkably peaceful vegetarian who spends most of his time trying to avoid the scientific gentlemen who want to shoot him. He is a shy, family-oriented creature with a penchant for celery and a total lack of interest in the British Empire. But the terror he inspired in the 1860s left a permanent mark on the Victorian soul. He was the one thing that wouldn't fit into the gilded cage. You could dress a chimp, you could grease an elephant, and you could wind a mechanical canary, but you couldn't make a gorilla look like anything other than what he was, a wild, powerful, and silent witness to our own insecurity. He was the forest human who reminded us that civilization is a very thin coat of varnish on a very large and very ancient piece of wood. He was the mystery that couldn't be solved with a steam pipe or a Corinthian column. And I reckon that's why we were so afraid of him. We weren't afraid he was going to snap our musket barrels. We were afraid he was going to look at our tuxedos, our teacups, and our scientific achievements, and then just walk back into the forest without even a nod of goodbye. Because the ultimate insult to a Victorian is not to be attacked, it is to be ignored. And the gorilla, in his infinite shaggy wisdom, has been ignoring the British court for centuries. It is perhaps the most proper thing any creature has ever done. And for that alone, I believe he deserves a seat in the House of Lords, though I suspect he'd find the company a bit too wild for his tastes. As I walked away from the museum that day, I saw a young boy staring at the gorilla skeleton. The boy wasn't afraid. He was reaching out, trying to touch the massive, bony fingers that had once gripped the branches of a world we would never know. "Is he a man, Papa?" the boy asked. The father hesitated, looking at the skull with its heavy brow and its massive teeth. He looked at his own reflection in the glass of the case. "No, son," he said at last, though his voice lacked the usual Victorian certainty. "He's just a mystery that we've put in a box. Now come along, or we'll be late for the train." And that, I suppose, is the only way we could deal with the gorilla. We put him in a box, we called him a monster, and then we ran for the train, hoping that if we moved fast enough, the reflection in the glass wouldn't have time to catch up with us. But the reflection is still there, and every time the fog clears in Regent's Park, the gorilla is still staring out of his cage, waiting for us to realize that the mystery isn't him, it's us. Chapter 23. The Quagga's Final Photograph. If there is one thing the human race excels at above all else, above building pyramids, inventing the printing press, or finding new and creative ways to overcook a cabbage, it is the art of not noticing a thing until it is gone. We are a species of latecomers and after-the-fact mourners. We spend our lives walking past miracles as if they were common fence posts, only to break out the black armbands and the soulful poetry the moment the miracle finally gets tired of being ignored and decides to exit through the back door. This brings us to the quagga. Now, the quagga was a creature that seemed to have been designed during a particularly indecisive afternoon in the workshop of nature. It was a beast that couldn't quite make up its mind whether it wanted to be a horse or a zebra, and so, in the spirit of compromise, it decided to be both at once. It possessed the head and shoulders of a zebra, all crisp, jaunty stripes and festive patterns, but by the time you reached its midsection, the ink seemed to have run dry. Its hind quarters were a plain, dusty brown, as unremarkable as a rental pony in a Kansas livery stable. It was a biological business in the front, party in the back arrangement, or perhaps the other way around, depending on your views on fashion. To the Victorian eye, the quagga was a curiosity, but it was a curiosity of a lower order. It lacked the sheer towering absurdity of the giraffe and the terrifying muscled mystery of the gorilla. It was merely a zebra that had forgotten to finish dressing, and in an age obsessed with completion and scientific perfection, a half-striped horse was seen as a bit of a failure. The resident of the Regent's Park. In the 1860s, there was a quagga living in the London Zoo, a mare that had been brought over from the plains of South Africa to spend her days standing in a small, hay-strewn enclosure in Regent's Park. She was a quiet, unassuming prisoner. She didn't trumpet like the elephants, and she didn't attempt to eat the visitors like the lions. She simply stood there, a living bridge between two worlds, watching the London fog roll in and the umbrellas go by. The scientific gentlemen of the Zoological Society looked at her and wrote down notes about her deficient markings. They categorized her as a subspecies of the common zebra, a sort of incomplete draft of a more successful animal. They were so busy labeling her that they didn't notice the most important thing about her, the fact that back in the wild, her cousins were being shot by the thousands by Dutch farmers who wanted the grazing land for their sheep and the quagga's skin for grain sacks. It is a terrible thing to be the last of your kind and not even know it. To stand in a gilded cage in London, chewing on English grass, while the very memory of your ancestors is being erased by the lead shot of progress. The quagga mare lived in a state of profound, unintentional solitude. She was a ghost who hadn't yet realized she was dead. The ghost in the glass. Then came the summer of 1870. A photographer, one of those men who spent their lives hunched under a black cloth, smelling of silver nitrate and patience, arrived at the zoo. He set up his heavy wooden tripod in front of the quagga's enclosure. He wasn't there to record a tragedy. He was just there to take a specimen portrait for the Society's archives. He waited for the light, that fickle, gray London light that we have discussed so often. He waited for the mare to stand still. He squeezed the rubber bulb, the shutter clicked, and in that fragment of a second, the quagga was captured. It is a haunting image. If you look at it today, you see a creature that looks remarkably solid, remarkably real. She is standing by a wooden fence, her head turned slightly toward the camera. You can see the crisp stripes on her neck and the plain, dark coat of her flanks. She looks healthy, she looks calm, and she looks entirely unaware that she is the only member of her species who will ever have her portrait taken by a machine. That photograph is the ultimate gilded cage. It is a box of light and shadow that has held the quagga for over 150 years, long after her bones have turned to dust and the enclosure she stood in has been torn down. It is a scientific achievement that serves as a tombstone. The Great Disappearing Act. The irony of the quagga is that she didn't go extinct because she was rare. She went extinct because she was common. There were so many of them on the African plains that the hunters assumed they would last forever. It's the old human story. We think the well will never run dry until we hear the bucket hit the mud. By the time the quagga mare died in London in 1872, the world didn't even notice. There were no headlines in the Times, no scientific scuffles broke out in the clubs. People simply assumed there were plenty more where she came from. They thought the gilded cage could be refilled at any time. It wasn't until the 1880s, when the very last quagga on Earth died in a zoo in Amsterdam, that the scientific gentlemen suddenly sat up, dropped their teaspoons, and realized they had made a bit of a clerical error. They went looking for more quaggas, and they found nothing. Just the empty plains, the grain sacks made of striped skin, and that one solitary photograph from 1870. The social scuffle that followed was a magnificent display of Victorian finger-pointing. The scientists blamed the hunters blamed the farmers, and the farmers, quite reasonably, pointed out that the scientists had never told them the quagga was anything special. "We thought they were just striped donkeys," the hunters cried. "If we'd known they were scientific specimens, we'd have charged more for the skins." The engineering of regret. Once a thing is gone, the Victorian mind immediately sets about trying to engineer a way to pretend it isn't. Since they couldn't bring back the quagga, they began to obsess over the photograph. They made engravings of it. They painted life-sized models based on it. They put the quagga's skin into museum cases, the scientific art of anatomical modeling we discussed earlier, and they gave it glass eyes that stared out at the public with a look of permanent taxidermied forgiveness. But the photograph remains the most potent relic. It is the only evidence we have that the creature was ever more than a rumor or a drawing. It is a glimpse of the exotic that we managed to catch just as the door was slamming shut. I reckon that Quagga Mare in Regent's Park was the luckiest and the unluckiest creature in the world. She was unlucky because she had to live her life in a damp, gray paddock, far from the sun of the Karoo. But she was lucky because she was the only one of her million-strong family who got to stay. She was the one who was invited into the gilded cage of history. Every other quagga vanished into the grass and the silence, leaving nothing behind but a few bones and a lot of grain sacks. But she remains. She is still standing by that wooden fence in 1870, her stripes clear, her eye bright, forever waiting for the photographer to finish his business so she can go back to her hay. It makes a man think about the things we are looking at right now, the creatures and the wonders that we take for granted because they seem so common. We are always looking for the exotic, the rare, and the mysterious, while the miracles are standing right in front of us, waiting for their turn to be noticed. The quagga's final photograph is a warning. It tells us that the gilded cage is not just a place where we put animals. It is a place where we put our own failures. It is a reminder that while we can engineer a steam-heated house for an elephant and a glass eye for a tiger, we haven't yet found a way to engineer a reverse gear for extinction. Once the shutter clicks and the species leaves the room, all the scientific effort in the world is just a way of polishing the frame of an empty picture. And that, in my estimation, is a very poor use of a man's time. Though it's a hobby, the human race seems determined to pursue until there's nothing left to photograph but our own puzzled faces in the glass. I walked through Regent's Park the other day, near where the old enclosure used to be. The grass was green, the pigeons were flapping about, and the children were laughing. It was a pleasant, ordinary scene, but for a moment I could almost see her, that half-striped ghost standing in the London fog, watching us with her quiet brown eyes. She wasn't a scientific specimen then, and she isn't a mystery now. She was just a creature that we forgot to love until she was a photograph. And as I turned away, I couldn't help but wonder, who's standing in the background of our own photographs right now, waiting for us to notice them before the light fades and the box is closed forever? Chapter 24. The Zebra's Failed Employment. There is a deep-seated conviction in the human breast, particularly the British variety, that every creature on this green earth was placed here for the express purpose of eventually holding down a steady job. We cannot look at a mountain without wanting to mine it, a river without wanting to dam it, or a beautiful wild animal without wondering if it might be taught to carry a parcel or pull a handsome cab. It is a peculiar sort of imperial arrogance. We feel that nature is essentially a vast, unemployed workforce just waiting for the right foreman to come along with a set of instructions and a time clock. Now, the horse has been our most successful convert to the Protestant work ethic. A horse is a creature of noble sacrifice and a somewhat tragic willingness to be told what to do. He has traded his freedom for a warm stable and a bag of oats, and he spends his life leaning into a collar with a stoic, long-faced resignation that would do credit to a Methodist deacon. But the zebra, now there is a creature that looked at the horse's deal and said, "No, thank you. I'd rather be eaten by a lion." The zebra is the rebel of the equine world. He is a horse designed by a theater set painter who has developed a grudge against the concept of camouflage. He is jaunty, he is striped, and as the British aristocracy discovered to their profound embarrassment, he is entirely uncooperative. The vision of Lord Rothschild. This brings us to Lord Walter Rothschild, a man whose bank account was significantly larger than his understanding of equine psychology. Lord Walter was a man of the scientific sort, but with the added complication of being a peer of the realm with a great deal of spare time. He resided at Tring, where he kept a private museum and a collection of animals that made the local villagers wonder if they hadn't accidentally wandered into a fever dream. Lord Walter looked at the zebra and saw an opportunity for a biological promotion. He reasoned that if the zebra could survive the African sun and the tsetse fly, things that made a common English thoroughbred curl up its hooves and expire, then surely it would be the perfect candidate for the London streets. He imagined a future where the soot-stained cobblestones were brightened by the rhythmic trot of striped teams, a scientific alternative to the boring brown horse. It was the ultimate gilded cage. He wanted to take the wild, skittish energy of the savannah and put it into a harness. He wanted to give the zebra a career. The engineering of the striped commuter. The engineering of this project involved a level of patience that would have made Job look like a man with a short fuse. Zebras, you see, did not evolve to be helpful. They evolved in an environment where everything, from the lions to the crocodiles, is trying to turn them into lunch. Consequently, a zebra's primary instinct when he feels something touching his back is not to say, "Ah, a saddle, let us go for a brisk trot," but rather to scream, kick, and attempt to bite the head off whatever is behind him. I visited Tring during the height of this experiment. I watched 3 brawny grooms attempting to hitch a team of 4 zebras to a small, elegant phaeton. It was less like harnessing a team, and more like trying to gift-wrap a whirlwind. The zebras were a blur of black and white motion. They possessed a sideways mode of travel that is entirely unknown to the British horse. They didn't want to move forward. They wanted to move in a spiral, preferably while kicking the carriage to splinters. "They are a bit spirited this morning," Lord Walter said, adjusting his top hat as a zebra's hoof whistled past his ear. "Spirited is one word for it," I replied, retreating behind a sturdy oak tree. "Another might be homicidal." The drive to the palace. But Lord Walter was a persistent man. Through a combination of sheer stubbornness, a great deal of carrot-based bribery, and a harness design that involved more leather straps than a medieval torture chamber, he finally succeeded. He didn't just drive them around his estate, he drove them into the heart of London. The social scuffle that followed was a magnificent spectacle of Victorian bewilderment. Imagine, if you will, the scene at the gates of Buckingham Palace. The sentries are standing at attention, the carriages of the wealthy are rolling by in a dignified procession of blacks and chestnuts, and then, clattering over the stones, comes a team of 4 brightly striped African mules, pulling a Rothschild. The public didn't know whether to cheer or call for the police. The horses of London, however, knew exactly what to do. They panicked. A horse, as I have observed, is a creature of habit, and his habits do not include sharing the road with a walking optical illusion. When the zebra team appeared, every respectable carriage horse in the vicinity decided that the world was ending and attempted to climb the nearest lamppost. "It is a triumph of acclimatization," the newspapers cried. "The zebra has been tamed. The empire has found its striped servant." The failure of the striped dream. But the triumph was an illusion, a scientific humbug of the highest order, for while Lord Walter had succeeded in getting the zebras to pull the carriage to the palace, he had not succeeded in making them want to do it. The zebra is a creature of negative capability. He can be forced, but he cannot be persuaded. Unlike the horse, who develops a sort of affection for his master, the zebra views every human being as a lion in a suit. He never relaxes. He never settles into the work. A zebra in a harness is a bomb with a very long striped fuse. Lord Walter eventually had to admit defeat. The zebras were bitey. They were prone to sudden, inexplicable bouts of terror, and most importantly, they lacked the equine dignity required for the long term. You cannot have a reliable transport system based on an animal that might, at any moment, decide to lie down in the middle of Piccadilly and attempt to chew through the traces. The failed employment of the zebra remains one of my favorite chapters in the history of the Gilded Cage. It is a reminder that there are some things in this world that simply refuse to be useful. The zebra is a creature of the wild heart. He wears his stripes as a uniform of rebellion. He stood in the London streets, surrounded by the steam engines and the telegraph wires and the starched collars of the most powerful empire on earth, and he simply said, "No." I remember seeing Lord Walter's team one last time before the experiment was abandoned. They were standing by a hitching post, their stripes shimmering in the damp light. They looked magnificent, certainly, but they didn't look like servants. They looked like prisoners who were merely biding their time. We wanted to turn them into commuters, but the zebras knew better. They knew that a job is just a cage with a salary. They preferred the lions of the Serengeti to the stables of Tring, and I can't say I blame them. For in the end, it is better to be a wild thing in a dangerous world than a perfectly engineered striped horse pulling a rich man's carriage through a fog that smells of coal and disappointment. The zebra went back to the zoo or back to the estate. And eventually, the species was allowed to retire from the British workforce. They remain in their cages today, staring at the public with those dark, unblinking eyes. They don't pull carriages anymore. They just stand there, beautiful and useless, a living testament to the fact that you can paint stripes on a mule, but you can't make him believe in the glory of a 40-hour work week. And for that, I believe, the zebra deserves a salute, though I'd advise you to keep your fingers well away from the bars when you give it. Chapter 25. The Mongoose's Mistake. If there is one thing that the British Empire loved more than a well-steeped pot of tea or a map with a healthy amount of red ink, it was the scientific shortcut. The Victorian mind was perpetually on the lookout for a way to make nature do the heavy lifting, preferably without having to pay it a wage or listen to its grievances. They viewed the natural world as a sort of vast, disorganized warehouse where the parts were all there, but the inventory was a mess. Their solution was often to take a creature from column A and drop it into column B with the breezy confidence of a man moving furniture in a room he doesn't own. This brings us to the tragedy, or the farce, depending on whether you are a man or a lizard, of the mongoose. In the late 19th century, the sugar-cane plantations of the West Indies were suffering from a plague of rats. Now, a rat in a sugar-cane field is a creature of singular focus. He is not interested in politics, and he has no desire to see the world. He merely wishes to eat his weight in sugar every 24 hours and raise a family of 300 children who share his ambitions. The rats were eating the profits, and the plantation owners were in a state of considerable agitation. They had tried traps, they had tried poison, and they had tried prayer, but the rats remained fat and indifferent. The biological tech of the East. Enter the scientific gentlemen of the colonial office. They had heard tales from the East, from the sun-baked plains of India, of a marvelous little creature called the mongoose. The mongoose was described in the journals of the day as a biological engine of destruction. It was a sleek, low-slung, lightning-fast ribbon of fur and teeth that lived for the sole purpose of killing things that people didn't like. It was famous for fighting cobras, which gave it a certain heroic, knight-errant reputation in the London clubs. Why not, the gentleman reasoned, import this Indian marvel to our Caribbean colonies? It will eat the rats, save the sugar, and then, presumably, retire to a life of quiet contemplation. It is the perfect piece of biological technology, a self-replicating, solar-powered pest control system. It was the ultimate gilded cage. They wanted to harness the predatory instinct of one continent to solve the housekeeping problems of another. In 1872, with the blessings of the government and a great deal of optimistic paperwork, the first contingent of mongooses was crated up and shipped to Jamaica. The mongoose's new management. I have often observed that when you transplant a worker to a new environment, the first thing he does is look for the easiest way to earn his keep. The mongoose arrived in the West Indies, looked at the sugarcane fields, and made a startling discovery. Rats are very difficult to catch. They are fast, they live in holes, and they possess a certain ungentlemanly tendency to bite back. However, the Jamaican countryside was also filled with ground-nesting birds, rare lizards, and slow-moving tortoises, creatures that had evolved for millions of years in a world without mongooses. To the mongoose, these were not protected species or biological wonders. They were lunch. The imperial disaster began almost immediately. The mongoose looked at the rats, then looked at a nest of rare plover eggs, and made the kind of executive decision that any sensible predator would make. He ignored the rat and ate the eggs. Then he ate the lizard. Then he ate the snake. Within a few years, the mongoose had effectively cleared the island of everything that was easy to catch, while the rats, who were quite enjoying the fact that their natural predators, the snakes, were being eaten by the newcomers, continued to multiply with renewed vigor. The engineering of a catastrophe. I visited one of these improved islands and spoke with a local official who looked as though he had spent the last decade trying to apologize to a forest. "It was a triumph of theory, Mr. Twain," he said, wiping his brow with a damp handkerchief. "On paper, the mongoose is the rat's natural enemy. But the mongoose, it appears, has not read the papers. He has developed a taste for poultry. He has decimated the native birds. He has turned our ecological system into a sort of one-way street where everything leads into his stomach." The British, however, were slow to admit a scientific mistake. They spent years trying to engineer a solution to the solution. They suggested importing a second predator to eat the mongoose, perhaps a specialized breed of dog or a very large owl. "And what happens," I asked, "when the owl starts eating the cats?" "We shall cross that bridge when we come to it," the official replied, with the terrifying stoicism of a man who believes that there is no problem so large it cannot be solved by importing more animals. The moral of the gilded cage. The mongoose's mistake was not really the mongoose's fault. He was merely doing what Providence had designed him to do: survive. The mistake belonged to the men in the starched collars who thought they could play God with a crate of fur and a steamship ticket. They had built a gilded cage around the entire ecology of the West Indies, thinking they could control the flow of life as easily as they controlled the flow of currency. They treated the world as a machine where you could swap out a gear here and add a spring there without the whole thing exploding in your face. By the time I left the island, the mongoose was everywhere. You would see them darting across the roads, their eyes bright with a sort of predatory triumph. They were no longer scientific tech. They were the new masters of the landscape. The rats were still there, the birds were mostly gone, and the plantation owners were now complaining that the mongooses were eating their prize roosters. It is a sobering thought. We spend our lives trying to fix nature, convinced that our technology, whether it is a steam engine or a captured predator, is the answer to every problem. But nature has a way of reminding us that she has been in the business a lot longer than we have. She doesn't like being put in a box, and she particularly doesn't like being told which fork to use for dinner. The mongoose remains in the Caribbean today, a permanent resident and a living monument to imperial hubris. He is the gilded cage that wouldn't stay shut. He is the biological mistake that we are still trying to figure out how to unmake. And as I watched a young mongoose disappear into a patch of ferns with a stolen egg in its mouth, I couldn't help but think that he was the only one in the whole story who had truly understood the situation. He had been given a free trip to paradise, a buffet that never ended, and a world where the scientific gentlemen were too busy writing reports to notice that they had just burned down the house to get rid of a few spiders. I reckon that's the real danger of the gilded cage. We think we are protecting our interests, but we are usually just building a very expensive, very ornate trap for ourselves. And once the mongoose is out of the crate, all the scientific effort in the world won't put him back in. You can't unring a bell, and you certainly can't unimport a predator once he's decided he likes the local cuisine better than the job he was hired to do. It's a lesson the British learned the hard way, and it's one that we do well to remember before we decide to improve the next forest with a new piece of biological tech that looks good on paper but has a very different set of ideas about what's for lunch. Chapter 26, The Ostrich and the Milliner. I have often reflected that if a man were to be judged solely by his headgear, the Victorian era would be viewed by future historians as a time when the human race was undergoing a slow and somewhat confused transition into becoming a species of large, flightless bird. There is something in the human soul, particularly the part of the soul responsible for feminine fashion, that cannot see a perfectly good bird minding its own business in the desert without wanting to pull out its tail feathers and stick them on a velvet hat. It is a peculiar form of vanity. We spend our lives building heavy, soot-stained cities of brick and iron, and then we attempt to compensate for the drabness of our surroundings by decorating our wives and daughters like a flock of escapees from a tropical paradise. In the late 19th century, this obsession centered on the ostrich. The ostrich is a bird that possesses a great deal of neck, a remarkable capacity for kicking a man into the middle of next week, and a set of plumes that look like frozen fountain spray. For centuries, if a lady wanted an ostrich feather, some poor soul had to go out into the Sahara with a musket and shoot the bird. This was an inefficient system, as it resulted in a very dead bird and a finite supply of feathers. But the Victorian mind, which as we have seen is never happier than when it is engineering a solution to a natural problem, decided that the ostrich should not be a hunted curiosity, but an industrial asset. They decided to farm them. The feather-growing machine. This brings us to the gilded cage of the ostrich paddock. By the 1880s, the deserts of South Africa and the sun-baked plains of California were being carved into scientific feather factories. The ostrich was no longer a wild wanderer. He was a feather-growing machine. The engineering of an ostrich farm is a study in the management of high-velocity stupidity. An ostrich, you see, is not a clever animal. He has a brain that is smaller than his eye, which tells you everything you need to know about his priorities. He is a creature of immense physical power and almost zero common sense. He will eat a silk handkerchief, a handful of nails, or a gold watch with equal enthusiasm, and then look at you with an expression of profound, wide-eyed bewilderment when his stomach begins to rattle like a toolbox. To keep these birds in a gilded cage required a specialized kind of architecture. You couldn't use common fences. An ostrich can clear a 5-foot rail with the grace of a ballet dancer and the landing force of a falling piano. No, the paddocks had to be designed to accommodate a bird that can run at 40 miles an hour, but has the navigational skills of a moth in a lantern. The mechanics of humane shears. The real scientific shift, however, was not in the housing, but in the harvest. In the old days, the feathers were simply ripped out, a process that was noisy, bloody, and generally discouraged the bird from participating in future seasons. But as the social scuffle over animal cruelty began to simmer in the London tea rooms, the industry realized it needed a scientific and humane alternative. Enter the humane shears. I visited an ostrich farm where the manager, a man who spoke of feathers with the same hushed reverence that a banker speaks of gold bullion, showed me the latest in defeathering technology. "You see, Mr. Twain," he said, holding up a pair of specialized snub-nosed clippers, "we no longer pluck, we harvest. We have engineered a method where the bird feels nothing more than a slight tickle, similar to a gentleman receiving a haircut in a high-class establishment." I watched a harvesting session, and I must tell you, the haircut comparison was a bit of a stretch. To harvest an ostrich, you must first catch the ostrich. This involves 4 brawny men and a hood, a long dark stocking that is slipped over the bird's head. The moment the hood goes on, the ostrich undergoes a remarkable psychological transformation. Because he can no longer see the world, he assumes the world has ceased to exist, and he stands perfectly still in a state of existential confusion. It is the ultimate gilded cage of the mind. As long as he is in the dark, he is a statue. Then come the shears. The humane part of the engineering was that the shears didn't cut the skin. They cut the quill just above the socket. This left the root in place to fall out naturally, like a baby tooth, while the milliner got her precious plume. I watched the shears work. Clip, clip, clip. In 10 minutes, a magnificent, towering bird was transformed into a naked, shivering absurdity that looked like a giant plucked chicken with a very long neck. The feathers, the prime whites, and the long blacks were whisked away to be sorted, cleaned, and shipped to the great millinery houses of London and Paris. The milliner's altar. At the other end of this engineering of the exotic was the milliner's shop. If the ostrich farm was the factory, the milliner's shop was the cathedral. I stood in a shop on Regent Street where the gilded cage reached its aesthetic peak. The walls were lined with glass cases containing plume arrangements that would have made a peacock feel underdressed. There were hats that looked like they were about to take flight, adorned with enough ostrich down to cushion a fall from a second-story window. The social scuffle of the era was a fascinating thing to observe. On one side, you had the newly formed Plumage League, the ancestors of the modern bird protectors, who argued that it was a crime against nature to decorate a hat with the spoils of a bird's tail. They published pamphlets showing the plucked and shivering ostriches, calling for a boycott of the blood-stained finery. On the other side, the fashion industry defended the scientific humanity of the ostrich farm. They argued that the ostrich was a domesticated partner in commerce, and that the humane shears had removed the sting of the harvest. Besides, one milliner told me, her mouth full of pins, a lady without a plume is like a ship without a sail. She cannot navigate the social waters of Mayfair without the proper aerodynamic assistance. The ostrich provides the wind for our social sails. The economics of vanity. The sheer scale of this industry was staggering. At the height of the feather fever, ostrich plumes were worth almost as much as diamonds by weight. We had engineered a global supply chain, from the dusty paddocks of the Cape to the steamships of the Atlantic to the velvet workrooms of Paris, all to satisfy the whim of a woman who wanted to look like a very expensive bird for an afternoon. But there was an irony in the gilded cage of the ostrich. By saving the ostrich from extinction through farming, We had turned it into a commodity. We had traded its wild dignity for a humane haircut and a life in a fenced paddock. We had made it useful, and in doing so, we had made it ridiculous. I remember seeing a group of ostriches after they had been harvested. They were standing in the sun, their bare, pink skin looking painfully vulnerable. They were still ostriches. They still had the powerful legs and the haughty eyes, but they were missing their iridescence. They looked like they had been cheated out of their very identity. And then I thought of the hats. I thought of the grand ladies walking through Hyde Park, their ostrich plumes nodding in the breeze. They looked magnificent, certainly, but they didn't look like themselves either. They looked like they were wearing a piece of another world, a world they had captured, trimmed with shears, and pinned to their heads with a silver needle. The final clip. The ostrich feather industry eventually collapsed, not because of a sudden outbreak of human conscience, but because of the invention of the automobile. It turns out that a 3-foot ostrich plume and a convertible motor car at 30 miles an hour are fundamentally incompatible. The wind that the milliner spoke of became a literal gale, and the plumes were torn from the hats and scattered across the highways of Europe. Fashion, the most fickle of all gilded cages, simply moved on. The ostrich farms were abandoned, the humane shears were left to rust, and the birds were either turned into handbags or allowed to go back to being wild and useless. But the lesson remains. We are a species that will go to the ends of the earth to capture beauty, and we will build the most elaborate scientific excuses to justify the theft. We will invent humane shears to convince ourselves that we aren't being cruel, and we will build gilded cages to convince ourselves that we are being kind. As I left the ostrich farm that day, I saw a single plume that had been missed by the sorters. It was lying in the dust, a white, frothy thing that looked like a fallen cloud. I picked it up. It was incredibly light, incredibly soft, and entirely unnecessary. It was a miracle of engineering, designed by nature to help a bird navigate the heat of the desert. And here it was, a specimen of commerce, waiting to be pinned to a hat. I tossed it back into the paddock. A hoodless ostrich, a magnificent, unharvested male, trotted over, looked at the feather, and then, with a single, prehistoric stomp of his foot, crushed it into the dirt. He didn't want the scientific glory of the milliner. He just wanted his tail back. And as he walked away, his neck held high and his plumes ruffling in the wind, I realized that he was the only one in the whole story who hadn't been fooled by the gilded cage. He knew that beauty isn't something you harvest. It's something you live, and if you have to fight a man with a pair of shears to keep it, then you better make sure your kick is as scientific as his clippers. Chapter 27. The Llama of Salt's Mill. I have often reflected that the true difference between a visionary and a madman is nothing more than a bit of successful bookkeeping. If a man stands in a Liverpool warehouse and decides to spend his fortune on a pile of dusty, matted hair that smells like a damp cellar and looks like the sweepings of a barbershop floor, his neighbors will tap their heads and suggest he take a long rest by the seaside. But if that same man manages to turn that pile of hair into a shimmering fabric fit for a queen's morning dress, those same neighbors will name a town after him and ask him for his secret to success. This brings us to Sir Titus Salt and the Andean alchemist. In the 1830s, the British textile industry was a voracious beast that lived on sheep's wool and cotton. It was a predictable, steady business, and if there is one thing the British middle class loved more than their Sunday roast, it was predictability. But the Victorian soul is also prone to sudden, inexplicable fits of wanting something exotic, provided it can be manufactured in Yorkshire and doesn't involve too much traveling. The discovery of the discarded. The story goes that in 1836, Titus Salt, a man whose chin whiskers were themselves a masterpiece of textile engineering, was wandering through a warehouse in Liverpool. There, tucked away in a dark corner like a forgotten secret, were 300 bales of alpaca wool. Now, the alpaca is a creature that belongs to the camel family, though it appears to have been designed by someone who wanted a llama, but decided to stop halfway through and add more fluff. It is a resident of the high Andes, a place where the air is thin and the scenery is spectacular. To the Liverpool merchants, however, the alpaca was a nuisance. They had imported the wool on a whim and found that it was impossible to spin. It was too long, too oily, and it possessed a stubborn, un-British resistance to the standard machinery of the day. It was, quite literally, trash. Salt looked at this pile of filth and saw a gilded cage waiting to be built. He bought the lot for a song, took it back to his mill, and set about the scientific shift of the decade. The Andean aristocrat. Before we discuss the fabric, we must discuss the animal. The llama and the alpaca are the undisputed aristocrats of South America. They possess a look of such profound, unblinking haughtiness that they make a British butler look like a common street sweeper. A llama does not merely look at you. It evaluates you, finds you lacking in every possible department, and then turns its head away with a flick of its ears that conveys more disdain than a 3-volume novel. They also possess a defensive technology that is entirely their own, the high-velocity spit. A llama's spit is not a mere droplet. It is a green fermented projectile of half-digested grass that is delivered with the accuracy of a sniper and the smell of a stagnant pond. It is their way of saying, "You are within my personal space, and I find your presence offensive to my nostrils." The Victorians were fascinated by this. They brought a few of these creatures to the London Zoo, where the public would stand at a safe distance and try to goad them into action. "Is he angry, Papa?" a child would ask. "No, my dear," the father would reply. "He is merely scientific. He is demonstrating the natural impulses of the Andean highlands. Now, move back, for he appears to be taking aim at your bonnet." The engineering of the silk wool. Titus Salt didn't care for the spit, he cared for the hair. The engineering involved in the alpaca revolution was a struggle of man versus fiber. The alpaca hair was so slick and so strong that it slipped right through the iron teeth of the Bradford looms. Salt spent years experimenting, trying to find a social compromise for the fiber. His breakthrough was a stroke of industrial genius. He used a cotton warp and an alpaca weft. By marrying the humble British cotton to the exotic Andean hair, he created a fabric that was light, incredibly durable, and possessed a luster that rivaled silk. It was the gilded cage of textiles, a luxury item that could be mass-produced in the damp, gray heart of Yorkshire. The result was a fashion explosion. Suddenly, every lady of standing had to have an alpaca gown. It became the official uniform of the Victorian widow, a fabric that was somber enough for a funeral, but shiny enough to remind everyone that the widow in question had inherited a very respectable sum of money. Even Queen Victoria, the ultimate arbiter of exotic discipline, ordered several pieces. The alpaca had officially moved from the mountainside to the palace. Saltaire, the model cage. But the true gilded cage of the alpaca story wasn't the dress, it was the town. Titus Salt was so successful that he decided to build a model village to house his workers and his new machinery. He called it Saltaire. It was a marvel of Victorian social scuffles. Salt was a man who believed that if you gave a worker a clean house, a library, and a total lack of beer, that worker would produce twice as much alpaca cloth as a man who was allowed to enjoy himself. Saltaire was a town built on the science of paternalism. The houses, neat, stone-built, and equipped with the latest ventilation, though, as we've seen with the elephant houses, ventilation was often just a fancy word for a draft. The rules: no pubs, no gambling, no unscientific behavior. The mill, a massive, cathedral-like structure where the alpaca wool was processed by the ton. It was a magnificent achievement, but as I walked through the streets of Saltaire, I couldn't help but feel a certain kinship between the workers and the animals they were shearing. Both were part of a grand, orderly design. The workers were in their gilded cage of stone houses and libraries, and the alpaca wool was in its gilded cage of cotton warps and iron looms. Everything was being improved, refined, and civilized until the original spirit of the thing was buried under 10 layers of Yorkshire propriety. The irony of the Andes. There is a final, lingering irony in the alpaca's tale. While the British were busy building towns and fortunes out of the animals' hair, they found it almost impossible to keep the animals themselves alive in England. They tried to acclimatize the llama to the hills of Yorkshire, thinking that if they could grow the wool at home, they could cut out the middleman. But the llama, it turns out, has standards. It looked at the Yorkshire rain, it looked at the soot-blackened sheep, and it looked at the scientific gentleman who wanted to put it in a paddock, and it simply refused to cooperate. The animals died of damp, of rot, and, I suspect, of sheer boredom. They were creatures of the thin, cold air and the vast open sky. They didn't want a model village. They wanted a mountain. We had engineered the silk of the Andes into a global industry, but we couldn't engineer the soul of the creature to accept the British fog. We ended up with a world where the queen wore the alpaca's hair, and the mill worker spent his life weaving it, while the animal itself remained 1,000 miles away, spitting at the horizon and waiting for the world to go back to being a place where a creature could be both beautiful and useless. The alpaca of Salt's Mill is a testament to the Victorian belief that anything can be turned to account if you have enough steam power and a sufficiently starched collar. We took a pile of discarded hair and turned it into a town. We took a wild creature of the heights and turned its coat into a fashion statement for the drawing room. But as I watched a lady in a shimmering alpaca dress walk through the park, her skirts rustling with that peculiar metallic sound of the Andes, I thought of the llama. I thought of that unblinking, haughty gaze, and that perfectly aimed projectile of green grass, and I realized that while we might have captured the hair, we never truly captured the animal. The llama remains the ultimate rebel of the gilded cage, a creature that gave us its coat because it had plenty to spare, but kept its dignity for itself, leaving us with nothing but a very shiny dress and a town where you can't get a decent glass of ale. It was a scientific triumph, certainly, but as any man who has ever been on the receiving end of a llama's spit can tell you, nature always finds a way to have the last word, even if that word is delivered with a wet, grassy thud right in the middle of your scientific improvement. Chapter 28, The Butterfly Hunter's Duel. There is a specific variety of insanity that overtakes a man when he realizes that a particular species of insect possesses a shade of blue that is not currently represented in his mahogany cabinet. It is a quiet, twitchy madness, usually accompanied by a pith helmet and a net that looks like it was designed to catch ghosts. We call these men lepidopterists, mostly because it sounds more dignified than grown men who spend their lives chasing butterflies through a swamp. But the result is the same, a total abandonment of reason in favor of a speck of dust with wings. In the Victorian era, the butterfly was the ultimate currency of the scientific shift. It was the most fragile inhabitant of the gilded cage, a prisoner that didn't require a steam-heated paddock or a ton of horse manure, but merely a single, sharp pen and a steady hand. But because the butterfly was so small and so easily crushed, the engineering of the collection became a cutthroat business that rivaled the gold rushes of the West. The economics of a wing beat. To the average person, a butterfly is a pleasant distraction, a bit of flying confetti that suggests the weather is improving. But to the Victorian collector, a butterfly was a banknote with legs. There were species from the Malay archipelago and the deep interior of the Amazon that were worth more than their weight in solid gold. A single rare specimen, perhaps a Queen Alexandra's birdwing or a particularly vibrant morpho, could fetch enough at a London auction to buy a respectable cottage in the country or at least pay off a very large gambling debt. This led to what I call the butterfly hunter's duel, a silent global war fought with nets and poison jars. I once knew a man in San Francisco who had spent 3 years in the jungles of Sumatra looking for a moth that was rumored to have wings the color of a sunset seen through a glass of sherry. He told me that he had survived 3 bouts of malaria, 2 leopard attacks, and a local uprising, all for the sake of a creature that lives for 48 hours and spends most of that time looking for a place to sit down. Was it worth it? I asked him, looking at the tiny, shriveled thing pinned to a board. Worth it? He whispered, his eyes gleaming with that peculiar collector's fever. Mr. Twain, there are only 3 of these in existence. The other 2 are in the hands of a duke who wouldn't sell them for the crown jewels. I am now the 3rd most important man in the world of entomology. Of course it was worth it. The engineering of the perfect kill. The scientific art of butterfly collecting was a gruesome business disguised as a hobby for the refined. The collector didn't just want the butterfly, he wanted the butterfly in a state of eternal perfection. The capture. You couldn't just swat the thing. A single missing scale from the wing would devalue the specimen by half. You had to catch it in a silk net with the delicacy of a surgeon. The execution. Once caught, the butterfly was introduced to the cyanide jar. This was a glass bottle with a layer of poison at the bottom, designed to snuff out the life without a struggle. We wanted the beauty, but we wanted it to be still. The setting. Back at the tent, the hunter would use setting needles to spread the wings and drying boards to hold them in place. It was the ultimate gilded cage, a creature that was built for flight, pinned forever in a pose of static, unblinking symmetry. The cutthroat duel, the competition between collectors, was legendary. If two hunters were in the same jungle, they didn't share their notes. They laid false trails. They would hire local guides to lead their rivals into particularly thick patches of thorn bushes, or in some cases, toward a hungry crocodile. There is a story of two collectors in New Guinea who spent 6 months trying to outmaneuver each other for the first glimpse of a new species. When one of them finally caught the prize, he didn't just pin it. He allegedly burned the rest of the forest in that area to ensure that his specimen remained the only one in the world. That is the social scuffle at its most extreme, destroying the species to preserve the value of the corpse. In the London auction houses, these duels reached their peak. Men in top hats would sit in silence bidding hundreds of pounds for a speck of color. They weren't buying a butterfly. They were buying a victory over their peers. They were buying a piece of the exotic that they could lock in a drawer and show to their friends as proof of their own scientific reach. The irony of the pin. The irony of the butterfly hunter is that he loves the thing he kills. He speaks of the exquisite beauty and the ethereal light of the wings, and then he drives a piece of steel through the creature's heart. He creates a gilded cage where the bars are invisible, but the prisoner is dead. I remember walking through a museum where thousands of these creatures were displayed in long, shallow drawers. It was a kaleidoscope of impossible colors, electric blues, fiery oranges, and greens that looked like they had been stolen from a forest god. It was magnificent. But as I stood there, I realized that I couldn't hear a single wing beat. The room was as silent as a graveyard. We had engineered a way to keep the color, but we had lost the flight. We had mastered the science of the wing, but we had forgotten the soul of the breeze. The butterfly hunter's duel was a testament to the Victorian belief that anything, no matter how small, how fragile, or how fleeting, could be turned into a trophy. We turned the sky into a collection and the wind into an inventory. And as I watched a collector carefully dust a blue morpho with a camel hairbrush, I couldn't help but think that the butterfly, in its short, messy, unpinned life, had known a glory that the man with the net would never understand. The man had the wing, but the butterfly had the sky. And in the long run, I reckon the butterfly got the better end of the deal, even if it did end up with a pin in its chest and a label in Latin. For it is better to have flown for a day than to be perfect in a mahogany drawer for a century, being stared at by a man who thinks he's captured the sun when he's really just captured a bit of colored dust. Chapter 29. The Ant's Glass Palace. I have often observed that there is no creature so small, so industrious, and so thoroughly minding its own business that a human being cannot find a way to feel superior to it, provided he can get it behind a sheet of glass and watch it struggle. We are a species that takes a peculiar squinting comfort in the misfortunes of the miniature. If we see a man working himself into an early grave to build a house, we call it a tragedy, and perhaps write a dismal poem about the crushing weight of poverty. But if we see 1,000 ants doing the very same thing in a wooden frame on a parlor table, we call it nature's instruction. Pour ourselves another glass of port and invite the neighbors over to witness the spectacle of tireless, unpaid labor. In the latter half of the 19th century, the gilded cage reached its most microscopic and perhaps its most judgmental form, the ant's glass palace. It was a device that allowed the Victorian gentleman to play the role of a silent, hovering, and somewhat judgmental deity over a civilization that was roughly the size of a dinner plate and significantly more organized than the British Parliament. The architecture of the transparent trench. The engineering of the Victorian ant farm was a masterpiece of simplicity, which is perhaps why it appealed so strongly to the mechanical, order-obsessed mind of the age. It consisted of 2 panes of high-quality glass held a fraction of an inch apart by a mahogany or rosewood frame. This space was filled with just enough soil to keep the inhabitants from feeling entirely exposed to the elements, but not enough to allow them a single moment of privacy. It was the ultimate scientific glimpse. For the first time in history, man could see what happened beneath the surface of the earth without having to get his own fingernails dirty or descend into a coal mine. He could watch the tunnels being bored, the eggs being moved with the delicacy of a jeweler handling pearls, and the debris being cleared with a frantic, unceasing energy that made the average British civil servant look like he was in the middle of a 3-year hibernation. I recall visiting the study of a particularly scientific baronet who had an ant palace that was 4 feet long and 3 feet high. It sat on his desk like a transparent mahogany-trimmed tombstone for the concept of leisure. "Look at them, Mr. Twain," he said, tapping the glass with a gold-headed cane, an act which, to the ants inside, must have felt like a localized earthquake followed immediately by the end of the world. There is more order in that 6 inches of dirt than in the whole of London. No strikes, no unions, no grumbling about the price of ale or the length of the workday. Just pure, unadulterated, God-fearing industry. The socialism of the soil. The Victorian obsession with the ant was not merely biological, it was deeply, almost dangerously, moral. They looked at the ant and they saw a perfect tiny subject of the crown, a creature that lived by a code of conduct that would have made a Spartan look like a libertine. The ant was the hero of every Sunday school lesson, the star of every pamphlet on the virtues of hard work. King Solomon himself had told the sluggard to go to the ant and consider her ways, and the Victorians took this advice with a literalism that was almost frightening. They called it the socialism of the ants, though they used the word with a sort of nervous, high-collared fascination. In an age when the working classes were beginning to ask inconvenient questions about wages, the right to vote, and whether they might occasionally see a bit of sun, the scientific gentleman found a great deal of comfort in the idea that a perfect society was one where everyone worked until they dropped, nobody owned so much as a blade of grass, and the Queen was the only one allowed to have a family. "It is a perfect commune," my baronet friend explained, his eyes gleaming with a light that suggested he wished he could apply the same principles to his own tenant farmers. Each ant knows its station from the moment of its birth. Each ant serves the whole. There is no vanity here, sir, no desire for individual glory or a better pension, just the rhythmic, relentless pursuit of the common good, conducted in total silence. I watched a single ant struggling with a piece of dried leaf that was 5 times its own size. It stumbled It fell. It was trampled by its own sisters, who were too busy with their own leaves to offer a hand, and then it got up and tried again. It was a portrait of heroic, mindless, and utterly doomed labor. It was socialism in the sense that everyone was equally miserable and everyone was equally busy, which I suppose is the only kind of socialism that actually works for any length of time. The engineering of the miniature utopia. To keep this utopia running, the Victorian had to engineer the environment with the precision of a watchmaker and the detachment of a prison warden. You couldn't just throw any ants into the glass. You had to have a balanced colony. You had to provide scientific ventilation, tiny holes drilled into the mahogany that were just small enough to keep the residents in, but just large enough to let in the coal-scented air of the study. Artificial nectar, a regular supply of sugar water delivered via a dropper, which turned the ants into a colony of frantic, six-legged addicts. The divine light, the placement of the farm near a window so the sun would illuminate the tunnels, regardless of the fact that ants generally prefer to do their work in the dark. But the real engineering was in the observation. The glass palace was designed to be a moral theater. People would sit for hours watching the ants dispose of their dead, which they did with a grim business-like efficiency, piling the corpses in a corner like cordwood, and draw profound, tearful conclusions about the nature of human mortality and the necessity of a tidy house. "See how they honor the work above the worker," the ladies would cry, clutching their lace handkerchiefs. "What a lesson for the housemaids! If only the cook were half as diligent in clearing the larder as these tiny creatures are in clearing their tunnels." They even had ant battles. A collector would sometimes introduce a few ants from a rival colony, say a few red ants into a black ant palace, just to watch the carnage. It was a scientific review of war, conducted in the absolute safety of the drawing room. They would watch the tiny warriors tear each other limb from limb, and they would discuss the survival of the fittest and the natural order of conflict as if they were talking about the price of tea. It was the Gilded Cage as a gladiatorial arena where the deaths were silent, the soldiers didn't require a pension, and the blood didn't stain the expensive Persian carpet. The irony of the observer. The great irony of the ants' glass palace, and the thing that I suspect the ants would have pointed out if they hadn't been so busy carrying dirt and being moral lessons, was the contrast between the watched and the watcher. There sat the Victorian gentleman, encased in his own gilded cage of social ritual, starched linen, and inherited wealth. He lived a life of profound, cushioned idleness, supported by a vast, invisible machinery of labor that stretched from the coal mines of Wales to the tea plantations of Ceylon. And from his position of absolute, unearned leisure, he sat and admired the industry of the ant. He praised the ant for having no property, while he sat on an estate the size of a small kingdom. He praised the ant for its selfless devotion to the queen, while he grumbled about his own taxes and the incompetence of the government. He praised the ant for its socialism, provided that socialism stayed behind a half-inch of glass and didn't start making speeches in Hyde Park or suggesting that the gentry might try doing their own laundry for a change. We loved the ant because the ant was a worker who couldn't talk back. We engineered a palace for them so that we could study the virtues we were too tired or too rich to practice ourselves. We turned a hole in the ground into a scientific instruction so that we could feel better about the fact that our own industry mostly involved ringing a bell and waiting for someone else to bring us a sandwich and the morning paper. The final crack. I remember asking the baronet what happened if the glass broke. If the glass breaks, Mr. Twain, why, then we have a catastrophe. The order is lost. The ants scatter. They become nuisances. They get into the sugar. They get into the bed sheets. They lose their scientific character and become common pests. And there it was. As long as the socialism was contained, it was beautiful and instructive. The moment it escaped the frame, it was a threat to the household. We didn't want the ants' ways. We wanted the ants' containment. We wanted to see the work, but we didn't want to live in the nest. The ants' glass palace remains one of the most honest monuments of the era. It shows us exactly what we want from nature. We want her to be busy. We want her to be orderly. And we want her to be exactly where we can see her without her being able to see us. As I left the study that day, I looked back at the glass palace. The late afternoon sun was hitting the glass at an angle, and for a moment the ants were invisible, lost in the bright reflection of the room. All I could see were the baronet's expensive books, his heavy velvet curtains, and his own self-satisfied face staring back from the pane. The socialism of the ants had been replaced by the vanity of the man. I reckon the ants are still in there somewhere, still digging their tunnels and carrying their eggs, oblivious to the fact that they are supposed to be a moral lesson for the British Empire. They don't know they live in a palace, and they certainly don't know they are socialists. They are just ants, doing what ants have done since the beginning of time. And I suspect that long after the mahogany frames have rotted and the glass has turned back to sand, the ants will still be digging, and there will still be some human being somewhere watching them and trying to figure out how to make their hard work look like his own brilliant idea. Chapter 30. The Parrot Who Knew the Anthem. If the ant was the silent subterranean laborer of the Victorian world, a creature admired for its ability to work itself to death, without ever asking for a half-holiday or a raise in pay, the parrot was its most talkative, most decorative, and most dangerously observant diplomat. In the grand velvet-draped drawing rooms of the 1880s, a parrot was not merely a pet. It was a linguistic specimen and a social status symbol that could, if properly engineered by a man with enough patience and a sufficient supply of sunflower seeds, recite the collect for the day, or insult your rival's taste in millinery with the same raucous, unblinking enthusiasm. A parrot is a creature that appears to have been assembled from the spare parts of a rainbow and a pair of bolt cutters. It possesses a memory like a filing cabinet, a beak that can dismantle a mahogany chair in under 40 seconds, and a sense of comedic timing that would make a professional stage performer retire in a fit of professional jealousy. They were brought to London from the furthest, most sweltering reaches of the empire, the deep green silences of the Congo, the screaming canopies of the Amazon, and the dusty, sun-blasted outback of Australia, only to find themselves in a gilded cage that was often more ornate, more expensive, and significantly more difficult to clean than the very furniture it sat upon. The avian linguist. The Victorian obsession with the parrot centered almost exclusively on its capacity for human mimicry. We are a species that is never quite satisfied with the sounds of the natural world, unless they are echoing our own opinions back at us. We were fascinated by the idea that a beast could acquire the most sacred of human attributes, the power of speech. But as with everything else in the gilded cage, we didn't want the parrot to speak its own mind, which likely consisted of a desire for more fruit and a return to a climate where it didn't have to wear a tiny knitted sweater in January. We wanted it to speak ours. The engineering of a royal parrot involved a grueling, repetitive process of linguistic conditioning that would have broken the spirit of a lesser animal. I once met a bird tutor in a small, noisy shop near Covent Garden, a man who looked as though he had spent his entire life being shouted at by a collection of feathered lunatics. He had a permanent squint from dodging flying seeds and a thumb that was more scar tissue than skin, but he spoke of the science of the tongue with the gravity of a professor of Greek. "You see, Mr. Twain," he said, holding a cracker just out of reach of a very irritable macaw, "a parrot doesn't just talk, it mirrors its environment. If you want a parrot for a royal drawing room, you cannot surround it with the language of the docks. You must immerse it in the sounds of loyalty. We play the piano, we sing the anthem, and we repeat the names of the royal family until the bird thinks that God Save the Queen is the only proper way to ask for a drink of water." These birds became status linguists. A parrot that could recite a stanza of Tennyson was worth £100 and a mention in the social columns. A parrot that could only scream like a banshee and imitate the sound of a cork popping was a scientific failure and a social liability. They were the gilded voices of the empire, feathered ambassadors who were expected to say the right thing at the right time, provided the right time involved a reward of a grape. The social scuffle of the drawing room. However, the presence of a parrot in a Victorian drawing room often led to social scuffles of a most delicate and ruinous nature. A parrot, you see, is a biological recording device with no sense of off-the-record privilege. It does not distinguish between a public comment made for the benefit of the guests and a private one made behind a hand when the guests have finally had the grace to leave. There are legendary stories in the clubs of London, stories told in hushed tones over glasses of brandy, of parrots that disgrace their owners by repeating the master's candid complaints about the quality of the mutton or the mistress's unvarnished opinions on the curate's latest sermon. In the gilded cage of Victorian society, where every human emotion was hidden behind a thick veil of propriety and starched linen, the parrot was the one scientific instrument that couldn't be relied upon to keep a secret. It was a witness that could fly, and it had no fear of the law of libel. I remember visiting a lady of high standing in Belgravia who possessed an African gray of remarkable linguistic talent. We were sitting in her parlor, surrounded by lace doilies and the oppressive silence of high culture, when the bird suddenly ruffled its feathers, looked me straight in the eye, and shrieked, "He's a bit of a bore, isn't he, Penelope? Give him a biscuit and send him packing." The lady turned a shade of red that matched the bird's tail feathers, and I realized that I had just been granted a scientific glimpse into her true thoughts. The parrot hadn't invented the sentiment. It had merely archived it. We were trying to engineer the bird into a diplomat, but the bird was busy engineering our social destruction. The irony of the anthem. The true irony of the parrot who knew the anthem was the vast, unbridgeable distance between the word spoken and the meaning understood. To hear a bird from the Congo, a creature born to the wild, chaotic music of the jungle, screeching "long to reign over us" in a London parlor, is to witness the ultimate absurd triumph of the gilded cage. We had taken the voice of the wild and attempted to turn it into a feathered gramophone of the state. But if you looked closely at the parrot, as I often did while waiting for a hostess to make her grand entrance, you could see that the bird wasn't a patriot. It was a cynic. It watched the humans with a cold, yellow, unblinking eye, its head cocked to one side, as if it were trying to calculate the exact amount of nonsense a human being can generate in a single afternoon. It was collecting the sounds of our own cage, the clinking of the teacups, the rustle of the silk dresses, the hollow laughter of the polite, and it was ready to play them back to us at the most inconvenient moment possible. The parrot was the only resident of the gilded cage who could talk back, and yet, because it only spoke our own words, we never really heard what it had to say. It remained a specimen of discovery, a decorative linguist in a brass cage, singing a song it didn't understand for a people who didn't understand the bird. As the century drew to a close, the parrot remained a fixture of the British home, a noisy, brilliant, and deeply observant reminder that you can teach a creature to sing the anthem, but you can't make it believe in the glory of the empire. And sometimes, in the middle of a quiet, foggy afternoon, when the drawing room was still and the humans were lost in their own thoughts, the parrot would let out a single, piercing, primeval scream, a sound that didn't belong to London, the anthem, or the Queen, but to a forest that was 10,000 miles away and 1,000 years gone. And for a second, the gilded cage would tremble, the linguistic specimen would vanish, and the humans would look at each other with a sudden nervous realization that the linguist in the corner knew a great deal more about the nature of our civilization than he was ever going to tell. At least, not until he was sure he could get a cracker for the information. Chapter 31. The Pekingees Who Saw Too Much. History, as a general rule, is a loud, bloody, and thoroughly ungentlemanly business. It is conducted by men in heavy boots who have a profound affection for gunpowder and a lamentable tendency to settle international arguments by knocking down walls that took other people 5 centuries to build. We like to think of progress as a stately, dignified procession of ideas, but in my experience, it is more often a frantic scramble for the silverware. And in the year 1860, the British and the French, in a rare fit of international cooperation and imperial greed, decided that the best way to open the eyes of the Chinese emperor was to burn down his house and run off with his dogs. This brings us to the old summer palace, the Yuan, a place that was described by those few Europeans who saw it as a dream of marble, silk, and emerald gardens. It was the jewel of the Qing dynasty, a place so beautiful that even the clouds were said to linger over its pavilions a little longer than was strictly necessary for the weather. But the Victorian mind, as we have observed, cannot see a jewel without wanting to pry it out of its setting to see how it looks on a mahogany mantelpiece in London. The looting of the summer palace was a scientific extraction on a grand continental scale. The soldiers didn't just take the gold and the jade, they took the clocks, the tapestries, and the very silk off the walls. It was a carnival of theft, conducted with the breezy confidence of a man who believes that civilization is a special permit to steal anything with a bit of shine on it. And tucked away in the deepest, most private chambers of the Empress, the looters found a treasure that didn't glitter, didn't clink, and possessed a look of such profound, flat-faced indignation that it almost halted the bayonets in their tracks. They found the Peking geese, the lion in the sleeve. Now, to an American or a Briton of the mid-century, a dog was a creature that lived in a kennel, chased rabbits, and generally smelled of wet hay and honesty. But the Pekingese was not a dog in the sense that a terrier is a dog. It was an imperial secret. For over 1,000 years, these creatures had been the exclusive property of the Chinese emperors. They were sleeve dogs, bred to be small enough to live in the flowing silk sleeves of a mandarin, and courageous enough, so the legend went, to defend the emperor's honor with their tiny needle-sharp teeth. They were designed to look like lion dogs, a sort of biological shorthand for the strength of the throne. To the common people of China, the Pekingese was a sacred ghost, a creature you could be executed for even looking at. To the emperor, it was a companion. To the British soldier who found them, however, they were simply funny-looking pugs that might be worth a few bob back at the docks. 5 of these creatures were discovered huddled behind an altar in the burning palace. One of them, a tiny golden-furred female with eyes like polished obsidian, was captured by a certain Captain Dunn. He didn't put her in a cage. He put her in his pocket, which I suppose is the British military version of a silk sleeve, though it likely smelled more of tobacco and damp wool than of imperial incense. The engineering of Looty. When Captain Dunn arrived back in England, he decided that the most scientific and diplomatic thing he could do with his stolen treasure was to present it to Queen Victoria. And here we encounter the ultimate gilded cage of the century, the naming of the dog. With a lack of self-awareness that would have made a marble statue blush, the British christened the little creature Looty. Think of that for a moment. You burn down a man's ancestral home, steal his most sacred companion, carry it halfway across the globe, and then you name the animal after the crime you committed to get it. It is a masterpiece of Victorian honesty. They didn't call her jade or silk or imperial flower. They called her Looty, a living, breathing souvenir of a successful robbery. I stood in the presence of Looty's portrait at Windsor, for the Queen, being a woman of scientific interests, had the dog's likeness captured by the finest artists. And I must tell you, the dog looked as though she understood the joke and didn't find it particularly funny. She was a creature of immense, dwarfish dignity. In the paintings, she sits on a velvet cushion with her front paws turned out, looking less like a pet and more like a deposed monarch who was merely waiting for the right moment to have the entire British court beheaded for their lack of manners. The social scuffle of the stolen dog. The arrival of Looty triggered a social scuffle that transformed the British drawing room. Suddenly, every lady of fashion in London wanted a lion dog. They didn't want the common spaniels or the honest terriers. They wanted the exotic and the exclusive. They wanted a dog that had seen too much. The Pekingese became the ultimate status symbol of the gilded cage, because the breed had been liberated from a palace, owning one was a way of participating in the glory of the empire without having to endure the heat, the cholera, or the inconvenience of actual combat. The demand, the price of a Peking geese, soared to heights that would have made a California gold prospector weep with envy. The engineering. Because there were only 5 original loot dogs, the British had to engineer a population. They bred them with pugs. They bred them with spaniels. They did everything in their power to recreate the imperial look while maintaining a proper British temperament. The result, the Pekingese was transformed from a sacred imperial guardian into a decorative accessory for a silk sofa, a creature whose primary purpose was to match the curtains. The dog who saw the end of the world. But what did Looty think? I often reflected on that tiny golden ghost in a land of gray fog and boiled mutton. She had seen the Yuanming Yuan in all its glory. She had heard the music of the emperor's court and the screams of the soldiers. She had seen the smoke of the great library and the shattering of the porcelain towers. She was a ghost fauna in the most literal sense, a survivor of a world that had been erased from the map by a group of men who thought they were civilizing it. She lived in the gilded cage of Windsor, fed on the finest chicken and brushed with silver combs, but she was a prisoner of a memory that no one around her shared. The Victorians loved her because she was quaint and tiny. They didn't see the tragedy in her flat face. They only saw the curiosity. They didn't realize that Looty was a witness to one of the greatest cultural crimes of the century. To them, she was just a loot that happened to have a pulse and a preference for velvet. "She is so remarkably quiet, Mr. Twain," a lady-in-waiting once told me, as she watched Looty stare at a fly with the intensity of a grand inquisitor. "She has such a mysterious air about her. It's as if she's dreaming of the Orient." "I reckon she isn't dreaming of the Orient," I replied. "I reckon she's remembering the day a group of men in red coats decided that her home was a bargain bin. A dog doesn't dream of geography, madame. A dog dreams of the person who used to hold the leash before the world caught fire." The fallout of the summer palace. The fallout of Looty's arrival was more than just a fashion for dogs. It was a shift in the way the British viewed the world. The summer palace looting proved that everything in the world was available if you had enough cannonballs and a sufficiently firm sense of entitlement. The gilded cage was no longer just a place to put things you bought. It was a place to put things you took. Looty lived for 12 years in England, a quiet, golden exile. She never learned to bark like a British dog. She only let out a low, guttural growl that sounded like the distant rumble of a collapsing roof. When she died in 1872, she was buried in the grounds of Windsor, a final, tiny piece of china tucked under the English sod. She left behind a legacy of imperial pugs and lion dogs that would eventually become the favorite pets of the British middle class. But the original Looty remained a mystery to the end. She was the Pekingese who saw too much, and in the grand tradition of those who have witnessed the true face of progress, she said absolutely nothing. There is a lesson there, I suppose. We can loot the palaces of the world. We can steal the treasures of empires, and we can put them in our cages and give them cute, honest names like Looty. We can engineer their breeding and refine their habits until they fit perfectly on our velvet cushions, but we can never steal the memory of the fire. As I walked away from the royal kennels, I saw a group of puppies, Lute's descendants, tumbling over each other in the grass. They were happy, healthy, and entirely British. They had no idea about the summer palace or the emperor's sleeve. They were progress in action. But for a moment I looked back and saw one of them stop, sit up, and turn its flat, indignant face toward the east, as if it had heard a sound that didn't belong in Windsor, a sound of silk tearing and a palace falling. It was just the wind in the oaks, of course, but in the world of the gilded cage, the wind is often the only thing that remembers the way home. And Lute, for all her silk and her royal chicken, had died knowing that a lute, by any other name, still smells of smoke, and a golden cage, no matter how royal, is still a very long way from the emperor's sleeve. Chapter 32. The Giant Tortoise Diplomacy. If there is one thing the human race has mastered with a proficiency that borders on the miraculous, it is the art of being in a frantic, sweating hurry to go absolutely nowhere. We are a species of minute watchers and deadline chasers. We have invented the telegraph to shave seconds off a conversation, the locomotive to shave hours off a journey, and the heart attack to shave years off a life. We act as though the universe is a landlord banging on the door for the rent, and we haven't quite got the cash together. Nature, however, occasionally produces a creature that looks at our frantic scuttling, lets out a long, wheezing sigh, and decides to embark on a biological sit-down strike that lasts for 2 centuries. This brings us to the giant tortoise, a beast that has survived for millions of years by the simple, elegant expedient of never doing today what can be put off until a year after next. In the late Victorian era, the giant tortoise became the ultimate tool of international relations. We call it giant tortoise diplomacy, a practice that involved taking a 300-pound reptile from a sun-drenched island in the Indian Ocean and presenting it to a foreign potentate as a symbol of enduring peace. It was a brilliant, if somewhat cynical, maneuver. A tortoise is a gift that says, "Our friendship is as solid as this shell, and it will last longer than your entire dynasty." It is also a gift that requires the recipient to find a steady supply of lettuce and a very large reinforced paddock, which is a clever way of keeping your allies too busy with animal husbandry to start a war. The engineering required to move a giant tortoise from a place like the Aldabra Atoll to the London docks was a study in Victorian logistical madness. You cannot simply put a tortoise in a crate and hope for the best. A tortoise of that magnitude is not an animal. It is a sentient boulder with a mind like a very slow, very stubborn clock. I once stood at the East India docks and watched the arrival of a diplomatic specimen sent from the Sultan of Zanzibar to the British Foreign Office. It was a creature that looked as though it had been present at the signing of the Magna Carta and hadn't been impressed by the penmanship. The unloading was a spectacle of high-tension absurdity, because the tortoise weighed as much as a small upright piano and possessed a center of gravity that was practically subterranean. The sailors had to employ a complex system of pulleys, canvas slings, and a steam crane that groaned under the weight of the prehistoric cargo. "Easy now, lads," the foreman shouted as the tortoise dangled in mid-air, its thick elephantine legs paddling uselessly against the salty breeze. If that shell cracks, the empire loses an ally and the sultan loses a friend. I reckon the tortoise is the only one who doesn't care, I remarked to a nearby clerk. He looks like he's just waiting for the world to stop vibrating so he can finish his nap. The tortoise, for its part, retracted its head into its shell with a sound like a heavy door closing in a tomb. It was a perfect gilded cage, a mobile fortress that the inhabitant carried on its own back. We didn't need to build bars for the tortoise. The tortoise had been born in prison and seemed perfectly satisfied with the accommodations. The long-term peace treaty. The beauty of the giant tortoise as a diplomatic gift was its permanence. A horse dies in 20 years, a dog in 10, a human politician in the next election. But a tortoise is a witness to the centuries. When the British government received a tortoise, they didn't just put it in a zoo, they treated it as a living archive. The scientific gentleman would carve dates into the shell, a practice that was considered educational then, but which I suspect the tortoise viewed as a form of extremely slow graffiti. They would record the arrival of the Zanzibar specimen and then wait. The social scuffle surrounding these animals was a quiet, long-form affair. There would be debates in the learned societies about the biological durability of the reptilian soul. The Victorians were obsessed with the idea that the tortoise had seen it all. They would stand in front of the paddock in Regent's Park and try to read the history of the world in the wrinkles of the creature's neck. Just think, Penelope, a gentleman might say to his wife, this very creature may have been a hatchling when Napoleon was at Waterloo. It is a link to the past, a living bridge across the chasm of time. The tortoise, meanwhile, would be slowly, methodically, and quite indifferently chewing on a piece of damp cabbage. It didn't care about Napoleon. It didn't care about the chasm of time. It only cared about the fact that the cabbage was a bit wilted and the London sun was a poor imitation of the one it remembered from the tropics. The ghost fauna of the future. The irony of giant tortoise diplomacy is that we were using ghost fauna to celebrate our own progress. The tortoises were already disappearing from their native islands, eaten by sailors who found that a creature that requires no food or water for months is the perfect living tin can for a long voyage. We were saving the diplomatic specimens in our London cages while their brothers were being turned into soup in the galley of every merchantman in the fleet. But in the gilded cage of the zoo, the tortoise was immortal. It became a scientific shift in our understanding of life. We realized that while we were busy engineering the world with steam and telegraphs, the tortoise was winning the race by simply refusing to run. I remember visiting the great patriarch of the zoo, a tortoise that was rumored to be nearly 200 years old. He lived in a heated enclosure that smelled of wet dirt and ancient patience. I sat on a bench and watched him for an hour. In that time, he moved exactly 3 inches. He was a master of the scientific sit-down. He looked at me with an eye that was dark, ancient, and entirely devoid of judgment. It was the eye of a creature that had seen the invention of the steam engine, the rise of the British Empire, and the birth of the telephone, and had concluded that none of it was as important as a good, crisp leaf of romaine. The ultimate peace. In the end, the giant tortoise was the only resident of the gilded cage who truly understood the situation. The elephants paced, the lions roared, and the monkeys threw scones. But the tortoise just waited. He knew that the cages would eventually rust. The humans would eventually quiet down, and the diplomatic treaties would eventually crumble into dust. We thought we were using him as a tool of our global events, a slow-moving witness to our greatness. But I reckon the tortoise had a different perspective. He was a long-term peace treaty, not between nations, but between himself and existence. He had found the secret to the gilded cage. If you move slowly enough, the bars don't seem to matter, and if you live long enough, you eventually outlast the warden. As I left the zoo that day, the sun was setting over the glass roofs of the pavilions. The bells of London were ringing for the evening service, and the city was humming with the frantic energy of 1,000,000 people trying to get home for dinner. But inside the paddock, the tortoise was still working on his 3-inch journey. He was a ghost fauna that refused to haunt us. He was just there, a prehistoric weight in a modern world, reminding us that while we might have the clocks, he had the time. And that, in my estimation, is the most profound scientific discovery of the 19th century, that the only way to truly survive the gilded cage of civilization is to be so slow, so heavy, and so profoundly indifferent that the world eventually gives up trying to change you and just leaves you to your cabbage. It's a lesson we do well to learn, though I suspect we're all a bit too hurried to sit still long enough to catch the drift. Chapter 33. The Eruption and the Echo. I have often reflected that the human race is never quite so satisfied with itself as when it is documenting its own insignificance. We spend our days building fences, patenting steam valves, and arguing over the proper length of a formal coattail, all while sitting atop a geological powder keg that has a disconcerting habit of sneezing and blowing our best intentions into the next county. We call this science, but it is mostly just the art of standing at a safe distance with a stopwatch while the universe demonstrates who is truly in charge of the lease. In August of 1883, the universe decided to stop whispering and let out a shout that effectively shook the change out of every pocket on the planet. I am speaking, of course, of Krakatoa, an island in the Sunda Strait that decided it no longer wished to be an island and preferred to become a series of atmospheric sunsets and a global conversation piece. It was the loudest sound ever recorded in the history of the world. It was a noise so prodigious, so ungentlemanly, and so profoundly lacking in Victorian restraint that it was heard 3,000 miles away. It cracked the ears of sailors and rattled the teacups in Australia. But more importantly for our purposes, it was the first time a global catastrophe was reported to the residents of the gilded cage before the news had even reached the newspapers. The telegraph of the earth. We pride ourselves on the telegraph. We think that by stringing copper wire across the seabed, we have conquered time and space. We believe that a message clicking through a machine in London is the fastest thing in existence. But Krakatoa proved that nature has a wireless system that makes our best copper cables look like a string between two tin cans. The eruption sent a pressure wave through the atmosphere that circled the globe not once, not twice, but 7 times. It was a physical shudder of the air, a phantom thumbprint that pressed down on every square inch of the Earth's surface as it passed. In the London Zoo, the scientific gentlemen were busy checking their thermometers and wondering if the afternoon fog would be thick enough to require extra coal for the elephant house. They had no idea that a mountain had just evaporated 10,000 miles away. But the animals knew. I spoke with a keeper in Regent's Park, a man who had spent 30 years watching the subtle shifts in the moods of his charges. He told me that on that particular morning, the zoo had undergone a scientific transformation that defied every rule in the handbook. "It wasn't a noise, Mr. Twain," he said, looking at his brass barometer with a lingering sense of awe. "The human ear didn't catch a peep, but the cats, the lions and the tigers, they didn't just wake up, they stood up. They all turned their heads toward the east at the exact same moment, as if someone had rang a dinner bell in the middle of the Indian Ocean." The barometer's secret. The keepers at the zoo were the first to see the echo in print. They had a series of barometers, sensitive instruments designed to measure the weight of the air, housed in the great aviary. On the morning the pressure wave arrived, the needles on these machines didn't just flicker, they jumped. They recorded a sudden, sharp spike in the atmosphere, followed by a rhythmic throb that lasted for days. The scientific shift here was profound. For the first time, we realized that the world was not a collection of isolated cages, but a single, vibrating drum. The air that the Londoner breathed in his starched collar was the same air that had just been baked by a volcano in the east. The gilded cage was not a vacuum. It was part of a global circuit. While the telegraph wires were still buzzing with the first frantic reports from Batavia, the animals in London were already reacting to the physical news. The elephants, those greased and steam-heated giants we've discussed, became uncommonly restless. They didn't trumpet. They rumbled. They put their trunks to the ground and listened to the earth itself. An elephant's foot is a very sensitive piece of engineering, capable of picking up vibrations that a human wouldn't notice if his life depended on it. "They were listening to the echo," the keeper told me. "They were hearing the world catch its breath." The eruption in the parlor. By the time the news of Krakatoa reached the public, the event had already been processed by the menageries. But the fallout was just beginning. The eruption had thrown so much dust into the upper atmosphere that the sunsets over London turned into a psychedelic nightmare. The sky would glow with shades of green, copper, and a blood red that looked like a celestial crime scene. The Victorian public, ever eager for a social scuffle, debated the meaning of these skies. The poets called them a sign of the apocalypse. The scientists called them suspended particulates. But in the zoo, the effect was more practical. The engineering of the light had been compromised. We have spoken of the hummingbird's jewel box and the parrot's linguistic tutoring. Both relied on the predictable, gray-white light of the London sky. But for a year after Krakatoa, the light was wrong. The hummingbirds' throats didn't flash with their usual scientific accuracy. The iridescent feathers reflected the volcanic dust, turning the sovereign amber and emerald green into a muddy, bruised purple. The gilded cage had been invaded by the very world it sought to contain. You couldn't shut the door on a volcano. The dust of a shattered mountain was settling on the mahogany frames of the ant palaces and the silk hats of the visitors. The first global event. Krakatoa was the first truly global event reported in real time. Because of the telegraph, the public could follow the catastrophe as it unfolded. They read about the tsunamis, the ash falls, and the disappearance of the island. But it was in the zoo that the human race truly felt the connection. We realized that our engineering of the exotic was a fragile thing. We could build a palace for an elephant and a glass house for a lily, but we were all, humans and animals alike, passengers on a very small, very noisy ball of rock. The Gilded cage was just a cabin on a ship that was currently navigating a storm. I remember standing by the lion's enclosure as the sun went down behind the London skyline. The sky was a terrifying, unnatural shade of violet, a color that didn't belong in England. The lion, a magnificent beast from the plains of Africa, was sitting perfectly still, staring at the horizon. He wasn't looking at the cages or the people or the gray buildings. He was looking at the dust of the world, suspended in the air. He let out a low, guttural harumph, a sound of recognition. "He knows," I said to the keeper. "He knows what, sir?" "He knows that the world is bigger than the cage," I replied, "and he knows that when the earth decides to shout, it doesn't matter how many steam pipes we install or how many Latin labels we write. We're all just listening to the same echo and hoping the next one isn't quite so loud." The legacy of the noise. The eruption of Krakatoa eventually faded into the scientific record. The sunsets returned to their usual dull gray, and the barometers stopped their frantic jumping. But the lesson remained. The event had punched a hole in the Victorian illusion of isolation. It had shown us that the exotic was not just something we imported in crates. It was the very air we breathed. We had built our gilded cages to hold the world, but the world had reached in and shaken us. It was a reminder that the global events of the century were not just found in the newspapers or the telegraph offices. They were found in the restless pacing of a tiger, the rumbling of an elephant's foot, and the sudden sharp spike of a barometer in a London park. As I walked out of the zoo that evening, the moon was rising, a blue moon tinted by the volcanic ash. It was a strange, ghostly sight. It was ghost fauna of the sky, and I couldn't help but think that for all our engineering and our discovery, we were still just children in a dark room, startled by a loud noise and trying to convince ourselves that the bars of our cage would keep the mountain from falling on our heads. Krakatoa had taught us the value of silence, mostly by demonstrating what happens when it is entirely, spectacularly, and globally removed. And I reckon that's a scientific discovery worth more than all the stuffed owls in the British Museum, provided you still have your hearing intact to appreciate it. Chapter 34. The Dodo's Dusty Skeleton. If Krakatoa was the world's loudest arrival, the dodo was its most silent departure. There is a profound, almost artistic irony in the fact that the human race only begins to truly appreciate a species the moment it has finished the very last piece of it. We are a species of late-blooming admirers. We spend 2 centuries hunting a bird because it is tasty and conveniently slow. And then we spend the next 3 centuries building marble monuments to its memory and writing scientific papers about how much we miss it. The dodo is the patron saint of the ghost fauna. It is the creature that found its way into the gilded cage only after it had ceased to exist. The bird that couldn't run. The dodo was a resident of Mauritius, an island that, before the arrival of the Dutch, was a sort of biological paradise for flightless wonders. The dodo was a pigeon that had abandoned the concept of flying, mostly because there was no one on the island worth flying away from. It was a large, bulbous, and somewhat comical creature, with a beak like a hooked nose and a temperament that was described by early sailors as entirely too trusting for its own good. To the 17th century sailor, the dodo was not a scientific wonder. It was a walking larder. It was a bird that didn't fly, didn't run, and possessed a remarkable capacity for being hit over the head with a stick. By the year 1681, the last dodo on Earth had been eaten, and the species vanished into the grass and the silence of the Indian Ocean. The finding of the dead. Now, you might think that the story of the dodo ended there. But for the Victorian era, the story was only beginning. The 19th century was the age of the Great Disinterment. We became obsessed with what we had lost. We began to hunt for the dodo again, not with muskets, but with shovels. The engineering of the ghost involved a frantic search through the marshes of Mauritius for bones. The scientific gentlemen were desperate for a skeleton. They wanted to see the anatomy of extinction. They wanted to put the dodo in a glass case in London to show the public what happens when a creature is too un-British to defend itself. I visited the British Museum to see one of these found treasures. It was a skeleton of a dodo, reconstructed from the bones of several different individuals, a sort of biological patchwork quilt. It stood in a case of polished mahogany and thick glass, the ultimate gilded cage for a bird that could no longer feel the bars. "Behold, Mr. Twain," a curator said, his voice hushed, with the reverence of a man talking about a dead relative with a large estate. "The Didus ineptus, a marvel of evolutionary failure. Observe the stunted wings and the heavy beak. It was a creature designed for a world that no longer exists." "I reckon it was a creature designed for a world that didn't include people with sticks," I replied. "It's easy to call a bird inept when you've already eaten his entire family tree." The social scuffle over a skeleton. The dodo's skeleton triggered a social scuffle that remains with us to this day. It was the moment the human race realized that extinction was not just a theory, but a fact. We had erased a word from the book of life, and we didn't know how to put it back. The Victorians were fascinated by the ghostliness of the dodo. It became a character in their stories, most famously in Mr. Carroll's book about a girl named Alice, where the dodo is a solemn, nonsensical creature that organizes a race where everyone wins. This was the gilded cage of literature. We gave the bird a voice in our fables because we had taken its life in reality. We engineered a memory of the dodo that was far more vivid than the actual bird had ever been. We gave it a personality, pompous, slow, and dignified, and we turned it into a symbol of our own regret. The dodo became the ghost of the menagerie, the invisible inhabitant that haunted every cage and every display case. The reflection in the glass. As I stood before the dodo's skeleton, I saw my own reflection in the glass of the case. It was a strange sight. The living man and the dead bird, superimposed upon one another. We are the ones who decide what is scientific and what is inept. We are the ones who build the cages and write the labels. But as I looked at those old brown bones, I realized that the dodo had won a sort of silent victory. It had escaped us. By going extinct, it had moved beyond our engineering and our discovery. We could hold its bones, but we could never hold the bird. The dodo's dusty skeleton is a reminder of the price of our progress. It tells us that we are a species that only notices the light when it is flicker out. We are ghost hunters, collecting the remnants of the world we have dismantled. I walked out of the museum and into the bright, noisy streets of London. The carriages were rattling, the people were shouting, and the city was full of the industry that we prize so highly. But in the back of my mind, I could still see that heavy, flightless skeleton in its mahogany cage. It was a scientific fact that wouldn't go away. It was a ghost that was more real than the living animals in the zoo. For the dodo had taught us the most important lesson of the animal age, that the gilded cage is not just for the living, it is for the things we have lost, the things we miss, and the things we are too late to save. And I reckon that's a lesson that will still be true long after the last lion has stopped pacing and the last parrot has stopped singing the anthem. We are the architects of the empty cage, and that, in my estimation, is the most scientific achievement of them all, though it's a bit of a dismal thing to put on a trophy. Chapter 35. The White Elephant Paradox. In the common parlance of our modern age, when a man speaks of a white elephant, he is usually referring to a particularly hideous porcelain lamp gifted by a well-meaning but misguided aunt, or perhaps a redundant railway bridge that leads to a swamp and costs the taxpayers a sum that would make a sultan blink. It is a term for a possession that is too expensive to keep and too socially awkward to throw in the river. But in the mid-Victorian era, a white elephant was not a metaphor. It was 5 tons of holy, pinkish-gray obligation that ate 40 pounds of sugar cane a day and possessed a legal status somewhere between a high priest and a minor solar deity. The white elephant is the ultimate gilded cage resident, because the cage in question is constructed entirely out of sanctity and gold leaf. It is a creature that is imprisoned by its own blessing. To the Siamese king, a white elephant was a sign of divine favor, a biological certificate of good management sent by the heavens. But the king, being a man of considerable political shrewdness, also realized that a white elephant was the most effective weapon of mass financial destruction ever devised by the mind of man. The gift of ruin. The paradox of the white elephant was a masterpiece of Oriental diplomacy. If a courtier in the Siamese palace became too wealthy, too ambitious, or developed a tiresome habit of disagreeing with the king's tax policies, the king did not resort to the vulgarity of the executioner's axe. No, he did something far more devastating. He presented the man with a white elephant. It was a gift that could not be refused without committing treason, and it was a blessing that could not be put to work without committing sacrilege. You could not make a white elephant pull a plow. You could not ride it into battle. You could not even ask it to carry a sack of grain. To do so would be to insult the gods. Instead, you had to house it in a palace of its own, feed it on silver platters, and hire a choir to sing to it while it napped. Within a year, the blessed courtier was usually bankrupt, his land sold to pay for the elephant's manicure, and his ambitions reduced to wondering where he might find a cheaper source of gold-plated hay. It was a scientific extraction of wealth that left the victim alive, impoverished, and eternally grateful for the king's generosity. The scientific humbug of color. When the news reached London that a white elephant was to be sent to the Queen, the scientific gentleman were thrown into a state of considerable agitation. The public, fueled by the breathless reports of the illustrated newspapers, expected a beast as white as a fresh-fallen snowdrift, a sort of pachyderm angel that would shimmer in the London fog like a giant pearl. I stood among the crowd when the first of these holy wonders arrived at the docks. There was a hush of anticipation as the crate was opened. The steam crane groaned, the ropes tightened, and out stepped a very large, very grumpy elephant that was exactly the color of a dusty brick that had been left out in the rain. The disappointment was audible. It was a collective, national humbug. "He ain't white," a costermonger shouted from the back of the crowd. "He's just a regular elephant what's forgotten to have a bath." "Silence, you lout!" a curator hissed. "He is technically white. Observe the pale edges of the ears. Observe the light-colored toenails. It is a scientific whiteness, a subtle variation of the species Elephas maximus. This was the scientific shift of the white elephant, the realization that sacredness has a very loose relationship with the color wheel. To the Siamese, the whiteness was a matter of certain anatomical markers, the number of toenails, the shape of the tail, the pinkish hue of the skin when wet. To the Londoner, however, it was just a regular gray elephant with a skin condition and a very expensive travel budget. The engineering of sanctity. Once the holy specimen arrived at the zoo, the engineering of the exotic took on a religious flavor. You couldn't just put a white elephant in the stone dungeon or even the heated palace we discussed earlier. This was a guest of the crown. The keepers had to be trained in the diplomacy of the trough. They were forbidden from using the hook or the loud voice. They had to treat the beast with a level of deference that made the queen's own footmen look like brawling sailors. The diet, the white elephant didn't eat common grass. He was fed on specially curated fruits, sweetmeats, and sugar cane that cost the society a fortune every week. The attendants. He required a staff of keepers who spent their days polishing his tusks and ensuring that no common gray elephant ever offended his sight. The ritual. In Siam, these elephants were bathed in rose water and scented oils. In London, they settled for a lukewarm hose and a great deal of prayer that the beast wouldn't catch pneumonia. The gilded cage here was the paradox of the holy idleness. Because the elephant was too sacred to work, he had absolutely nothing to do but stand in his paddock and grow increasingly irritable. A regular elephant can be occupied with a bit of log rolling or a circus trick. A white elephant is a god in a waiting room. He spent his days staring at the Londoners with a look of bored pinkish-gray contempt, a prisoner of his own status. The social scuffle over the bill. The true social scuffle, however, was financial. The British public, while they loved a spectacle, were notoriously sensitive about the price of their scientific discoveries. When it was revealed that the white elephant was costing more to maintain than a small regiment of cavalry, the mood turned sour. "Why are we feeding a god on the taxpayer's shilling?" the radicals asked in the papers. "If he's a deity, let him manufacture his own pineapples." The society defended the animal as a diplomatic necessity. To mistreat the elephant was to insult the East. To send him back was to admit that the empire couldn't afford a miracle. And so, the British were caught in the same trap as the Siamese courtiers. They were being blessed to death. I remember watching the white elephant. His name was Tung Talung. As he stood in his enclosure, He had a crown of gold-trimmed silk on his head, and he was currently using a silver-plated bucket to scratch an itch on his flank. He looked magnificent, but he also looked profoundly alone. He was a creature that had been removed from the company of his kind and placed on a pedestal so high that no one could reach him. The ghost of the miracle. The White Elephant Paradox is a story of how we turn the exotic into a burden by the simple act of overvaluing it. We take a creature that is perfectly happy being an elephant, and we insist on it being a symbol, a god, or a scientific rarity. We build a cage of gold and silk, and then we wonder why the inhabitant looks so miserable. Tungtalung didn't last long in the London fog. The scientific whiteness of his skin was no protection against the common grayness of a British winter. He died, as so many of our miracles did, of a chest cold and a broken heart. The society, of course, didn't want to lose their investment. They turned to the taxidermist's glass eye we discussed in Chapter 18. They modeled him. They modeled his pinkish ears and his sacred toenails, and they put him in a museum. There, at last, he was truly useful. He didn't eat sugar cane, he didn't require a choir, and he didn't bankrupt the treasury. He was a scientific fact that stayed exactly where he was put. But as I looked at the stuffed remains of the Holy Wonder, I realized that the paradox remained. We had captured the white elephant, but we had found that a miracle is only a miracle as long as it stays in the jungle. Once you bring it home and put it on the payroll, it just becomes a very large, very expensive problem with a lot of luggage. I reckon that Siamese king was the smartest man in the history of the Gilded Cage. He knew that the best way to get rid of an enemy was to give him exactly what he thought he wanted, a piece of heaven that required a hell of a lot of maintenance. And as I walked away from the museum, I couldn't help but look at the grand, ornate buildings of London and wonder how many other white elephants we were currently feeding, and whether we'd ever have the sense to realize that a god you have to pay for is just a servant in a very expensive hat. Chapter 36. The Kangaroo in the English Mist. If the white elephant was a creature that failed to live up to its scientific promise, the kangaroo was a creature that exceeded it with a boisterous, spring-loaded enthusiasm that the British countryside was entirely unprepared for. In the late 19th century, there was a brief, mad fashion for what the scientific gentleman called acclimatization. This was the belief that the British Empire would be significantly improved if the local flora and fauna were replaced by a best of collection from the colonies. They wanted to see if they could make the English woods look like a global botanical garden, and they decided that the perfect candidate for this scientific invasion was the kangaroo, the spring-powered colonist. A kangaroo is a creature that appears to have been designed by a man who had heard a description of a rabbit, but only had the materials for a small horse. It is a creature of mechanical surprises, a biological pogo stick with a pocket in the front and a tail that doubles as a kickstand. The engineering of a kangaroo is a marvel of recursive energy. It doesn't run, it bounces. It uses its tendons like giant rubber bands, storing the force of one jump to power the next. To the Victorian mind, this was the ultimate in industrial efficiency. They looked at the kangaroo, and they saw a creature that could navigate the rolling hills of Sussex with a speed and an economy that made the common fox look like a sluggard. The scientific invasion. Several wealthy landowners, inspired by the success of Lord Rothschild's zebras, though success is perhaps a bit strong, decided to release kangaroos into their private estates. They wanted a glimpse of the outback from their breakfast windows. "Just imagine, Mr. Twain," one squire told me, his face beaming with the joy of a man about to make a terrible mistake. "To see the great gray bounding through the English mist. It will add a touch of the imperial exotic to the morning hunt. It is a triumph of scientific dissemination." I watched the first release of these spring-powered colonists. The crates were opened, and the kangaroos, likely confused to find themselves in a world that was green, damp, and smelled of manure instead of dust, did exactly what Providence had designed them to do. They took one look at the English squire, let out a soft cough, and disappeared into the fog at 40 miles an hour. The social scuffle of the leaping ghost. The acclimatization project was a disaster of the most entertaining variety. The kangaroos didn't stay on the estates. They had no respect for stone walls, hedgerows, or the sanctity of the private garden. To a kangaroo, a 4-foot fence is not a barrier. It is a suggestion. Within weeks, reports began to filter in from the neighboring villages. The vicar's surprise. A kangaroo was spotted sitting in a churchyard at dusk, its ears twitching as it listened to the evening bells. The locals were convinced it was a leaping demon or a sign of the end times. The poacher's peril. A local poacher, expecting to find a fat hare in his snare, instead found himself face to face with a 5-foot great gray that proceeded to kick him into a nearby pond. The scientific mystery. The learned societies were flooded with letters from people who claimed to have seen giant upright rabbits jumping over their haystacks. The social scuffle was between the landowners, who defended their right to scientific experimentation, and the local farmers, who were tired of having their turnips eaten by a creature they couldn't catch and didn't understand. "It is an invasion!" the farmers cried. "We were promised the exotic. But all we've got is a ghost fauna that jumps over the barn and kicks the dog." The ghost in the mist. I remember walking through the English countryside on a particularly foggy morning. The air was thick and white, and the world was reduced to a few yards of damp grass. Suddenly, out of the mist, a shape appeared. It didn't walk. It floated. It was a kangaroo, a lone escapee from some scientific paddock. It stopped 10 yards away and looked at me. It didn't look like a specimen. It didn't look like an industrial asset. It looked like a traveler who had taken a wrong turn and ended up in a very cold, very wet, and very boring purgatory. Its fur was matted with drizzle, and its breath came out in little puffs of steam. For a moment, we were both ghost fauna, two creatures far from home, staring at each other in a world that didn't want us. Then, with a single, effortless shrug of its massive legs, it vaulted over a hedge and vanished back into the mist. The end of the experiment. The kangaroo invasion eventually failed. The English climate, as we have seen, is a more effective warden than any iron cage. The spring-powered colonists died of cold. They died of strange English diseases, and occasionally they were shot by farmers who decided that scientific progress was no excuse for a ruined turnip patch. The gilded cage of the English estate had been too small, and the English world had been too cold. We had tried to engineer the countryside into a global menagerie, but we had forgotten that a creature is more than its tendons and its pouch. A kangaroo belongs to the sun and the dust, not the drizzle and the fog. Today, there are still rumors of leaping ghosts in certain parts of the British Isles, descendants of the original escapees who have somehow survived in the shadows. They are the ultimate ghost fauna, a memory of a time when we thought we could acclimatize the whole world to fit our own whims. I reckon that kangaroo in the mist had the right idea. He didn't want to be a scientific discovery, and he didn't want to be an imperial ornament. He just wanted to keep jumping until he found something that felt like home. And while we may have captured the exotic and put it in our cages, the leaping ghost reminds us that there are some things that will always find a way to jump over the fence and disappear into the fog, leaving us with nothing but a few bent wires and a very confused look on our faces. Chapter 37. The Raven's Wing Clipping. Mankind, as a general rule, is a creature that feels profoundly uncomfortable without a good, sturdy superstition to lean on. We are like a man walking a tightrope over Niagara Falls who insists on carrying a lucky rabbit's foot. It doesn't do a lick of work to keep him on the wire, but it makes him feel significantly better about the inevitable plummet. We have spent thousands of years inventing the steam engine, the telegraph, and the internal combustion engine, yet we still hesitate to walk under a ladder or sit 13 at a table. We believe in progress, but we also believe that the entire destiny of the British Empire, an empire that spans 3 oceans and 24 time zones, rests entirely upon the presence of 6 large croaking blackbirds in a damp fortress in London. This brings us to the ravens of the tower. There is a legend, a scientific humbug of the highest order, that says if the ravens ever leave the Tower of London, the White Tower will crumble and the kingdom itself will fall into a heap of ruin and unpaid bills. Now, if you were to suggest to a British cabinet minister that the national economy depended on the price of oats, he would agree. But if you suggest that the crown depends on a crow with a glandular problem, he will nod with the gravity of a man discussing the Holy Grail. The avian guardians of the gloom. The Tower of London is a dismal, gray, and thoroughly depressing piece of architecture that has spent the last several centuries serving as a hotel for people who were about to have their heads removed. It is a place of ghosts, cold stone, and a lingering smell of old damp. It is, in short, the perfect habitat for a raven. A raven is a bird that looks like it has been designed by a funeral director with a sense of the dramatic. It is large, it is black, and it possesses a voice that sounds like 2 pieces of rusty iron being rubbed together by a man with a grudge. To the Victorian mind, the ravens were not just birds, they were the avian guardians of the empire. But there was a problem. Ravens, unlike British subjects, possess wings and a total lack of patriotic fervor. They have a tendency to look at the London fog, look at the stone walls of the tower, and decide that the suburbs might be a bit more cheerful. If the ravens were to fly away, the legend says, the world ends. And so, the British government, a body of men not known for their flighty imaginations, decided that if nature wouldn't keep the birds in the tower, engineering would. The Raven Master's shears. Enter the Raven Master, a specialized yeoman warder whose primary duty in life is to ensure that the gilded cage of the tower remains inhabited. He is a man who walks a fine line between a bird fancier and a cosmic janitor. I had the privilege of watching the Raven Master perform the ritual known as the wing clipping. This is the scientific shift that keeps the empire afloat. You see, we don't put the ravens in a cage of iron bars. That would be un-British and would likely offend the ghosts of the beheaded. Instead, we build a cage out of the bird's own anatomy. It's a delicate operation, Mr. Twain, the Raven Master told me, as he held a particularly large and indignant raven named Grip by its legs. We don't mutilate them, you understand? We merely rebalance their aerodynamics. We clip the primary flight feathers on one wing only. This is a stroke of engineering genius. By clipping only one wing, you don't ground the bird entirely. You just ensure that if it tries to fly, it travels in a tight, confused circle and eventually lands right back where it started. It is the ultimate scientific trap. A bird that can fly, but only in a way that leads back to the warden. It is a gilded cage made of missing feathers. The social scuffle of the loyal bird. The social scuffle surrounding the tower ravens was a study in Victorian hypocrisy. We celebrated the birds as loyal servants of the crown, yet we took away their ability to leave. We gave them names. We gave them a daily allowance of horseflesh and hard-boiled eggs, and we treated them as celebrities of the state. I watched Grip as he underwent his maintenance. He didn't look like a loyal servant. He looked like a political prisoner who was currently calculating how many of the Raven Master's fingers he could remove in a single peck. "Is he a patriot?" I asked. "He's a raven, sir," the master replied, snipping away at the glossy black feathers. "He's a patriot as long as the meat is fresh. If the meat stopped, he'd watch the White Tower fall with a great deal of satisfaction." The public, however, didn't see the shears. They saw the grand tradition. They saw the birds hopping about the green, looking stately and ancient, and they felt a sense of imperial security. They didn't realize that the security was maintained by a pair of scissors and a man in a red coat. We had engineered a miracle and then spent our lives pretending it was a natural phenomenon. The engineering of a superstition. The wing clipping is the perfect metaphor for the gilded cage of tradition. We take a wild, free thing, like a bird or a legend, and we trim it until it fits into our institutional structures. We want the guardians of the kingdom, but we don't want them to have the option of resigning. I remember standing on the ramparts as the sun set over the Thames. The tower was bathed in a bruised orange light, and the ravens were settling in for the night. They looked like shadows that had taken on solid form. One of them, perhaps it was Grip, attempted a short hop from a stone wall. He flapped his wings, his engineered imbalance took hold, and he landed with a clumsy thud exactly where he had started. He let out a low, guttural croak that sounded like a curse in an ancient, forgotten language. We have spent millions of pounds on the Navy, the Army, and the Civil Service, but the wing clipping remains the most cost-effective piece of imperial engineering in the world. For the price of a pair of shears and a few eggs, we have convinced ourselves that the crown is safe. But as I walked out of the tower and back into the noise of London, I couldn't help but wonder what happens if the birds ever figure out the trick. What happens if they learn to fly in the opposite direction of their imbalance? Or worse, what happens if we wake up one day and realize that a kingdom that depends on a flightless bird is a kingdom that is already in the process of falling, whether the ravens stay or not? We are the architects of our own cages, and the ravens of the tower are just our most visible prisoners. We have clipped their wings to save ourselves, but in doing so, we've created a ghost fauna of our own making, a creature that is a symbol of power only because it has been rendered powerless. And that, in my estimation, is the true mystery of the tower. Not that the kingdom will fall if the ravens leave, but that we are so afraid of the fall that we'd rather live with a lie and a pair of scissors than face the sky on our own 2 feet. Chapter 38. The First X-Ray of a Paw. In the final years of the century, the scientific shift underwent a transformation that moved from the external to the internal. We were no longer content with engineering the exotic through paddocks, steam pipes, and glass eyes. We wanted to see through the skin itself. We wanted to peek into the very clockwork of the anatomy without the inconvenience of having to wait for the animal to die. This brings us to the year 1895 and a gentleman named Wilhelm Röntgen, who discovered a new kind of ray that could pass through solid matter as if it were nothing more than a polite suggestion. To the medical world, it was a revolution. To the royal menagerie, it was the ultimate gilded cage tool, the power to see the bars inside the beast. The invisible glimpse. The first time a Röntgen ray was applied to the residents of the zoo, it was treated with a mixture of scientific awe and social terror. The idea that a machine could take a photograph of a creature's bones while the creature was still using them was something that smacked of sorcery. I had the opportunity to witness one of these early experiments. The subject was a young leopard named Raja, who had developed a mysterious limp, the kind of scientific puzzle that usually resulted in a very expensive, very dead leopard and a post-mortem report. But this time, the scientific gentleman brought in the X-ray apparatus. It was a terrifying-looking contraption, a series of glass tubes, humming coils, and a smell of ozone that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Raja was placed in a specialized restraint cage, the ultimate gilded cage of iron and leather, and the machine was brought forward. "Keep 'em still, lads," the doctor shouted, as the leopard let out a low, vibrating growl that suggested he didn't care for the new science. "We only need 30 seconds of the ray." The room was darkened. There was a sudden, sharp crack of electricity, a ghostly blue glow from the glass tube, and for a fragment of a second, the leopard was bathed in an invisible light that bypassed his fur, his muscle, and his pride. The skeleton in the flesh. The resulting image was a scientific wonder. On a glass plate, there appeared the ghost of a paw. You could see the delicate bones, the joints, and the shadow of the claws. You could see the fracture in the bone that had been hidden by the exotic skin. It was the ultimate glimpse. We had found a way to unbox the animal without opening the box. We had engineered a way to see the ghost fauna while it was still alive. The social scuffle that followed was a fascinating thing to observe. The public was terrified. People began to worry that if a ray could see through a leopard, it could see through a corset or a top hat. They feared the invisible eye of the state. But the scientific gentlemen were delighted. They saw a future where every resident of the gilded cage would be transparent. "We shall have a complete atlas of the internal exotic," one curator cried, waving the glass plate in the air. "No more mysteries, No more hidden ailments. We shall know the beast from the marrow out. The engineering of transparency. This was the twilight of the animal age, the moment when the mystery of the wild was finally, mathematically, and invisibly dismantled. We didn't need the snake charmer's boiler or the taxidermist's glass eye to understand the creature. We just needed a high-voltage current and a sensitive plate. But as I looked at the X-ray of Raja's paw, I felt a strange sense of loss. There is a dignity in a secret. A leopard is a creature of shadows and hidden strength, and by making him transparent, we had taken away a piece of his identity. We had turned him into a diagram. We were engineering a world where nothing was hidden, where every gilded cage was lit by a light that left no shadows. We thought we were saving the animal with our medical technology, but we were really just perfecting our control over it. We were making sure that even the skeleton couldn't hide from the scientific review. The shadow of the ray. Raja's leg was set, his limp was cured, and he was returned to his paddock. He lived, but he lived as a proven fact. He was no longer the mysterious hunter of the East. He was specimen number 402, left forepaw fractured. The X-ray was the final gilded cage, a cage of information. It showed us that while we could see the bones, we still couldn't see the life. The ray passed through the soul as easily as it passed through the skin, leaving no trace behind. As I walked away from the laboratory, the ozone smell still lingering in my clothes, I looked at the animals in their cages. They were all still there, the elephants, the parrots, the chimps, but they looked different to me now. I saw the skeletons beneath the fur. I saw the joints beneath the scales. We had unmasked the world, and in doing so, we had found that the exotic was just another collection of bones and cartilage held together by a mystery that we still hadn't found a machine to photograph. We had conquered the invisible, but we had found that the more we saw, the less we understood about the why of the creature. We had the X-ray, but we didn't have the echo. And I reckon that's a scientific discovery that will still be true when the last glass tube has shattered and the last gilded cage has been reclaimed by the dust. We can see through the beast, but we can never see as the beast. And for that, at least, the leopard should be thankful. Chapter 39. The Polar Bear on a Chain. There is a certain brand of British eccentricity that is so old, so stubborn, and so profoundly rooted in the damp soil of the national character that it has moved beyond the realm of mere madness and achieved the status of a sacred institution. It is a spirit that refuses to acknowledge the obvious, specifically that if Providence had intended for a creature of the frozen north to enjoy the hospitality of London, he would have seen to it that the Thames was made of glaciers, rather than a mixture of industrial runoff, discarded boots, and the occasional floating mystery. This brings us to the most enduring and perhaps the most pathetic image in the long history of the gilded cage, the polar bear on a chain. For hundreds of years, the kings of England maintained a sort of biological tradition that would have made a modern scientist's hair turn white with alarm. It began, as most of our best mistakes do, in the 13th century, when King Henry III was presented with a white bear by the King of Norway. Now, Henry was a man who appreciated a good novelty, but he was also a man who understood that an elephant or a lion is a considerable drain on the royal treasury when it comes to the grocery bill. His solution was a masterpiece of medieval scientific engineering. He granted the bear the right to fish for its own dinner in the Thames, the sovereign of the sludge. I have often stood upon the London Bridge and tried to imagine the scene as it must have looked in those final fading days of the fishing bear. Picture, if you will, a creature composed of blizzard and silence, a 500-pound engine of predatory grace designed to stalk the infinite white plains of the Arctic, being led down the stone steps of the Tower of London by a man with a heavy iron chain and a very nervous expression. The bear was not free, of course. That is, the gilded cage at its most literal. The chain was long, 100 feet of forged iron, but it was an umbilical cord of captivity. One end was fastened to a ring in the river wall, and the other was cinched around the bear's neck. To the medieval mind, this was a charming spectacle. To the Victorian mind, looking back through the lens of progress, it was a scientific humbug. I once spoke with an old Tower yeoman who claimed his grandfather had seen the last of the water bears before the menagerie was moved to the zoo. "He'd go in, sir," the old man told me, shaking his head. "He'd dive into that murky water, a great white ghost disappearing into the brown, and he'd come up with a salmon in his teeth. The people would cheer, the king would save sixpence on fish, and the bear, well, the bear would just sit on the mud and shake himself dry, looking like he was trying to figure out where the ice had gone." The engineering of the leash. The engineering of this arrangement was a study in the struggle between the wild and the regulated. The Thames in those days was not a river. It was a sewer with ambitions. It was a thick, sluggish soup of human history. For a polar bear to swim in it was an act of biological treason. The chain was the gilded cage that allowed the spectacle to exist. Without the chain, the bear would have been a global event of a very different kind, likely involving the sudden depopulation of the London docks. But with the chain, the bear was transformed from a monster of the North into a royal commodity. The Victorian era, with its scientific shifts, looked at the polar bear on a chain and felt a profound sense of social scuffle. On one side, the romantics loved the image of the wild beast in the heart of the city. On the other, the new breed of zoologists argued that a bear in the Thames was a clerical error of nature. "It is not efficient," the scientists cried. "The water is too warm, the diet is too erratic, and the chain is a violation of the creature's mechanical dignity. We must move him to a paddock in Regent's Park, where we can control the temperature and the audience." The final dive. The final days of the Thames fishing bears occurred just as the city was beginning to pave over its own history with the stones of industry. The river was becoming too crowded with coal barges and steam tugs for a bear to navigate without being run over by the progress of the age. I remember reading a report of the last bear to be taken fishing. It was a dismal, gray Tuesday, the kind of London day that makes a man want to apologize to the sun. The bear was led out, but he didn't want to dive. He stood on the muddy bank, his white fur stained the color of a wet sheep, and he looked at the water. He didn't see a river, he saw a trap. The keeper pulled the chain. The bear grumbled, a low, vibrating sound that was heard as far as the custom house. He eventually went in, but he didn't come up with a salmon. He came up with a mouthful of riverweed and a piece of rotted timber. The scientific promise of the self-feeding bear had finally been broken by the reality of the industrial city. The move to the zoo. When the bears were finally moved to the new zoological gardens, the gilded cage became permanent. They were given a polar pit, a stone-walled enclosure with a small stagnant pool and a pile of ice that was replenished once a day by a man with a cart. It was a scientific improvement, certainly. The bear no longer had a chain around its neck. Instead, it had 20 feet of vertical stone and a crowd of people throwing stale buns at its head. The fishing was replaced by feeding time, a theatrical event where the keeper would toss a dead mackerel into the pool and the public would applaud the bear's natural instincts. I stood by that pit once and watched a great male bear pacing in a circle. 1, 2, 3 steps, turn. 1, 2, 3 steps, turn. He was still on the chain, you see. The chain was now in his mind. He had been engineered into a state of rhythmic despair. "He looks so clean here," a lady said, adjusting her parasol. "Much better than the old stories of the river mud. It's a triumph of modern care." "He's clean, madame," I replied, "in the same way that a ghost is clean. He's been washed of his purpose. He's no longer a hunter. He's just a white rug that breathes." The moral of the mud. The polar bear on a chain is the ultimate symbol of Part 4, Global Events. It shows us that we can bring the exotic into our world, we can put it in our rivers and our palaces, and we can even give it a job. But we can only do it by tethering it to our own limitations. The ghost fauna of the Thames, the memory of those white bears diving into the brown water, remains a haunting part of the London fog. It is a reminder of a time when the gilded cage was 100 feet of iron and a royal whim. But as the century drew to a close, we realized that the chain was not just for the bear. We were tethered to him, too. We needed the bear to be exotic so that we could feel civilized. We needed him to be wild so that we could feel progressive for taming him. The final day of the Thames fishing bear was the day the Victorian era realized that you can't have a miracle on a leash forever. Eventually, the water gets too dirty, the chain gets too heavy, and the miracle just wants to go back to the ice. I walked along the embankment the other night, where the old steps used to be. The river was black and shimmering under the gas lights, and the sound of the city was a constant, low roar. For a moment, I thought I saw a splash, a white shape rising out of the dark, a salmon in its teeth and the Arctic in its eyes. But it was just a wave hitting the stone, a trick of the light and the memory. The bear is gone, the chain is rusted away, and all that's left is the gilded cage of history, holding on to a ghost that we never truly understood even when we had it on a leash. Chapter 40. The Pantelegraph's Sketch. If the polar bear on a chain was a relic of the medieval heart, the Pantelegraph's sketch was the first frantic heartbeat of the electronic future. We have spent the 19th century engineering cages of iron, glass, and steam. But in the year 1865, a gentleman named Giovanni Caselli decided that the exotic should be captured not in a crate, but in a spark. He invented the pantelegraph, a machine that could send a handwritten message or a drawing across a telegraph wire. To the scientific gentleman, it was the ultimate global event. It was a way of sending a glimpse of the exotic across the French countryside at the speed of light. The image of the unknown. I recall a demonstration of this marvel in a laboratory in Paris. A naturalist in the field, a man currently being eaten by mosquitoes in a swamp, had discovered a new species of lizard with a frill that looked like a Victorian lace collar. He couldn't send the lizard. It was too fragile. He couldn't send a photograph. The chemistry was too slow. So he drew it. He placed his sketch on the pantelegraph's metal plate. A needle traced the lines, turning the ink into a series of electrical pulses that hummed through the wire, under the hills, and into the heart of the city. In Paris, another needle, a scientific ghost, moved across a piece of chemically treated paper. Slowly, line by line, the exotic began to emerge. First the tail, then the claws, and finally that ridiculous, beautiful lace collar. "Behold!" the operator cried. "The gilded cage of the future. We no longer need the cage. We have the image. We can capture the world without touching it." The social scuffle over the real. This triggered a social scuffle of a most philosophical nature. If you have a perfect sketch of a creature, do you still need the creature? The romantic realists argued that a sketch was a humbug, a hollow shell that lacked the smell, the heat, and the danger of the wild. "You are sending a ghost through a wire," they cried. "You are turning nature into a series of clicks and pops. It is a scientific theft of the soul." But the industrialists were delighted. They saw a future where the global event was a matter of data. They could inventory the world without the expense of the heated elephant house or the mongoose's mistake. The twilight of the animal age. The pantelegraph sketch was the beginning of the end for the gilded cage. It was the moment we realized that the exotic was an image we could transmit, a piece of information we could own. We were moving into the Part 5, the twilight of the animal age, where the creature itself was becoming an optional accessory to the discovery. I watched that lizard appear on the paper. It was a beautiful drawing, but it was flat. It had no heart. It had no hunger. It had no sense of the swamp. It was a prisoner of the wire, a ghost fauna of the machine. And as I walked out into the Parisian night, I realized that we had traded the polar bear on a chain for the lizard on a wire. We were still trying to capture the world, but we were getting better at making the cage invisible. We were engineering a world where nothing was out of reach, but nothing was truly there. We had the pantelegraph, we had the X-ray, and we had the telegraph. We were ready for the 20th century, a century where we would have the image of everything and the reality of very little. And I couldn't help but wonder, as I looked up at the stars, if there was some scientific gentleman out there tracing our own lives onto a metal plate and sending our own glimpses through the dark, while we paced in our own gilded cage, entirely unaware that our wings had been clipped by a wire we couldn't even see. Chapter 41. The Zoo's Social Gatekeepers. I have often harbored a suspicion that if you were to strip the human race of its vanity, you would be left with nothing but a bewildered biped standing in the rain, wondering where its trousers went. We are a species that requires a constant supply of mirrors, titles, and exclusive associations to convince ourselves that we are a distinct improvement upon the chimpanzee, who, to his credit, never feels the need to join a club to prove he is better than a baboon. As the 19th century began to tilt toward its sunset, the gilded cage underwent its most peculiar transformation. It was no longer merely about containing the beast, it was about containing the audience. We reached the twilight of the animal age, a period where the scientific wonders of the world were harnessed to the wagon of social ambition. This brings us to the Zoological Society of London and the curious phenomenon of the social gatekeeper. The magic letters, FZS. In the 1880s, if a man wished to be considered a person of consequence in London, he did not merely buy a fine house or marry into a family with a respectable coat of arms. No, he sought the three magic letters that would elevate him above the common herd. FZS, Fellow of the Zoological Society. Now, you might assume that to become a fellow, one would need to possess a profound knowledge of the internal combustion of a giraffe or the migratory habits of the common newt. You would be mistaken. Science, in the grand drawing rooms of Mayfair, was often treated like a garnish on a roast. It looked very pretty, but nobody was actually expected to eat it. To be a fellow was not a matter of the brain, but of the pocketbook and the pedigree. It was a scientific shift, where the specimen under observation was not the animal in the cage, but the applicant at the door. I once spoke with a gentleman who had spent 5 years trying to get into Parliament and 3 years trying to get into the Society. Parliament, Mr. Twain, is a mere matter of shouting louder than the other fellow and promising the voters a bridge that you have no intention of building, he told me, adjusting a monocle that seemed to be held in place by sheer arrogance. But to be a fellow? That requires the sponsorship of 3 dukes, a character reference from the Archbishop, and a lineage that doesn't include anyone who ever had to work for a living. It is the most exclusive cage in the empire. Sunday, the day of the sacred stroll. The ultimate manifestation of this social gatekeeping was the Sunday rule. In a stroke of engineering genius that would have made a prison warden weep with envy, the zoological gardens were closed to the general public on the Sabbath. This was not out of a concern for the spiritual welfare of the lions, who, I suspect, are largely indifferent to the nuances of Anglican doctrine, but to ensure that the fellows could enjoy the exotic without the inconvenience of being breathed upon by the rabble. Sundays were the high holy days of the gilded cage. While the common Londoner was confined to his soot-stained tenement or his local pub, the fellows and their families would descend upon Regent's Park in a procession of silk, lace, and starched linen that made the peacocks look like they were dressed for a funeral. I had the opportunity to attend one of these Sunday promenades. It was a magnificent display of human comedy. Here were the masters of the world, walking past cages of creatures that had been captured, greased, steam-heated, and X-rayed, all so that a duchess could say she had observed the hippopotamus before heading to tea. The parade. The fellows didn't look at the animals, they looked at each other. They used the cages as a backdrop for the social scuffle of the season. The hierarchy. A man's status was measured by how close he stood to the royal elephant. If you were merely a member, you stayed by the goats. If you were a fellow, you had the right to feed a biscuit to a bear. The silence. The lack of the common folk created a hushed, cathedral-like atmosphere. It was as if the animals themselves had been sworn to secrecy. The engineering of exclusion. The engineering of this social gatekeeping was conducted through the admissions committee. They were the high priests of the cage. They possessed a scientific method for detecting the wrong sort of person that was more accurate than any barometer. "We are preserving the dignity of the institution," a curator told me, his face a map of institutional fossilization. "If we let everyone in, the animals would become common. A zebra is only exotic if the person looking at it is refined. Otherwise, it's just a striped donkey." This was the gilded cage turned inside out. We had spent the century perfecting the containment of nature, and now we were using that nature to contain ourselves. We had built a wall of social ritual around the zoo that was more impenetrable than the iron bars of the lion's den. I remember watching a young lad, a commoner, standing outside the iron gates on a Sunday afternoon. He was pressing his face against the bars, trying to catch a glimpse of the mechanical canary or the Pekingese who saw too much. He was only 6 inches away from the miracle, but he was a world away from the fellowship. Inside, a marquis was yawning in front of the gorilla's cage, his mind entirely occupied by the fact that his tailor had sent him the wrong shade of waistcoat. The marquis had the science, the status, and the key. But he didn't have the wonder. The boy had the wonder, but he didn't have the 3 letters. The twilight of the fellowship. The twilight of the animal age was marked by this slow ossification of the spirit. We had gathered the world into our gardens, we had labeled it in Latin, and we had engineered its every breath. But in our desire to keep it exclusive, we had drained it of its life. The zoo had become a social gatekeeper, a place where the fellowship was more important than the fauna. It was a sign that the end was near. When a society becomes more interested in who is allowed to look at a tiger than in the tiger itself, that society has moved past the age of discovery and into the age of the museum. We were no longer explorers. We were curators of our own vanity. As I walked out of the park that Sunday, the sun was sinking low, casting long, barred shadows across the grass. The fellows were heading back to their carriages, their silk hats shimmering in the fading light. They looked very satisfied with themselves. They had spent an afternoon in the company of the exotic, and they had successfully avoided meeting anyone who didn't know the difference between a salad fork and a fish knife. But as the gates clanged shut behind them, I looked back at the cages. The animals were still there, the elephants, the parrots, the chimps, waiting for the sun to go down so they could be themselves again. They didn't care about the FCS or the Sunday rule. They were the only ones in the whole gilded cage who weren't pretending to be something they weren't. And I couldn't help but think that while the social gatekeepers were busy guarding the entrance, the world was already moving on. The twilight was deepening, and soon the starched collars and the exclusive strolls would be as much a part of ghost fauna as the dodo or the quagga. For in the end, the only thing more tragic than a wild thing in a cage is a man who thinks the cage makes him special. And the Victorian era, for all its scientific achievement, was a time when we forgot that the bars work both ways. They keep the beast in, but they also keep the fellow from ever truly touching the world he claims to own. Chapter 42. The Queen's Silkworm Dream. If there is one thing that the British Crown possesses in greater abundance than polished diamonds or dusty ancestors, it is the unwavering belief that any industry thriving elsewhere in the world is merely an exotic miracle currently awaiting a proper English translation. It is a form of patriotic envy that is quite touching to observe. We cannot see a Frenchman producing a decent wine without wanting to plant grapes in a Sussex frost pocket, and we certainly cannot see the Far East spinning gold out of the backside of a worm without wondering why the grounds of Buckingham Palace aren't currently being overrun by gluttonous, multi-legged textile workers. This brings us to the Queen's Silkworm Dream, a magnificent scientific humbug that represents the ultimate Victorian attempt to engineer the very threads of the empire. By the mid-19th century, silk was the fabric of the age. It was the rustle of the drawing room, the shimmer of the opera box, and the primary reason why every lady of quality felt the need to avoid open flames and narrow doorways. But silk was also a foreign commodity. It came from China, from Italy, from India, places where the sun actually made a regular appearance, and the air didn't taste like a mixture of coal dust and disappointment. Queen Victoria, however, in a fit of domestic idealism, decided that the gilded cage should be applied to the weaver as well as the beast. She wanted a British silk for a British queen. She envisioned a future where the trees of her own gardens would provide the raw materials for her coronation robes, and where the humble English caterpillar would be acclimatized to a life of high-velocity industrial output. The engineering of the mulberry mistake. The first stage of this scientific shift involved the planting of the trees. Now, as any schoolboy with a penchant for natural history can tell you, a silkworm is a creature of singular, obsessive focus. It does not eat cabbage. It does not eat hay. It eats the leaves of the white mulberry tree. The engineering of the palace grounds was a study in botanical optimism. Thousands of mulberry trees were imported and planted in the heavy, damp soil of London. The scientific gentlemen were consulted, barometers were checked, and the trees were urged to grow with a fervor that bordered on the religious. But there was a hitch in the machinery, a clerical error of nature. There are two kinds of mulberry, the white, which the silkworm finds delicious, and the black, which the silkworm views with the same suspicion a Londoner views a glass of water that hasn't been boiled. In a masterpiece of Victorian logistical confusion, a great many of the trees planted were of the black variety. I stood in the gardens once, watching a group of gardeners trying to coax a tree into a state of scientific vigor. "She won't take, sir," the gardener told me, leaning on his spade. "The roots don't care for the mud, and the leaves don't care for the soot. It's like trying to grow a palm tree in a cellar. You can call it empire building all you like, but the tree thinks it's in a graveyard." The gluttonous prisoner. Despite the botanical setbacks, the worms arrived. They were housed in a specialized gilded cocoonery, a building that was a marvel of temperature-controlled futility. It was the ultimate gilded cage for a creature that is, essentially, just a stomach with legs. A silkworm is not an attractive resident. It does not have the exotic charm of the Pekingese or the scientific gravity of the gorilla. It is a pale, pulsing tube of appetite, but in the 1860s, it was treated like a guest of the state. The engineering of the worm required a level of domestic labor that would have made a galley slave ask for a day off. These worms had to be fed fresh leaves every few hours, day and night. The sound of 10,000 silkworms eating is a peculiar thing. It is a soft, rhythmic crick, crick, crick that sounds like a million tiny clocks ticking away the hours of the Queen's patience. "Observe the industry," the curators would cry to the visiting fellows of the Zoological Society, See how the creature converts the leaf into the thread. It is a living factory, a biological loom. But the worms were not happy. A Victorian silkworm is a creature out of its element. The London air, which we have already established, is a substance that should only be breathed through a thick handkerchief, played havoc with their delicate constitutions. They developed scientific ailments, the flasherie and the pebrine, diseases that turned the golden dream into a pale, mushy nightmare. The social scuffle over the thread. The social scuffle surrounding the queen silk was a study in patriotic delusion. The fashion houses of London were commanded to prepare for the arrival of the palace silk. They were told it would be stronger, brighter, and more English than anything produced in the Orient. "It will have the strength of the British oak," the papers cried. "It will be a fabric that reflects the moral character of our sovereign." I recall seeing a sample of this moral fabric. It was silk, I suppose, in the same way that a soggy biscuit is bread. It was a bit uneven, a bit gray, and it possessed a certain limpness that didn't quite scream Empress of India. It turned out that an English silkworm, stressed by the fog and fed on the wrong kind of leaves, produces a thread that is more practical cotton than imperial gold. The mill owners of the North looked at the Queen's dream and shook their heads. They knew what we were only just beginning to realize. You cannot engineer a climate out of a worm. You can give it a heated room, you can give it a starched collar, and you can even sing it the national anthem. But you can't make it forget that it's supposed to be in Italy. The twilight of the dream. The silkworm dream eventually faded into the twilight of the animal age. The mulberry trees either died or were relegated to the status of historical curiosities that bore no fruit and even less silk. The cocoonery was quietly converted into a storage shed for lawn mowers and croquet mallets. The failure was not just biological, it was industrial. We were moving into the age of the whale's kerosene replacement, which we shall discuss in the next chapter, and the motor car. We were beginning to realize that the engineering of the exotic was a poor substitute for the discovery of the practical. It was easier, and infinitely cheaper, to buy silk from a man in Shanghai than it was to try and convince a caterpillar in London to act like a patriot. The gilded cage of the domestic silk industry was a cage that was too expensive to keep locked. I stood by one of the surviving mulberry trees as the sun set over the palace. It was a gnarled, stunted thing, its leaves covered in a fine layer of soot. A single wild caterpillar, a common English moth, was chewing on a leaf with a great deal of gusto. It didn't want to be scientific. It didn't want to be exotic. It just wanted to be a moth. "There goes the last of the factory," I said to a passing footman. "Beg pardon, sir." "The worm," I said, pointing to the leaf. "He's the only one who's actually managed to finish his work." The footman looked at the caterpillar, then at the grand, silent palace, and then at me. "Yes, sir, but he won't make a gown, sir. He'll just make a mess." And that, I reckon, is the final word on the Queen's silkworm dream. We wanted the gown, but we couldn't stand the mess. We wanted the gold, but we couldn't provide the sun. We tried to turn the animal into an industrial worker, only to find that nature doesn't care for the fellowship of the society or the status of the gatekeeper. It only cares for the leaf and the light. The twilight was deepening. We were putting away the nets and the poison jars, and we were beginning to look toward the rock oil of Pennsylvania and the solar motor of the desert. The animal age was closing its books, and the queen silk was just a faded gray ribbon in a chapter that was being rapidly overtaken by the smell of kerosene and the sound of the engine. We had engineered the exotic until there was nothing left but a stunted tree and a hungry worm. It was time to find a new kind of miracle, one that didn't require a constant supply of fresh leaves or a choir to sing it to sleep. But as I walked away, I couldn't help but feel a certain fondness for the dream. It was a grand, silly, and thoroughly human attempt to make the world fit into our own backyard. And while the gown never materialized, the story remained, a shimmering thread of vanity in the great, dark tapestry of the Gilded Cage. Chapter 43. The Whale's Kerosene Replacement. It is a curious and often overlooked fact of history that the human conscience is rarely stirred by the sight of a suffering creature, but it can be moved to a state of profound, tearful mercy by the arrival of a cheaper alternative. We like to tell ourselves that we are a compassionate race, that we put away the harpoon because we finally heard the song of the Leviathan, or because we realize that a creature the size of a parish church deserves a bit of peace and quiet. But the truth, I reckon, is far more mechanical. We didn't stop killing whales because we grew a heart. We stopped because a group of men in Pennsylvania poked a hole in the ground and found a substance that smelled worse but cost less. In the mid-Victorian era, the whale was the oil well of the world. He was the gilded cage of the deep, a magnificent roaming reservoir of light that we hunted with a ferocity that bordered on the suicidal. We wanted his spermaceti for our candles, his blubber for our street lamps, and his baleen to ensure that our women remained as rigid and uncomfortable as a piece of architectural scaffolding. The engineering of the Leviathan's light. To the scientific gentleman of the 1840s, the whale was not a mammal. He was a commodity. The whaling industry was a marvel of industrialized slaughter. A ship would set out from New Bedford or Hull, vanish into the gray wastes of the Pacific for 3 years, and return with a cargo of liquid gold that had been rendered from the flesh of 1,000 giants. The light. Whale oil was the premium tech of the day. It burned with a clear, odorless flame that allowed the Victorian gentleman to read his morning paper without the inconvenience of the sun. The scent. Unlike the tallow candles made of rendered beef fat, which smelled like a Sunday roast that had been left in the rain, spermaceti candles were the height of scientific elegance. The cost, however, was measured in blood and broken boats. As the whales grew scarcer, they grew wary. They moved further into the ice, and the price of a gallon of oil began to climb toward the stars. The Gilded Cage here was the entire ocean. We had turned the 7 seas into a slaughterhouse, and we were currently in the process of extinguishing the light of the deep in order to illuminate our own parlors. Drake's folly and the scientific shift. Then, in 1859, a gentleman named Colonel Drake, a man who possessed a magnificent beard and a total lack of experience in the oil business, decided to drill a hole in Titusville, Pennsylvania. The neighbors called it Drake's Folly. They laughed as he hammered his iron pipe into the dirt looking for rock oil. But when the black sludge finally came bubbling up, the laughter died away, and was replaced by the sound of 1,000,000 harpoons being laid to rest. This was the birth of kerosene. The scientific shift was instantaneous. Suddenly, the rock oil of the earth was being refined into a fuel that was cheaper, more abundant, and didn't require a 3-year voyage to the South Seas. The whale was no longer an industrial asset. He was suddenly and quite spectacularly obsolete. I recall a conversation with a retired whaling captain in a tavern in Nantucket. He was a man who looked as though he had been carved out of a piece of salt-soaked driftwood. "It's the kerosene, Mr. Twain," he said, staring into his grog with a look of profound betrayal. "It's the earth oil. They found a way to light the world without the help of the whale. We've spent our lives fighting the Leviathan, only to be beaten by a puddle of grease in a Pennsylvania backyard. The whale is saved, I suppose, but the romance is gone." The paradox of the saved. This is the great scientific irony of the 19th century. The Industrial Revolution, which we have seen spend the last 40 chapters building gilded cages for every creature from the ant to the elephant, actually saved the whale. By inventing a more efficient way to be greedy, we inadvertently granted a reprieve to the largest creatures on earth. But the gilded cage didn't disappear, it just changed its shape. The whale moved from the slaughterhouse of the sea to the scientific museum. By the 1880s, the public no longer saw the whale as a source of oil. They saw him as a ghost fauna of the deep. We began to build whale halls in our museums, where the massive skeletons were suspended from the ceiling by iron chains. It was a gilded cage of the sky, a creature that had once navigated the depths, now engineered into a static display of ribs and vertebrae. I stood beneath one of these skeletons in London. It was a blue whale, 80 feet of bleached bone that made the visitors look like ants. The scientific gentleman had labeled every joint in Latin, and the public would stand and marvel at the size of a heart they had only recently been trying to pierce with a harpoon. "It is a triumph of conservation," a fellow of the society told me. "By using kerosene, we have preserved the species for future study." "I reckon the whale is grateful," I replied. "It's much more scientific to be a skeleton in a museum than a candle in a drawing room. At least in the museum, you get to keep your bones." The twilight of the harpoon, the motor car, and the kerosene lamp were the quiet victors of the animal age. They rendered the living engine unnecessary. We didn't need the whale for light, just as we would soon find we didn't need the horse for transport. The twilight was falling fast. The great whaling fleets were rotting at the docks, replaced by tankers and pipelines. The gilded cage was becoming a place of memory rather than a place of production. We had engineered our way out of our dependence on the beast, and in doing so, we had created a world that was brighter, faster, and curiously emptier. As I walked out of the whale hall and into the streets of London, the gas lights were being lit. They were burning rock oil and coal gas, casting a steady yellow glow over the cobblestones. The air smelled of sulfur and progress. Somewhere, thousands of miles away in the dark, cold silence of the Pacific, a whale let out a long, haunting whistle and dived into the deep. He was free, not because we had become better people, but because we had found a better way to make a buck. And that, in my estimation, is the most Victorian ending possible. We saved the world by accident. while we were busy trying to find a cheaper way to light our cigars. It was a scientific discovery of the highest order, and I suspect the whales, if they could read the Pennsylvania newspapers, would be the first to propose a toast to Colonel Drake, provided they could find a glass big enough to hold the gratitude. Chapter 44. The Solar Motor and the Desert Camel. Man is never quite so busy as when he is trying to figure out how to get something for nothing. We have spent centuries digging into the dark, cold bowels of the earth for coal and oil, only to look up at the sun, which has been providing a perfectly good surplus of heat since the first Tuesday of creation, and decide that we ought to find a way to make it do the chores. It is a noble ambition, but as with most scientific shifts of the late Victorian era, it involved a level of mechanical arrogance that made the residents of the desert look on with a mixture of pity and profound, unblinking boredom. This brings us to Mr. Aubrey Aeneas and his solar motor, a device that looked like a giant inside-out umbrella designed by a man who had lost a bet with a kaleidoscope. By 1901, the twilight of the animal age was casting long mechanical shadows. We were looking for a way to irrigate the parched wastes of the American West without having to rely on the biological tech of the past. In the old days, if you wanted water in the desert, you used a mule, a windmill, or a camel. But the industrial mind wanted a machine that didn't need to be fed, didn't need to be watered, and didn't have a tendency to spit at the foreman. The engineering of the glass umbrella. Aubrey Aeneas, a man who possessed a remarkable faith in the reliability of the California sun, built a scientific marvel at the Pasadena ostrich farm. It was a massive, truncated cone, 33 feet in diameter at the top, lined with exactly 1,788 mirrors. It was the ultimate gilded cage of light. The idea was to capture the wild, scattered rays of the sun and focus them with surgical precision onto a central boiler. It was a masterpiece of Victorian optics. The cone, a shimmering skeletal structure that could be tilted and turned to follow the sun's journey across the sky. The heat. At the center, the concentrated light created a temperature that would have made a blacksmith's forge feel like a drafty hallway. The power. This steam was used to drive a pump that could lift 1,400 gallons of water a minute. It was scientific progress in its most blinding form. When the motor was running, the heat at the focal point was so intense that a piece of wood would vanish into smoke in a heartbeat. It was a machine that sought to turn the desert itself into a fuel source, rendering the living engine of the beast obsolete. The camel's perspective. While the scientific gentlemen were busy adjusting their mirrors and recording the pressure gauges, the residents of the ostrich farm and the occasional desert camel, brought in for exotic comparison, watched the proceedings with a look of ancient, heavy-lidded skepticism. The camel is a creature that was engineered by Providence to be the original solar motor. He is a biological miracle of conservation. He can travel 100 miles on a mouthful of thorn bushes and a memory of a drink. He can navigate a sandstorm that would strip the gears of a locomotive, and he carries his own water pump inside his hump. I remember watching one of these beasts, a dusty, moth-eaten veteran of the Camel Corps experiments, as he stood near Aeneas's shimmering cone. The camel didn't look impressed. He looked at the 1,788 mirrors. He looked at the puffing steam engine, and then he looked at the sun. "He's wondering why we're working so hard, Mr. Twain," the ostrich farmer told me. "The camel knows the sun is for napping, not for pumping. He thinks we've built a very expensive way to make a cloud." The camel represented the ghost fauna of a world we were trying to leave behind. He was a creature of the slow age, a biological engine that worked in harmony with the heat. Aeneas's motor, by contrast, was an attempt to conquer the heat. We wanted the desert to act like a factory in Manchester, and we were willing to build a giant glass umbrella to prove it. The social scuffle of the free fuel. The social scuffle surrounding the solar motor was a debate between the fuel barons and the sun-seekers. The men who sold coal and oil looked at Aeneas's mirrors with a great deal of scientific suspicion. They argued that the sun was an unreliable partner in commerce. "What happens when the clouds come?" they asked in the papers. "What happens when the dust of a Krakatoa settles on your mirrors?" A camel works in the dark. A solar motor is a part-time employee with a very expensive temperament. And they were right. In a dismal, practical sort of way, the solar motor was a gilded cage that depended on the weather. If the sun hid behind a cloud, the pump stopped, the steam died, and the scientific marvel became nothing more than a giant, shiny bird bath. The twilight of the mirror. The solar motor eventually met the same fate as the Queen's silkworms. It was a scientific dream that was overtaken by the rock oil of Pennsylvania. It turned out that it was easier to burn a liquid that stayed in a tank than it was to track a star that moved across the sky. In 1905, a sudden, unscientific windstorm swept across the farm and tore Aeneas's mirrors to pieces, scattering the gilded cage of light across the desert floor. The machine was never rebuilt. We decided that the horseless carriage and the internal combustion engine were the true masters of the future. But I often think of that camel standing in the shadow of the mirrors. He is still there, in one form or another, navigating the wastes of the world with the same quiet, rhythmic patience. He survived the solar motor just as he survived the acclimatization experiments and the global events of the century. The twilight of the animal age was a time when we tried to replace the pulse with the piston. We thought that with enough mirrors and enough steam, we could dispense with the exotic and the wild. We wanted to turn the desert into a machine, but as I walked away from the ruins of the Pasadena motor, I saw the camel start his slow, swaying walk toward the horizon. He didn't need a mirror, he didn't need a boiler, and he certainly didn't need a scientific review. He was the only one who truly understood the sun. We had tried to capture the light in a cage of glass, but the camel knew that the sun is not a servant. It is a condition. And that, in my estimation, is the greatest lesson of the gilded cage. We can engineer a way to pump water, but we haven't yet found a way to engineer the dignity of a beast that can walk through the fire without blinking. The solar motor is a ghost in the history of technology, a shimmering memory of a time when we thought we could catch the heavens in a net. But the camel is still walking, and I reckon he'll still be walking when the last oil well runs dry and we're forced to look back at the mirrors and wonder where we put the instructions. Chapter 45. The First Veterinarian for the Crown. For the better part of human history, the medical treatment of the animal kingdom was conducted on a platform of high-spirited guesswork and a level of alcohol consumption that would have made a pirate ship look like a temperance meeting. If your horse developed a cough in the 18th century, or your prize cow looked a bit peaky in the eyes, you sent for the farrier or the cow leech. These were men of formidable muscle and even more formidable superstitions, whose primary medical toolkit consisted of a heavy iron hammer, a sharp knife for bleeding the humors, and a profound, unshakable belief that any ailment, from a broken leg to a case of the vapors, could be successfully navigated with the help of a quart of gin. The gin, I should clarify, was rarely for the animal. It was for the doctor, to help him withstand the animal's perfectly reasonable desire to kick him through the barn door during the treatment. But as we entered the mid-Victorian era, the gilded cage demanded a new kind of guardian. You could not treat a 5,000-pound royal elephant or a delicate mechanical canary with a bucket of ale and a prayer. We required a scientific shift. We required a man who didn't just smell of horses, but who smelled of the laboratory. This brings us to the birth of the professional veterinarian, the man who transformed animal care from a dark art into a clinical science. From farrier to fellow, the great professional scuffle. The transition was not a quiet one. It was a social scuffle that pitted the practical man against the gentleman scientist. The old-school farriers, who had been shoeing horses and curing sheep for generations, looked at the new graduates of the Royal Veterinary College with a mixture of amusement and profound distrust. "He's got a book, but he hasn't got a grip," the old farriers would say, watching a young vet in a clean waistcoat attempt to listen to a horse's heartbeat. You can't cure a colic with a Latin name and a thermometer. You need a hot iron and a steady hand. But the scientific gentlemen of the Zoological Society disagreed. They realized that the living engines of the empire were too valuable to be left to the whims of the gin bottle. The Queen herself, being a woman of scientific interests, recognized that the health of the royal stables was a matter of national security. In 1844, a royal charter was granted, and the veterinarian was officially elevated from the status of a blacksmith's assistant to a professional for the crown. The engineering of animal health. The first veterinarian for the crown had to be more than a doctor. He had to be an engineer of the biological machine. He had to move beyond bleeding and into the realm of clinical observation, using the X-ray eventually and the stethoscope to find the rattle in the engine before the machine stopped running. Hygiene and ventilation, realizing that the snake charmer's boiler and the heated elephant house were often just breeding grounds for pneumonia. The pharmacy, replacing the farrier's drench, a terrifying mixture of pepper, turpentine, and soot, with standardized medicines based on chemistry. I recall visiting the infirmary at the London Zoo during this twilight period. It was a place of quiet, clinical intensity. There were no gin bottles in sight. Instead, there were rows of glass-stoppered jars, surgical instruments that looked like they belonged in a jeweler's shop, and a set of scales large enough to weigh a tiger's breakfast. The paradox of the professional patient. The irony of the first veterinarian was that his patients were the most ungrateful creatures in the empire. A human patient can tell you where it hurts. A tiger merely tells you that if you touch his paw again, he will remove your head. The veterinarian had to develop a scientific diplomacy. He had to engineer ways to administer medicine to creatures that didn't want it. They invented pill guns that could fire a bolus into a giraffe's throat and restraint cages that turned the animal into a static specimen of discovery for the duration of the exam. "He is a master of the invisible," a curator told me as we watched the vet examine a sick ostrich. "He sees the fever in the eye and the rot in the bone. He is the man who keeps the gilded cage from becoming a gilded graveyard." The twilight of guesswork. The birth of animal science was the final scientific shift of the century. It was the moment we admitted that the exotic was not a magical miracle, but a biological reality that required maintenance. We had spent the century capturing the world and putting it in cages. Now we were realizing that we had a moral and a financial obligation to keep it alive. The veterinarian was the night watchman of the soul of the zoo. He was the one who stood between the scientific achievement and the final silence. And as the gin-soaked farriers faded into the ghost fauna of history, the man with the thermometer and the starched collar became the new master of the menagerie. I reckon that the first crown vet was a man of remarkable courage. He had to face down a rhinoceros with nothing but a textbook and a sense of duty. He proved that progress is not just about building a faster locomotive or a louder telegraph. It is about realizing that the smallest ant in the glass palace and the largest elephant in the stone house are both running on a machinery that is far more complex than anything we can build out of brass and steam. The twilight was deepening, but for the first time, the residents of the Gilded Cage had a guardian who didn't rely on guesswork and gin. They had a scientist, and while the science couldn't give them back the jungle, it could at least ensure that their scientific study lasted long enough for the next generation to stand before the bars and wonder how we ever thought a quart of spirits was a substitute for a bit of professional care. Chapter 46. The Great Famine's Ghost Cattle. There is no species of vanity quite so dangerous as that of a man with a ledger who believes he has finally reduced the mysteries of the soil to a series of predictable equations. We call this agricultural science. But in the mid-19th century, it was often just a fancy way for the British Empire to explain to a turnip that it was underperforming. We looked at the Emerald Isle, with its rolling hills and its ancient, messy ways of doing things, and we decided it was a scientific problem in need of a mechanical solution. We wanted to turn the island into a giant open-air factory for beef and butter, a gilded cage, where the bars were made of property laws and the inhabitants were measured strictly by their caloric output. But nature, as we have seen time and again, has a very short fuse when it comes to being managed by a committee in London. In the 1840s, she didn't just disagree with our scientific shift. She burned the whole ledger to the ground. This brings us to the Great Famine and the tragic spectacle of the ghost cattle. The engineering of the monoculture. The scientific humbug that preceded the disaster was the belief in the monoculture. The British had engineered an economic system in Ireland that forced the common man to live on a single crop, the potato, so that the rest of the land could be used for the industrial production of cattle for the English table. It was a masterpiece of Victorian efficiency, the potato, a biological miracle that could feed a family on a tiny patch of dirt. The cow, a scientific asset that converted Irish grass into British currency. The result, a population standing on a trapdoor, waiting for someone to pull the lever. When the blight arrived in 1845, a microscopic, un-British fungus that traveled on the wind, the gilded cage collapsed. The potato turned to black slime overnight, and the scientific management of the island was revealed for what it was, a house of cards in a hurricane. The spectacle of the ghost cattle. The great irony of the famine, the social scuffle that still haunts the historical conscience, is that while 1 million people were starving to death, the island was still full of food. It was full of cattle. But these were not living curiosities for the public to admire. They were secured assets of the empire. I have read accounts of that time that would make a statue weep. You had the ghost cattle, magnificent, well-fed herds of beef, being driven down the roads by armed guards, passing through villages where the people were eating grass and seaweed. "It was a scientific sight, sir," an old survivor once told a journalist. The cows were fat, their coats were glossy, and they were headed for the steamships to London. We watched them go as if they were creatures from another world. They were the king's beef, and we were just the biological excess of a failed experiment. The cattle were prisoners of the ledger. They couldn't be eaten by the starving because they had been engineered into a form of currency. They were the most well-protected residents of the gilded cage, living in a world of emerald grass, while the men who tended them vanished into the earth. The failure of the scientific solution. The British government's response to the famine was a study in theoretical mercy. They sent scientific gentlemen to study the blight. They sent engineers to build roads that led to nowhere. And they sent economists to explain why giving away food would unbalance the market. They tried to engineer a way out of the famine without actually feeding anyone. They set up workhouses, the ultimate gilded cages for the human spirit, where families were separated, fed on scientific gruel, and tasked with breaking stones in exchange for the right to not die immediately. "It is a matter of discipline," the officials cried. "We must teach the Irish the value of industrial effort. If we simply feed them, we are sabotaging their progress." But you cannot engineer a stomach to be patient. The scientific shift failed because it ignored the animal reality. Nature's wrath was not a variable in an equation. It was a flood that swept away the starched collars and the ledgers alike. The ghost fauna of the Emerald Isle. By the time the dust settled, Ireland was a land of ghosts, both human and animal. The ghost cattle had been exported, the people had been extracted to America or the grave, and the scientific dream of an industrial garden was a scorched ruin. The famine was the moment the twilight of the animal age took on a dark, existential hue. It showed us that our engineering of the exotic was a hollow pursuit if we couldn't even manage the ordinary. We could heat a stone house for an elephant in London, but we couldn't keep a child alive in Skibbereen. We could X-ray a leopard's paw, but we couldn't see the rot in our own economic soul. I remember seeing an old drawing of an Irish cottage after the famine. The roof was gone, the walls were crumbling, and a single scrawny cow was standing in the doorway, staring into the empty rooms. It wasn't an industrial asset anymore. It was just a remnant, a ghost fauna of a world that had been broken by the very people who claimed they were improving it. the moral of the blight. The Great Famine's ghost cattle is a chapter of history that reminds us of the limits of our own hubris. We think that with enough technology and enough management, we can render nature obsolete. We think we can turn the world into a gilded cage where every creature performs according to our schedule and every acre produces according to our plan. But the blight taught us that nature is not a servant. She is the landlord. And she doesn't care about our fellowship of the society or our social gatekeepers. If we build a cage that is too tight, or a system that is too efficient to be human, she will eventually pull the lever and let us see how well our scientific theories hold up when the larder is empty. As I walk through the modern, bustling markets of today, I sometimes think of those glossy herds of cattle being driven through the silent, starving villages of 1847. They are a reminder that the gilded cage is not just about bars. It's about the things we choose to value and the things we choose to ignore. And I reckon that's a lesson that is worth more than all the scientific discoveries in the British Museum, though it's a hard one to swallow when you're currently holding the ledger. Chapter 47. The Zoo's Night Watchman. Man is a creature that possesses a profound and utterly unearned confidence in the permanence of the day. We wake with the sun, we conduct our scientific reviews under the safety of a blue sky, and we assume that when we turn out the gas lights and pull the quilts over our heads, the rest of the world has the decency to do the same. We think of the gilded cage as a place that exists only when there is an audience to appreciate the bars. But the truth, as any man who has ever walked the perimeter of Regent's Park at 3 a.m. can tell you, is that the day is merely a polite fiction we maintain for the benefit of our own nerves. When the sun goes down and the social gatekeepers have all gone home to their sherry and their lace doilies, the zoo undergoes a scientific transformation. It ceases to be a collection of living curiosities and becomes a place of ancient predatory shadows. This brings us to the night watchmen, the men who held the keys to the empire's darkness and who understood, better than any fellow of the society, that you can cage a lion's body, but you can't cage the night. The architecture of the shadow. The engineering of the zoo at night was a study in security and silence. The watchman's job was not to study the animals, but to ensure that the gilded cage stayed shut from the inside, and that the exotic didn't decide to take an unapproved stroll through the streets of London. I once spent an hour in a tavern with a retired watchman named Elias. He was a man with a face like a wrinkled map and eyes that seemed to be permanently adjusted for low-light conditions. He carried a heavy brass lantern and a stout oak cudgel, which he referred to as his scientific persuader. "It's a different world, Mr. Twain," Elias whispered, his voice sounding like dry leaves on a pavement. "In the day, the animals are actors. They pace, they eat their buns, and they look at the ladies. But at night they remember the cages don't feel like progress then. They feel like an insult, and the sounds are enough to turn a man's hair white in a single watch. The voices of the ghost fauna." The scientific shift of the night watch was the realization that the global event of the zoo was a vocal one. When the city of London fell silent, or as silent as a city of 4 million people and 1 million coal fires can ever be, the animals began to speak. The elephant's rumble, not the trumpet of the daytime, but a low-frequency thrum that Elias claimed he could feel in the soles of his boots before he heard it with his ears. It was the sound of a mountain dreaming of the horizon. The wolf's lament, a sound that bypassed the scientific review and went straight to the primitive shivering part of the human soul. It was a reminder that the gilded cage was only a few miles away from the primal forest. The parrot's secret. We've discussed the parrot who knew the anthem, but Elias told me that at night the parrots didn't sing for the queen. They whispered. They repeated the private conversations they had overheard during the day, the gossip, the arguments, the hushed confessions, turning the zoo into a library of human secrets. The engineering of fear. The watchmen were the first veterinarians of the spirit. They had to manage the night terrors of the residents. They knew which animals were afraid of the thunder and which ones were driven mad by the full moon. They were the ones who saw the mechanical canary stop singing and the Arctic fox pace until its paws bled. The gilded cage at night was a place of high-tension drama. Elias told me of the night the king's Curiosities almost broke the silence. A thunderstorm had rolled in over the Thames, and the lightning had illuminated the cages with a flickering blue intensity. "The lion started," he said, clutching his gin and water. "One roared, then another, until the whole park was shaking with it. It wasn't a roar for food, sir. It was a roar for the end of the world. I stood there with my little lantern, feeling like a man trying to hold back the ocean with a teaspoon. I realized then that we don't own these creatures. We're just the ones holding the keys to a door we're too afraid to open." The twilight of the watch. As the century moved toward the motor car and the horseless carriage, the role of the night watchman began to fade. The engineering of security became more mechanical, more scientific, and less human. We replaced the man with the lantern with the electric light and the reinforced lock. But the ghost fauna of the night remains. The night watchmen were the true witnesses to the twilight of the animal age. They saw the loneliness behind the exotic and the wildness behind the scientific. They knew that the gilded cage was a fragile thing, held together by nothing more than a bit of iron and the human desire to believe that the day would never end. I walked past the zoo gates late one evening, long after the crowds had vanished. The gas lights were flickering in the mist, and the city was a low, distant hum. For a moment, I thought I heard a sound, a deep, resonant vibration that seemed to come from the very earth itself. It wasn't a scientific fact, and it wasn't a global event. It was just the night, breathing in its cage, and I found myself wishing for old Elias and his scientific persuader, for he was the only one who understood that the true mystery of the zoo isn't what we see in the light, but what we hear in the dark when we think no one is listening. Chapter 48. The Dog Who Met the Queen. If you ever wish to see the human social ladder in its most naked and ridiculous form, do not look at the seating chart of a state dinner or the order of precedence at a coronation. Instead, look at the floor. In the grand echoing halls of Windsor and Buckingham Palace, there existed a hierarchy that would have made a professor of mathematics throw up his hands in despair, a system where a creature that spent half its day chasing its own tail and the other half contemplating a soup bone occupied a rung significantly higher than a duke of the realm or a prime minister with a mandate from the people. This brings us to Dash. Dash was a King Charles Spaniel of unremarkable pedigree, but remarkable fortune. He was the childhood companion of Princess Victoria, and by the time she ascended the throne to become the most powerful woman on the planet, Dash had achieved a status that can only be described as a gilded cage of divine favor. He was not just a dog, he was the sovereign of the rug. The anatomy of the Royal Spaniel. A King Charles Spaniel is a creature that appears to have been engineered specifically for the purpose of looking pathetic in a way that inspires immediate, high-level protection. It has eyes that are perpetually moist, ears that look like discarded velvet ribbons, and a nose that is always slightly damp and profoundly judgmental. The engineering of Dash was not a matter of steam pipes or iron bars, but of sentimental reinforcement. He resided in a world where every need was anticipated by a staff of people who were paid more than the average village schoolmaster. The diet. While the scientific gentlemen were debating the nutrition of the royal elephant, Dash was being fed on a diet of diced chicken and liver, served on a silver platter that was polished more frequently than the crown jewels. The attendants. He possessed his own gilded cage of human servants. If Dash wished to go for a stroll, a footman in full livery was required to open the door. If Dash wished to sleep, the entire machinery of the British court was urged to speak in hushed tones. The true hierarchy of the court. The social scuffle surrounding Dash was a fascinating thing to observe. In the Victorian court, there is a concept known as precedence. It dictates who walks in first, who sits where, and who's allowed to address whom. But Dash existed outside of these rules. He was the ghost in the machine of the aristocracy. I recall an account of a particularly stuffy diplomat who once accidentally stepped on Dash's tail during a reception. The silence that followed was more profound than the silence after a declaration of war. The diplomat turned a shade of white that rivaled the Queen's own lace, realizing that in the eyes of the sovereign he was currently ranked somewhere below the dog's water bowl. A man may serve the crown for 40 years, an old courtier told me. He may win battles, negotiate treaties, and keep the treasury in the black. But if he offends the spaniel, he might as well move to the colonies and start a sheep farm. For the dog is the only one in this palace who is allowed to tell the Queen the truth, mostly by ignoring her when she calls his name. The gilded cage of affection. The tragedy of Dash, the scientific fact that even the Queen could not engineer a way around, was the brevity of the canine life. In 1840, while the empire was busy expanding its borders and its scientific reach, Dash quietly exited the stage. The Queen's grief was a global event in its own right. She didn't just mourn, she institutionalized her sorrow. She had Dash buried at Windsor, with an epitaph that serves as the ultimate manual for the gilded cage of companionship. His attachment was without selfishness, his playfulness without malice, his fidelity without deceit. Reader, if you would be beloved and die regretted, profit by the example of Dash. It was a scientific review of the heart. We had spent the century trying to civilize the chimp, grease the elephant, and X-ray the leopard, but in the end, the most advanced creature in the palace was the one who refused to be scientific at all. The twilight of the lapdog. As we enter the twilight of the animal age, Dash remains a haunting figure, He represents a time when the exotic was not found in a jungle or a zoo, but in the simple, unblinking loyalty of a beast that lived under the table. We are moving toward the motor car and the horseless carriage, a world where we value things for their speed and their mechanical reliability. But Dash reminds us of the hierarchy of the soul. We can build a telegraph to send a message across the ocean in seconds, but we haven't yet engineered a way to get the same level of fidelity without deceit from a copper wire. I walked past the grave of Dash once in the quiet grounds of Windsor. The grass was green, the birds were singing, and the great gray stones of the castle stood watch over the tiny mound. It was the most perfect gilded cage of them all, a place where the prisoner was kept by love rather than iron, and where the sovereign of the rug still holds court, long after the queen has joined him in the silence. I reckon that's the real mystery of the royal court. We think we are the ones in charge, with our titles and our ledgers and our scientific experiments. But every now and then, a dog looks up from his diced chicken, gives a small bored yawn, and reminds us that in the eyes of nature, a duke is just another biped who is remarkably slow at opening the door. Chapter 49. The Arctic Fox in the Boiler Room. If there is one thing the British Empire possessed in greater abundance than its sense of moral superiority, it was a profound, almost religious commitment to the idea that geography is merely a suggestion and that climate is something that can be negotiated with enough copper piping and a steady supply of Welsh coal. We have spent the better part of this century acting as though the world were a large, disorganized hotel, and we were the newly appointed managers tasked with ensuring that the guest from the Sahara and the guest from the North Pole were both comfortably settled in a drafty, soot-stained hallway in London. This brings us to the Arctic fox, a creature that appears to have been fashioned out of a stray blizzard and the light of the evening star. In its natural state, the Arctic fox is a masterpiece of winter engineering. It possesses a coat so white it makes a fresh-fallen snowdrift look like a pile of unwashed laundry, and a metabolism that views 40 degrees below zero as a pleasant, bracing afternoon. But in the gilded cage of the Victorian Zoo, this scrap of the tundra was required to coexist with the very heart of the Industrial Revolution. The engineering of the artificial chill. To the scientific gentlemen of the 1890s, the problem of the Arctic fox was not one of space, but of thermodynamics. How do you keep a creature designed for the permafrost from melting into a puddle of soggy fur when the London summer decides to make its rare, humid appearance? The solution was a masterpiece of Victorian scientific humbug, the ice block paddock. Before the invention of reliable mechanical refrigeration, the whale's kerosene replacement of the cooling world, the zoo relied on the natural extraction of cold. They imported massive blocks of ice from the Baltic, wrapped them in sawdust, and buried them beneath the fox's enclosure. The floor, a slab of stone cooled by a subterranean bunker of melting ice. The air, a system of scientific ventilation that was supposed to draw the cool air upward, but mostly succeeded in creating a damp, foggy microclimate that smelled of rotted fish and wet dog. The result: a fox that spent its days huddled on a cold stone, staring at the visitors with a look of profound, shivering confusion. The irony of the boiler room. But the true gilded cage paradox was the proximity of the fox to the central boiler room. You see, The zoo was a massive steam-powered machine. To keep the snake charmer's boiler running and the heated elephant house from turning into a tomb, the zoo required a central nervous system of coal fires and steam pipes. For reasons that I can only assume involved a clerical error of the highest order, the Arctic fox's enclosure was situated directly above the main steam conduits. While the scientific gentlemen were busy shoveling ice into the bunker to keep the fox's toes cold, the boiler was busy radiating a dry industrial heat from below that could have baked a loaf of bread in the bedding. I remember watching a fox named Frosty during a particularly hot July. He was a ghost fauna of the north, but his white coat had been stained a permanent oily yellow by the London soot. "He's a bit of a disappointment, isn't he, Mr. Twain?" a visitor remarked, tapping the glass with a silk umbrella. "I expected him to be as white as the Queen's wedding dress. He looks more like a chimney sweep's cat." "I reckon he's just trying to acclimatize," I replied. "It's hard to maintain the purity of the Arctic when you're living on top of a furnace. He's not a fox anymore. He's a scientific experiment in how much heat a piece of winter can stand before it gives up the ghost." The social scuffle over the seasonal fur. The Arctic fox also triggered a social scuffle regarding its seasonal transformation. You see, the fox has the mechanical capability to change its color from white in the winter to a dusty brown in the summer. To the Victorian public, this was seen as a form of evolutionary deceit. When the foxes began to turn brown in the spring, the zoo was flooded with complaints from people who felt they had been victims of a scientific humbug. They had paid to see the white fox of the north, and they felt that a brown fox was a common stray that had been substituted to save money on the ice bill. "We want the iridescence," the papers cried. "We want the miracle. If the fox will not stay white, then the engineering of the menagerie has failed." The keepers tried everything to stop the change. They tried keeping the foxes in total darkness. They tried doubling the ice. They even, according to one persistent rumor, tried a bit of scientific bleaching that resulted in a very angry fox and a very scorched coat. But nature, as always, refused to read the manual. The fox turned brown because the sun told it to, regardless of how many steam pipes we installed. The twilight of the temperature. The Arctic fox in the boiler room is a perfect portrait of the twilight of the animal age. It shows us the absurdity of our desire to own the environment. We wanted the exotic from the poles and the exotic from the equator, and we wanted them both to live in the same foggy square mile in London. We thought we could engineer a world where the blizzard and the furnace were neighbors. But the fox knew better. He stood in the London mist, his fur yellowed by the coal smoke, his feet chilled by the ice, and his belly warmed by the boiler, and he simply waited. He was a prisoner of our scientific ambition, a creature whose very identity was being melted away by our progress. As the century drew to a close and the motor car began to rattle the gates, we realized that the gilded cage of temperature was a losing battle. We couldn't make London into the Arctic, and we couldn't make the Arctic into a drawing room. We ended up with a world where the exotic was just a damp, discolored version of itself, sitting on a block of melting ice and wondering where the stars had gone. I walked past the fox's enclosure as the sun went down. The boiler was humming, the steam was hissing in the pipes, and the smell of the city was everywhere. The fox was just a shadow in the corner, a patch of yellow-white fur that didn't belong to the night or the day. He was the ghost of the North in the heart of the machine age, and I reckon he was the only one who understood that the real scientific discovery of the century wasn't that we could move the world. It was that we had no idea what to do with it once it arrived. Chapter 50. The Motor Car's Quiet Victory. We have spent 50 chapters and nearly a century building the most elaborate, most expensive, and most scientifically advanced cage in the history of the world. We have captured the elephant, the chimp, the whale, and the silkworm. We have greased them, X-rayed them, and taught them to sing the national anthem. We have engineered the very air they breathe and the very light they see. We have convinced ourselves that the animal age was the pinnacle of human achievement, a time when man finally sat upon the throne of nature and held the leash of every living thing. And then, with a quiet cough of gasoline and a rattle of iron wheels, the whole thing became obsolete. This is the story of the motor car's quiet victory. It wasn't a battle. It was a retirement. In the final years of the century, the gilded cage didn't break. It simply became unnecessary. This brings us to the royal stables, and the moment the living engine was replaced by the internal combustion humbug. The engineering of the end. The horse had been the backbone of civilization for 5,000 years. He was the sovereign of the road, the biological power plant that moved the empire. The engineering of the horse had reached a state of absolute perfection. The harness, the carriage, the breed, the fodder. It was a global industry that employed millions. But in the 1890s, the horseless carriage arrived. At first, the scientific gentlemen laughed. They called it a toy for the idle and a mechanical abomination that would never replace the nobility of the beast. "A machine cannot feel the road, Mr. Twain," a colonel in the Royal Cavalry told me, his spurs jingling with a confidence that was about to be shattered. A machine does not have a soul. A horse is a partner. A motor car is just a tin can with a bad smell. But the motor car had one scientific advantage that the horse could never match. It didn't eat when it wasn't working, and it didn't leave a social scuffle on the cobblestones of London, the twilight of the royal stables. I stood in the courtyard of the royal stables as the first of the horseless carriages was brought in for the Queen's inspection. It was a somber gray afternoon. The horses, those magnificent glossy chestnuts that had pulled the sovereign for decades, were standing in their stalls, their ears twitching at the unfamiliar, rhythmic thud, thud, thud of the engine. It was a global event of the most silent kind. The carriage didn't roar. It just sat there smelling of kerosene and oil, vibrating with a mechanical energy that made the living engine look fragile and slow. The shift. We were moving from the organic to the metallic. The silence. The sound of the hoof beat, which had been the heartbeat of the city for centuries, was being replaced by the hum of the gear. The cage, the gilded cage, was no longer for the animal. It was for the driver. The final pacing. As the animal age closed its books, the zoo and the stables became ghost landscapes. The animals were still there, but their purpose had vanished. The horse was no longer a worker. He was a luxury specimen. The elephant was no longer a global power. He was a historical curiosity. We had engineered the exotic until it was no longer exotic. We had mastered the wild until it was no longer wild. And now we had invented a machine that made the whole pursuit seem like a waste of time. I remember watching the last of the royal horses being led away to make room for the motor house. They walked with that same rhythmic dignity they had always possessed, their hooves striking the stones with a sound that felt like a closing chapter. They weren't being extracted or looted. They were just being retired. The gilded cage was empty. The scientific discovery was finished. We had the motor car, the telegraph, and the electric light. We had the 20th century, and it was a world where the animal was no longer a partner or a prisoner. It was an option. I walked out of the stables and onto the streets of London. A motor car rattled past, leaving a trail of blue smoke in the damp air. The driver was wearing a leather coat and goggles, looking like a specimen from a future I didn't quite understand. He didn't look at the horses, and he didn't look at the sky. He just looked at the road. We had won. We had conquered the exotic and the natural, and we had replaced them with the mechanical and the controllable. The twilight had finally given way to the artificial glare of the new age. But as I heard a distant, lonely whinny from the dark of the stables, I couldn't help but feel a certain unscientific sadness. We had traded the echo for the exhaust. We had traded the mystery for the measurement. We had finally built a world where the gilded cage was no longer necessary, only to find that we were the ones standing inside it, clutching our steering wheels and wondering why the road felt so long and the world felt so quiet. The animal age was over. The twain had left the station, and all that remained was the smell of gasoline and the memory of a time when a bird sang the anthem and a dog met the queen, and for a fleeting, gilded moment, we actually believed that the bars were there to keep the world in, rather than to keep us from finding our way out. The end. This has been Mark Twain. I've enjoyed the show. I hope you have too.